A ruthless, terrifying tyrant and a cunning wife resistant to all kinds of poison. This combination brings them a challenging love, full of hardships, schemes, and obscure secrets behind the story. What will this thorny love face? Let's follow the story into a magnificent room adorned with luxurious curtains. A young man and woman seem to be enjoying breakfast, but the atmosphere is quite silent. Both silently eat the steak on the table, neither speaking. Suddenly, the young man breaks the silence. Lias. The white-haired young woman named Lias, who had just raised her fork, stopped, slightly surprised at being addressed. Lias turned her head, her eyes slightly evasive as she looked at the young man, hesitantly asking, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" The black-haired young man, who had just spoken, was the emperor of this country, Shawn. He turned to Lias, his voice cold and tinged with displeasure. "Lately, why haven't you asked if I've had breakfast?" Lias smiled innocently and replied cheerfully, "Because your Majesty is in good health now." Shawn's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the woman beside him, murmuring to himself, "Even if I am healthy, does that mean you no longer care about me?" Shawn began to feel angry, a dark cloud hanging over him, his eyes flashing with a few frightening hints of hostility. Lias didn't seem to notice Shawn's anger. She continued to smile, teasing him, "Oh, why would you say that?" Lias added, "I once said, my lifelong wish is for your Majesty to always be healthy." This answer satisfied Shawn. He withdrew his previously hostile gaze and looked at Lias with a gentle, slightly shy look. "All right," he replied. Looking at Shawn's expression, Lias thought, "He's really handsome." Lias recalled everything she had done for Shawn. She thought to herself for the past 2 years, to make him radiant and healthy, she had to try hard, endure the stress of his obsessions, provide sleep-inducing ASMR to help him sleep better, or frequently inquire about his health. At this moment, Lias could only cry silently in her heart. She was speechless, but today had finally arrived. Lias carefully cut the meat on her plate with a knife while carefully considering what she was about to say. The day to end all of this had come. Lias made up her mind, then hesitated slightly before saying to Shawn, "Ah, your Majesty, I have something to say." Lias looked at Shawn radiantly. Shawn simply asked, "What is it?" With a smile still on her face, Lias said, "Let's get a divorce. Because your Majesty no longer needs me, so..." Before Lias could finish her sentence, Shawn abruptly stabbed his steak knife into his plate, startling her and nearly causing her to faint. Shawn immediately turned to Lias, his brows furrowed, almost touching. He growled, "What?" Lias' heart pounded as she looked at Shawn's displeased face. She could only exclaim, "Oh, why the frown?" Lias hurriedly comforted the sulking man before her. She gently brushed aside Shawn's hair and said, "Now I'm going to find my own life in a peaceful village." Shawn lowered his eyes, a fleeting sadness crossing his gaze. His voice was strained. "So, you plan to leave the palace?" Lias calmly and clearly replied, "Yes. After all, ours was just a political marriage, and your Majesty has been uncomfortable because of my father, right?" As she spoke, Lias instructed a servant to bring the prepared divorce papers. "So now I will leave." Lias finished, pushing the documents toward Shawn. Shawn held the document in his hand, his displeasure evident, but also somewhat surprised by Lias' decision. The words divorce agreement were prominently displayed. He subconsciously pinched a corner of the document, immediately crumpling it. Shawn threw the divorce papers on the table and said coldly, "As you wish." After a moment, he added, "We'll discuss this at afternoon tea." Lias clapped her hands a few times and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, really?" Suddenly, Shawn's sullen expression vanished. He turned to Lias, a bright smile blooming on his face. "Let's finish our meal first." Hearing that Shawn seemed to be giving in, Lias replied cheerfully and enthusiastically, "Yes, your Majesty." At this moment, Lias breathed a sigh of relief, secretly smiling to herself. "Thankfully, it's better than I thought. It seems everything will go smoothly, right?" Engrossed in her thoughts, Lias didn't notice Shawn beside her, resting his chin on his hand, watching her with a meaningful gaze. That afternoon, as the sun set, a loud scream suddenly echoed in the luxurious and tranquil palace. Shawn held a glass of dark red wine, a trace of blood at the corner of his lips, his face noticeably pale. Your Majesty, you're bleeding. Lia's sitting opposite him, was worried and flustered, her voice trembling. Lia! The words barely left his lips when Shawn's entire body suddenly collapsed, blood still trickling from his mouth. Lia's jumped up in alarm, slamming her hand on the table. Your Majesty, get a doctor. She urgently commanded the attendant, standing nearby. She rushed to Shawn's side, muttering as she ran, "What's going on?" Suddenly, Lia's froze, a thought flashing through her mind. Wait, something's not right. Just then, Dr. Merton arrived in a hurry, exclaiming, Your Majesty. What happened? Shawn lay motionless on the floor, eyes closed, the 2 streaks of blood by his mouth already dried. Seeing this, Lia's immediately rushed forward, calling out worriedly, Your Majesty. Are you all right? After examining him, Dr. Merton lowered his head, stammering, This reaction, I'm afraid. His Majesty has been poisoned. Lia's was startled. What? The doctor's face grew even graver. It must be that strange wine. I see, she thought. He's usually so cautious. Why would he do this? Lia's stiffened. No. Could it be? Suddenly, the prone Shawn stirred. He struggled to lift his hand, murmuring, Lia, I'm in so much pain. Despite this, a faint smile played on his lips. Lia's watched, extremely worried, thinking, no way. Your Majesty, you didn't drink the poison on purpose, did you? Lia's gaze fell upon the poisoned young man. At this moment, an uncontainable satisfaction spread across Shawn's face. Despite being poisoned, he was smiling brightly. Lia's began to worry for herself. How did the protagonist end up like this? Memories suddenly flooded Lia's mind. It all began 2 years ago. Lia's, Celeste was the name of the female protagonist as she remembered it from the novel. She recalled that in that fantasy novel, as long as the ending wasn't as disappointing as the drowning dragon, the character Lia's possessed stunning beauty, yet indulged in pleasure all day, always surrounded by men. It was meant to emphasize the tyrannical protagonist's failed social relationships, but something unexpected happened at that banquet. Lia's suddenly had a strange reaction. She collapsed to the ground, vomiting liquid. Commotion erupted. The Empress is such a bother. A side character poisoned for an unknown reason by an unknown perpetrator. At that time, Shawn stood silently before Lia's cooling body. As a result, the Emperor went mad, committed suicide, and the Empire fell with him. Now, Lia's, remembering the novel's ending, thought, as long as it's not me. Even more illogical was the fact that their marriage was merely a political arrangement, not a true love story, almost as if it were a last-minute revelation in the final chapter. As long as it's not me. At this moment, the current Lia's was once a reader. After reading the ending, she had seen many comments, such as, what kind of trash novel ending is this? Others echoed, waste of money, don't buy this. To the author, were you rushing? Is this really the best ending? It lacks logic. The plot is terrible. Countless comments about the novel flooded her memory. As for the current Lia's, she had a bold move. She suddenly remembered, I just left the 10,000th comment. You know what? I pity her so much, I even want to live in her place. As if it were just a casual comment. Your Majesty, someone suddenly called out to Lia's. The maid beside her shook Lia's repeatedly, her voice urgent. Your Majesty, you should wake up. Lia's tiredly opened one eye as she was touched. She sat up, yawning slightly, and the maid exclaimed, bring the drinks quickly. At this moment, Lia's, the reader, seemed to notice something strange about herself. She thought, perhaps the author, or perhaps God, saw my comment. She rushed to the dressing mirror in the room and stared at the face in the mirror, dumbfounded, unbelievable. That day, I entered Lia's, Celeste's body. From now on, the reader Lia's will be known as Lia's. Lia's fiddled with her hair, her face pale. She thought, I didn't actually intend to live in her body. I don't want to be poisoned to death. Let's have some water to calm down and think this through. She quickly drank some water. It was brought by the maid. Suddenly, Lia's choked, spraying water from her mouth, forming a jet. Her face pale, she looked at the 3 maids standing beside her and asked with difficulty, what is this? What happened? The maid stumbled, bowing repeatedly and begging for forgiveness. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Your Majesty's favorite wine is all gone. So I prepared beer. Hearing this, Liaselis wiped the remaining water stains from the corner of her mouth and asked again, What? She thought, no, giving alcohol to someone who just woke up is the problem. Suddenly, she remembered something. I'll wait. The problem is Lia, that girl Liaselis in the novel. She drinks alcohol like water. A maid named Lauren said, trembling, Your Majesty, I will never let this happen again. But I'm so sorry. If we dismiss the new maid after only a week, there will be rumors. Liaselis wearily rubbed her forehead. She replied dejectedly, I understand. No, I understand. But from now on, no more alcohol, all right. Hearing her mistress say so, Lauren replied happily, Yes, Your Majesty. Then please prepare today's schedule. Rubbing her forehead, Liaselis muttered to herself, today's schedule. She thought, what if I'm suspected? If it were Lia, then surely. A thought suddenly flashed through Liaselis' clever mind. Liaselis turned to Lauren and said, that's right. After bathing, first, I'll go to the harem. Liaselis declared clearly. A moment later, Lauren and two other maids prepared an outfit for Liaselis. Today she wore a red dress, which, paired with her platinum blonde hair, made her look truly capable. Looking in the mirror, Liaselis thought, my husband, also the tyrant of this country, Emperor Shawn. After Leah's death, he went mad, destroyed the entire country, and then committed suicide at the age of 28. These are the things written in the fantasy novel Liaselis had read. From what I recall, their deaths weren't far apart. Liaselis began to ponder. The protagonist is currently 26 years old. Liaselis wondered how long she had lived this year. Liaselis looked at herself in the mirror, but her thoughts were completely unfocused. The maid beside her said, everything is ready, Your Majesty. After calculating, Liaselis made up her mind. So, I have 2 years left to live. Suddenly, Liaselis' face darkened. Resting her hand on the dressing table, she muttered to herself, time. I don't have much time left to survive. Everything must be resolved. Seeing her strange expression, Lauren stammered, Your Majesty. Liaselis hurriedly turned and called to the maid, Lauren, quickly, to the harem. Lauren also hurriedly followed, yes, Your Majesty. Liaselis began to leave the room. In the hallway, the maids lined up in a row, respectfully bowing to Liaselis. After she left, they began to gossip amongst themselves. One said, seriously, is the Empress really going today? The person next to her replied, what else can be said? It seems the Empress is planning to empty the treasury. She's only been married for 3 months. In this novel, Liaselis is a controversial name. Although she knew these rumors had nothing to do with her, since she had transmigrated into Liaselis, she was Liaselis. Yes, it was only natural to say so. According to Liaselis' increasingly clear memories, in those old memories, Liaselis had given enormous allowances to her kept men. She even held competitions, including beauty contests, and put diamond rings on the winner's toes. Thinking of this, Liaselis silently shed tears of despair. She thought, with such a terrible personality, addicted to alcohol, and lusting after men, how could I not be poisoned to death? Liaselis leaned against the wall in frustration, only able to silently weep. A dark cloud drifted over her head. Liaselis thought, after all, I hold the title of Empress. They wouldn't dare assassinate me outright. Liaselis paused. She thought, they'll probably slowly and secretly poison me over a long period of time to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, my body currently doesn't show any unusual signs, so there's still a chance. Knowing for the time being that her body was still healthy, Liaselis had to find a way to save her life. She had to try to change the plot. She thought, I must be careful to ensure the Emperor doesn't go mad. Even if I survive, if the country collapses, a peaceful future will disappear as well. Speaking of which, His Majesty has never said anything about the harem, has he? It seems this kind of thing hasn't happened in Leah's memories either. She tried to search her mind for memories, oblivious to her surroundings. Lauren suddenly spoke, Your Majesty. Called upon, Liaselis turned around and asked, what is it? Lauren whispered in her ear, should the beer be prepared as well? Your Majesty. Liaselis immediately became displeased, reminding Lauren, what are you talking about? I already told you I've quit drinking, and that includes beer. Lauren continued in a low voice, yesterday, when you went to the harem, didn't you say you wanted to prepare a drinking game? These words were like cold water splashed directly onto Lia Selai's face, and she fell silent like a mute duck. Lauren recalled yesterday's events, when a handsome man in the Empress's harem held Lia Selai's, fed her fruit, and played with her. She reminded Lia Selai's, "Your Majesty said that the winner would receive the top prize, right?" Lia Selai's blushed, forcefully pushed open the harem door, and shouted, "Oh no. Cancel everything. Cancel everything." Lia Selai's face drained of all color. She wearily began to berate the degenerate within, thinking, if I don't fix this, then... Her words caught in her throat as she gasped, stunned into silence by the sight before her. The room was filled with handsome men, their voices rising in a chorus of gentle greetings. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Some of the younger men had removed their shirts, flaunting their six-pack abs. Others wore shirts with buttons undone. Still others possessed the delicate beauty of platinum blonde hair. Lia Selai's depraved garden was assaulting her senses. A young man with luxurious, rose-red hair spoke up. "Your Majesty, please come this way. Please sit here. I've changed the cushions for softer ones." He extended a hospitable invitation. A dark-haired young man on the other side, noticing this, raised his voice. "How dare you? Her Majesty will sit next to me." Another young man, this one blonde, rushed forward to argue. "Ridiculous. I was the winner of last night's drinking game." The dark-haired man retorted with a frown. "I'm Her Majesty's favorite." "What? How dare you? You." A heated argument erupted in the harem, the men oblivious to Lia Selai's presence. Lia Selai's witnessed the scene and scoffed. "Huh, she wanted to die on the spot. She muttered in dismay, thinking, this is a mess. Then she shouted, hey. Her voice, like a golden bell, silenced the demons. Moments before, they had been grabbing each other's clothes, throwing punches, even pulling hair. But the sound of Lia Selai's voice, they all turned, stammering, "Why, Your Majesty?" Lia Selai's hands trembled as she gritted her teeth in anger. Like a lioness with its mane bristling, she seethed. "Pack your things and get out. You're all fired." The men, stunned and confused, asked again, "Why, you mean?" "Your Majesty." They attempted to regain their composure. One joked, feigning lightheartedness, "You're so funny, Your Majesty." Such a tease. Another tried flattery. "How can we live without Your Majesty?" But their words seemed to have no effect on Lia Selai's current mood. "That's not it," she said firmly. Lia Selai's pointed towards the door. "Pack your things and leave. Now." Her icy voice echoed through the room. The men's expressions froze, their souls seemingly leaving their bodies. Suddenly, one young man spoke, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty." The entire group fell to their knees, crying and pleading, "Please, Your Majesty, no. Please don't." The blond young man was perhaps the loudest, though, truthfully, even crying, the beautiful men were a sight to behold. "If we lose this harem, we have nowhere to go." The others echoed his plea. "Your Majesty, how can you abandon us like this? Please don't abandon me." Lia Selai's dress was clutched. Slightly frightened, she stammered, Let go of me." In this emergency, what was Lia Selai's to do? Call the guards, of course. She looked at the two soldiers and shouted, "Why are you just standing there? Help me." A sword pointed towards the neck of the weeping, dark-haired young man below. "Move." A guard barked. The young man could only whimper. The men continued their desperate cries. Their overlapping voices created a cacophony that made Lia Selai's head pound. They shouted things like, "Your Majesty, you kissed me indirectly last night, didn't you? And how can you deceive a man's heart and leave like this?" Lia Selai's looked at the handsome faces, flushed and tear-stained, beautiful yet heartbreaking in their sorrow. This is going nowhere, she thought. Just like those tax evaders who only care about saving face. Determined to put an end to their weeping, Lia Selai's began to berate them one by one. Pointing at the dark-haired young man, she said, "You first. Your butt is too big. It's an eyesore." Hearing this, the young man cried, "But yesterday you said it was charming." She continued, pointing at each in turn. "You, depraved criminal, stop crying. And you, your muscles are disgusting." The young men could only wail in protest. "Your Majesty, that's too much." One by one, none escaped Lia Selai's scrutiny. She found fault with everything. Your hair color is awful, but I did it with your majesty when we were playing with paints. Your breath stinks. Next, your majesty, you're out too. Finally, Lias Salais had a shout. Get out. After her tirade, Lias Salais was exhausted, panting heavily. Finally, silence. She looked at the harem, now empty after the earlier commotion, and wiped the sweat from her brow. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lauren, standing beside her, noticed the Empress's unusual behavior and asked anxiously, Your Majesty, are you upset? Lias Salais turned to Lauren and offered a gentle smile. No, I'm not upset. Lauren continued, a little bewildered. I understand you didn't enjoy tonight, but if it's so sudden. Lias Salais' face fell. Tonight, she repeated. Lauren immediately burst into tears, clutching Lias Salais' skirt. Never mind what the officials say about palace matters. Please rest and relax before nightfall. Lias Salais still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, Lauren's eyes lit up as an idea struck her. How about I bring in a more handsome man? Lias Salais replied wearily. It's not like that. The soldier next to them also volunteered. Yes, I will compile a list of handsome men and bring it to your majesty. Lias Salais was utterly shocked by these words. She thought, no matter how awful Lias Salais was, how could she be perceived as so debauched? She quickly addressed the two in front of her. No, listen to me. The soldier leaned closer to Lias Salais and asked, then what is it? He suddenly gasped. Then, Lias Salais and he stared at each other, their minds filled with question marks. Afterward, he removed his soldier's uniform, revealing his six-pack abs, his cheeks flushed. In a suggestive tone, he said, Indeed. Is it my turn? I apologize, Your Majesty. I didn't expect this to happen, so it's still the old underwear. Lauren, standing next to him, agreed, bowing. If you need a quiet space, I can take you to the bedroom. Lias Salais stood there, speechless, watching their performance. Lauren added, I'll leave now. Lias Salais cried out in a panic. You don't have to do this. The soldier suddenly collapsed. After all, you don't like underwear. Then I'll take it all off. Lias Salais' hair stood on end in fright. Covering her face with both hands, she yelled, I don't need anything. Everyone get out now. She furiously shooed them all out. The room was much quieter now, the luxurious furniture gleaming gold. Lias Salais flew straight to the bed and hugged a pillow. The bed was soft and warm. Finally got rid of them all. Now I can rest, Lias Salais thought, tears of joy streaming down her face. Lias Salais rolled back and forth, a satisfied, sly smile spreading across her face. Hee, this is all Lias Salais' comeuppance. She deserves it. Lauren approached Lias Salais' bedside, a bright smile on her face, and reported, Your Majesty, what should be done with the rest of the people in the harem? Hearing this, Lias Salais' weary body straightened abruptly. She asked in astonishment, There are more. Get those people out tomorrow as well. She gave the order decisively, without any regard for the men's feelings. If she felt sorry for anyone, it was only for her own life. Lauren simply replied softly, Yes, Your Majesty. After a while, Lauren spoke again. Then, Your Majesty, would you like to relax with an aromatherapy massage and have a light supper while you wait for nightfall? Lias Salais replied tiredly, No, I just want to sleep like this. However, tonight we must prepare for the wedding night. Lauren's serious voice rang out. These words startled Lias Salais, and she sat up, asking, Wedding night. It was as if 1,000 thunderbolts flashed through Lias Salais' mind. Her face fell, and she covered her mouth in alarm. Wedding night. Wedding night. Does that mean I have to sleep with him? With that tyrant? This wasn't in the original story. Lias Salais screamed internally. Forcing a smile, Lias Salais said to Lauren, I think I have alcohol-induced amnesia. Lauren replied with concern, Yes, Your Majesty. What are you saying? The game was over. Tears streamed down Lias Salais' face as she murmured, I don't understand why. She turned her face away awkwardly and stammered, the wedding night. Do we have to do it today? Lauren's expression remained calm. She announced clearly, Your wedding night was stipulated by Duke Celeste at the time of your marriage, to be carried out at least once a month. Lias Salais, Lias Celeste, crying silently in the corner, replied with a pained frown, I understand. As for the Duke Celeste that Lauren mentioned, he was the main contributor to the founding of the empire, having fostered many great swordsmen and renowned diplomats, and was the head of the illustrious Celeste ducal family. He was also Leah's father. At this thought, Lias Salais, Lias Celeste's face darkened. She couldn't bear to think about it any longer. This man was so powerful that he even stipulated the number of times his son-in-law and daughter were to consummate their marriage. Even for an arranged marriage, this was too much. After a while, Liaselai struggled to recall the memories of this body. Clutching the sheets tightly, she thought, but it's strange. Despite her attempts to sort through Liaselai's memories, nothing related to an arranged marriage or the Duke surfaced. At this point, she seemed to have a hypothesis about the alteration of the plot in Liaselai's mind. She pictured the marriage certificate, searching every corner of her memory, only to find disappointment. It was as if there had been nothing there from the beginning. That paper even had Emperor Shawn in her name, Liaselai's, written on it. Liaselai's realized, could it be, that this is a part that wasn't in the original work. After realizing that this part of the story wasn't in the original, Liaselai's immediately panicked, clutching her hair. No, this is too much, isn't it? Even side characters have their own lives. This awful novel, after much deliberation, Liaselai's came to a conclusion. Yes, in this chaotic world, I can only trust myself. Her hair disheveled, Liaselai's collapsed on the floor and weakly called out, "Lauren." Startled, Lauren replied with concern, "Yes, Your Majesty." Liaselai's gloomy face was hidden by her hair. Forcing a smile, she asked, "What do I need to prepare for today?" Then, feigning a refreshed spirit, she brushed her hair aside and excused herself. "Because I drank, my memory is a bit fuzzy." "What do I usually do?" Lauren replied earnestly, "You only need to compose your mind and calm down." Hearing this, Liaselai simply uttered, "Ah." "Compose my thoughts." Lauren replied hesitantly, "Yes, Your Majesty, because you prefer quiet." Hearing this, Liaselai's face blossomed into a smile. Delighted, she said, I understand. I just need to stay quiet." She thought to herself, "That's no big deal." Lauren reminded her worriedly, "Your Majesty, you really—" Then, Lauren's face fell, and she hurriedly grabbed Liaselai's hand. "On the previous 2 wedding nights, Your Majesty, you screamed. Did the Emperor become very rough?" Lauren gripped Liaselai's hand tighter, carefully advising, "So this time, for a peaceful night, you absolutely must not scream again." Night fell. Liaselai's, dressed in a silk slip dress and a long overcoat, was accompanied by Lauren and 2 soldiers. Except for Liaselai's, the other 3 had their faces covered with scarves. Liaselai's walked step by step on the green carpet of the Emperor's bedroom. Liaselai's paused for a moment, observing her surroundings. She thought, on the wedding night, the Emperor becomes rough, and there's even screaming. Could he have some kind of perverse hobby? I never expected this. She continued walking, lost in thought. The 2 soldiers respectfully opened the door for her to enter. As she entered the Emperor's bedroom, Liaselai's felt her vision widen. She looked around for a moment, thinking this bedroom is completely different from what I originally imagined. It looks warm and comfortable. Lauren bowed and said, "Your Majesty, then we shall take our leave." As soon as she finished speaking, the door gradually closed, and the light from outside disappeared along with it. Panic, like that of a 3-year-old abandoned by her mother, spread across Liaselai's face. "What?" she cried out loud. Inwardly, she screamed silently, her thoughts in disarray. No, don't leave me alone in this terrifying place. We hope you enjoy your night." Lauren's voice drifted through the closing gap of the door. Then, with a bang, the door shut completely, and Liaselai's cry of no was definitely unable to escape. Liaselai's slumped onto the bed in despair. Muttering to herself, she reproached, "Indeed, since the superior is the Emperor, this is how it is. Just like the capitalist world, this is the cold, hard business society. But what on earth did this Emperor do to make the Empress scream like that?" She looked around, asking herself this question. Liaselai sighed, lying on the bed, then muttered to herself, In the matter of Duke Cromwell too, I don't remember anything about the key figures in the story at all." Her mind was blank. She couldn't recall anything related to Duke Cromwell. Grabbing her hair, she exclaimed, "This is so frustrating. I'm going crazy." "All right." Liaselai's suddenly grabbed the mattress on the bed. "Since meeting him will be dangerous anyway, I might as well sleep first." With that, Liaselai's climbed into bed, happily pulling the blanket up to her chest, intending to sleep. Having said this with great resolve, she closed her eyes, planning to sleep until the next day. Lying in the soft, warm bed, Liaselai's thought contentedly, "This is wonderful. This feeling is so comfortable. Now I'll probably slowly fall asleep." Liaselai's gradually drifted off. Moonlight streamed in through the window, dimly illuminating a corner of the room. Suddenly, Liaselai's was startled awake, feeling as if someone was walking towards her from the dark corner, a tall figure approaching. Liaselai's pretended to be asleep, wondering, could it be the Emperor? But the man's actions surprised Lia Seilais even more. He simply laid down beside her, his back to her. Lia Seilais was a little scared, cold sweat trickling down her back. She reminded and comforted herself, "Don't make a sound, pretend to be asleep, pretend to be asleep." But suddenly, her expression softened considerably. She sat up and looked to her side, much quieter than I imagined. Lia Seilais quickly lay back down, covering her mouth with her hand. She was somewhat surprised. The situation must be better than I expected. Afterwards, Lia Seilais stealthily looked at Shawn Bermude's back, thinking, even his back is truly comforting. Meanwhile, although Shawn Bermude was lying down, both his ears were covered. Lia Seilais began to examine every part of the Tyrant Emperor beside her. His thick black hair looks so smooth. She thought, his hair alone is more handsome than those men in the harem. But she suddenly sat up. It seemed Lia Seilais had noticed something. At this moment, Shawn Bermude was covering his ears, lying there with his eyes tightly closed. Lia Seilais asked herself, why is he covering his ears while sleeping? He's acting as if it's noisy. Could it be OCD? A bold thought flashed through her mind. Lia Seilais guessed the reason for his behavior was his war experience. But it'll hurt his ears, she thought. With that thought, she immediately reached out to Shawn Bermude, softly calling out, "Your Majesty." As soon as the words left her lips, Lia Seilais' slender, white arm was tightly grasped by Shawn Bermude's rough, large hand. Then, Shawn Bermude pushed her directly onto the bed. The action made Lia Seilais' eyes widen in surprise. Shawn Bermude's dark hair fell down, his robe slipping off, revealing his perfect physique. He coldly stated, "You're too loud." A flicker of hostility flashed through Shawn Bermude's eyes as he stared directly into Lia Seilais. Lia Seilais lay there motionless, eyes wide open, memories flooding back like a waterfall. This reaction, I've seen it before, she thought. "Your Majesty," she softly called out. Shawn Bermude's grip on her wrist tightened. Ignoring Shawn Bermude's strength, Lia Seilais looked directly at him and asked, "Do you have a migraine?" Let's go back to when Lia Seilais was in the harem, watching the men compete for her affections, and to when there was trouble in Lia Seilais' harem. Somewhere in the castle, the atmosphere was gloomy, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. Beside it was an iron cage with many locks and large chains. A barefoot man was tied to a chair, his hands tightly bound, his voice trembling. "Help me, save me." A tall figure stood before him. The stench of enemy blood and screams filled the room. The bound man's hands were bleeding, restrained. This was no coincidence. Shawn Bermude watched the scene before him, his eyes becoming strangely vacant. "This makes me sick," he thought. Then suddenly, Shawn Bermude clutched his head, trying to reach for the iron bars in front of him. He gripped the bars tightly, pulling hard. The young man in the chair stopped screaming. His head slumped down. Shawn Bermude stood tall, looking down at the scene before him, one hand clutching his head. In Shawn Bermude's memory, when he was a child, he was heartbroken when a sparrow died in his hands. "I can't get that screaming out of my head," he thought angrily. A man knocked the sparrow from Shawn Bermude's hand and scolded him. "Don't mind such trivial matters. Let be, whether it's sorrow or joy." Back then, Shawn Bermude cried, but he received no hug or any comfort. Only extreme actions that rejected all emotions. "Happiness or sadness, that's not something you need to care about," the man said. That was the man who instilled and suppressed Shawn Bermude's emotions. He hammered an idea into Shawn Bermude's head. An overly emotional emperor will lead to the decline of the empire. Remember the prophecy and devote yourself to the empire. These arrogant, overbearing, and extreme words accompanied Shawn Bermude through every age. For example, when he was a child, he said, "Don't get involved in unnecessary things." When he became a teenager, he said, "Emotion is the biggest obstacle." When he became an adult, he still said, "Only by abandoning emotions will you not feel pain." Congratulations on your ascension to the throne, Your Majesty. Gradually, Shawn Bermude's eyes lost their emotion, leaving only the smoke and war. Even after Shawn Bermude became the emperor of the Aryan kingdom, that man constantly reminded him, "Your Majesty, please do not stop eliminating your enemies." Gradually, Shawn Bermude's eyes were filled only with killing. He even whispered in Shawn Bermude's ear with a smile, "That is the only way to stop the prophecy and save the kingdom." For someone who has spent his entire life controlling his emotions, war is unbearable. All these noisy words constantly echoed in Shawn Bermude's mind, causing him constant pain and discomfort. He confided to his imprisoned heart. I have been trying to adapt to being the head of the kingdom. These phantom-like voices constantly sting my ears. Unable to bear the pain, Shawn clutched his head tightly. Suddenly, a cane slammed heavily on the ground, and a deep voice rang out, "Your Majesty, do you want to stop the torture?" He roared, threatening Shawn. This man had the same platinum blonde hair as Leah Salit's. Of course, it was Cromwell Celeste, the man who had manipulated Shawn life and the Aryan kingdom. Shawn grunted in response and prepared to leave. As he walked past Cromwell, the latter coldly reminded the tyrant, "There are still many captured enemies. To end the rebellion, you must interrogate them to lighten your burden. Didn't you leave all the government affairs to me?" Cromwell's words echoed in Shawn ears. He felt like Cromwell's puppet. Shawn face crumpled, a flicker of anger showing. Suddenly, Cromwell changed the subject. "Tonight is your wedding night." Shawn turned to Cromwell, who said, "Then let us conclude for today, Your Majesty. You may return to your chambers." This was a reminder to Shawn that it was his wedding night with Cromwell's daughter, Leah Salit's, and that some progress was expected. Watching Cromwell's retreating figure, Shawn thought, come to think of it, he was the one who proposed this marriage. Even though I knew his intentions, I still agreed. It doesn't matter who the Empress is. If I had known how noisy she would be, I should have refused. Shawn recalled their wedding night. The moment Leah Salit's saw him covered in blood, she screamed incessantly, giving him a splitting headache. In his memory, every time Leah Salit's saw him, she trembled and cried out "Your Majesty" in terror, followed by piercing shrieks. "Don't come near me." Those torturous hands, those blood-soaked hands. The cold and ruthless Shawn who knew only slaughter, could no longer find a trace of positive emotion within himself. His figure amidst the smoke and flames of war was majestic and magnificent, yet utterly solitary. Since then, headaches had plagued him relentlessly, as if punishing him for his actions, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He slammed his hand against the edge of the bed, shattering it, snapping back to the present. The turbulent thoughts overwhelmed him. He roared again, glaring fiercely at Leah Salit's, making her face drain of color. Too noisy. Leah Salit's cowered, desperately suppressing a scream, her hand clamped tightly over her throat to stifle any sound. He had made it clear to Cromwell, "I demand silence today, or your daughter's life will be forfeit." Cromwell had simply replied calmly, "As you wish." Cromwell's reaction had surprised Shawn slightly, but he didn't show it. He thought he agreed so readily. He's abandoning his own daughter. If she dies because of me, wouldn't that be too cruel? Cromwell watched Shawn receding figure, a faint, imperceptible sneer playing on his lips. "Your Majesty." Leah Salit's soft call brought Shawn back to reality. She asked, "Do you suffer from migraines?" This question made Shawn eyes flash with surprise, as if a secret had been discovered. Like an enraged beast, he frowned and pushed Leah Salit's on the bed, snapping, "Shut up." Shawn stared at her, as if she were his enemy. He thought, she's no different from the others. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. This woman will surely scream, won't she? Can I control myself? Will I kill her? However, to his surprise, Leah Salit's didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, she gently reached out and touched him, softly saying, "Your Majesty, lie down. Close your eyes." Then, she took the initiative, pushing him down onto the bed and asking, "Aren't you tired?" This action left the usually stern Shawn somewhat stunned and bewildered. Leah Salit's possessed a quality diametrically opposed to his own, an innocent purity. Now, she tucked him in and said cheerfully, "I'll tell you a story to help you sleep, all right?" Confused, Shawn lay down stiffly, offering no response, only a single doubt in his mind. What's going on? She's completely different today. Then, Leah Salit's began her story. "When I was 20, I met a man. He was my first love. He was always flirting with other women, so I wanted to break up. So, hi, Andu. No, Hade. Yes, I said I wanted to return the gifts he gave me." Leah Salit's rambled on beside him. He kept his eyes wide open, slightly disdainful of her rambling nonsense. Ignoring his reaction, she continued, "Later, I gave a beautiful pen to a man named Taylor for our 1-year anniversary, but he gave me a box of cookies he claimed he baked himself, which he actually bought from the discount section of a bakery." Shawn lay silently on the bed, not interacting with Leah Salit's, but his overactive mind continued to race. "She's talking endlessly beside me, but I don't have a headache. I'm actually feeling sleepy." Fragments of her words, like "So I said I wasn't happy," or "But he angrily said," echoed in his ears. I only care about money. I'm suddenly sleepy, Shawn thought to himself. Leah Salitz continued recounting her romantic history, but that guy named Si-hoon. Oh no, Saint. He was a good guy. Even though I always paid for our dates, he would always write me letters. Very romantic, right? She gazed at him as she spoke, tucking the blanket around him again. Shawn looked at the platinum-haired girl, his gaze becoming hazy as he drifted off to sleep. But she's actually talking about her ex-boyfriends in front of her husband. What a strange woman. Now, all Shawn could see was Leah Salitz's smiling face and the mocking thoughts he had about her. Leah Salitz rested her chin elegantly on her hand, gazing at him as she said, "But I'm fine now. I completely moved on from those men. There were a few others in the harem, but that's all in the past," Leah Salitz suddenly said. Shawn thought to himself, "I thought she'd be as promiscuous and obsessed with such things as her father. Is she too naive when it comes to love? But it seems she isn't that kind of frivolous woman." These thoughts, along with her sweet voice and rambling stories, washed over Shawn mind like a sedative, helping him drift off to sleep. "Good night, Your Majesty," Leah Salitz whispered into the ear of the sleeping man before her. A few other men in the harem. Why a few? A few equally nonsensical questions still lingered in Shawn hazy thoughts. After falling asleep, Shawn and Leah Salitz slept soundly until the next morning when bright sunlight streamed through the window into their room. Light filled every corner of the room, waking Shawn. He gently opened his eyes and looked around. "My mind feels empty and light." Shawn subconsciously touched his head, thinking that he had indeed slept well. Afterward, Shawn turned to the girl lying beside him. Shawn said nothing. In his eyes, the sleeping Leah Salitz seemed to have a filter on, both amusing and unusually sweet. Shawn thought, "This is a remarkably peaceful morning." Suddenly, Shawn sat up, frowning, and even glared at Leah Salitz. He thought she was so enthusiastic before, but now she's sleeping so soundly. Then, he reached out to grab Leah Salitz's hand, but he didn't follow through with his plan. Looking at Leah Salitz, Shawn thought, "My wife. This isn't as unpleasant as I imagined. How unexpected." He mused, looking at Leah Salitz's lovely sleeping face. Shawn sat on the bed, rubbing his temples, feeling no pain or discomfort. He thought, "I slept better because of her." That's strange. For years, Shawn had tried many methods, but no medicine had helped alleviate his headaches and insomnia. But after listening to this woman's voice, I actually slept better last night. What did she do? Shawn face darkened as he stared down at the sleeping girl. After a while, Shawn sighed and shook his head. Regardless, it's a blessing to have a relaxed mind. It seems Shawn was in a better mood today than he had been in recent days. While Leah Salitz was still asleep, Shawn tidied his clothes in front of the mirror. Thoughts about his headaches and Leah Salitz continued to surface in his mind. "My headaches have made meetings with the ministers incredibly difficult. I've handed almost all the work over to Duke Celeste, but I can't continue like this. I should take this opportunity to finish those postponed documents." Shawn thought as he opened the door, preparing to leave the room. His hand was on the doorknob, but Shawn gaze wasn't directed outside. Instead, he looked at the sleeping girl, Leah Salitz, in the room. He thought, perhaps working is the way to repay this good night's sleep. Then, the door opened slightly, and the light from outside seeped in. A moment later, the door closed tightly again, restoring the quiet atmosphere of last night. So, who is left in the harem? Shawn pondered as he walked back into the room. Leah Salitz woke up, stretched, and embraced the morning sunlight, showing that she had slept very well. Leah Salitz was radiant, and she rejoiced inwardly. I slept so well." She hummed happily in bed, praising herself. She thought, "Last night was amazing, wasn't it? The Emperor fell asleep unexpectedly easily. My ASMR really works." Just then, Lauren stood beside her, bowing and asking, "Your Majesty, did you sleep well?" Leah Salitz got out of bed and replied cheerfully, "Yes, good morning, Lauren. What's on the schedule for today?" As if a switch had been flipped, Lauren began to rattle off Leah Salitz's schedule. As you know, after every social gathering, a tea party with Duke Celeste is scheduled. The Duke is expected to arrive at the Imperial Palace in 2 hours. Leah Salitz's face fell, and she asked with displeasure, "Why is the Duke so interested in social gatherings?" This wasn't new to her, which made her even more uncomfortable. In Leah Salet's memory, every time she saw Cromwell, he would sit in the head seat and question her, "When are you going to give me a grandson? I'm old and about to die." But Leah Salet would only reply, "Father, I'm only 20. This kind of urging, I still have to listen to your nagging about marriage in my free time." Cromwell would always chatter on about all sorts of things when he saw her. Nothing's better than dragon tail soup for producing sons. Don't leave a single drop. Eat it all. Thinking about this, Leah Salet started to feel tired, dizzy, and have a headache. Her voice trembled. Thinking back, I think I'll probably feel unwell in about an hour. Can you tell my father not to come to the Imperial Palace today? This absurd excuse left Lauren speechless. But your majesty, isn't this the event you've been looking forward to? Lauren asked in surprise. These words startled Leah Salet. She looked at Lauren blankly and asked. Lauren replied, "Yes, your majesty. You said that was the only day your father would visit." At that moment, Leah Salet could only silently blame her stupid brain for not remembering something she had calculated. Grabbing her hair, she screamed internally, "Don't give the supporting characters such a tragic backstory." Leah Salet did remember reading the novel. The author created a blog called Leah Salet's Harem Empire, and there was a section sharing her true thoughts about her father. "I still hate it," she thought. "I don't want to care about other people's family matters. I said it wouldn't happen again afterwards." "Unbelievable," Leah Salet muttered. These words made Lauren freeze. Lauren lowered her head and replied, "I understand." Thankfully, last night ended peacefully. The Duke will be very relieved if I tell him. Satisfied with her handmaid's reaction, Leah Salet smiled, lowered her hand, and hummed softly. Then she instructed Lauren, "Do just that. By the way, I need to see the royal physician today." Lauren asked worriedly, "Do you mean now?" Leah replied, "Yes, prepare the bath." After giving Lauren her instructions, Leah Salet continued to plan the next steps to save her own life. There's no time to relax. Leah will die from poisoning. I need to understand this body and prepare for future threats. To survive, I need to check my health now, she thought. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open and someone shouted from inside, "Her Majesty, the Empress is here." A young man with long hair pushed the door open directly and shouted joyfully, "Your Majesty, how could you be here?" The young man possessed an androgynous beauty. He smiled flatteringly at Leah Salet. "If you had called for me, I would have come running without even putting on my shoes." His dazzling radiance and sweet words, like melted sugar cane, made Leah Salet freeze. Leah must have chosen him solely for his looks, she thought. Then Leah Salet replied, "No, there's just something I wanted to ask." The man cheerfully invited Leah Salet to sit down. "I understand. Please have a seat." Leah Salet sat on the same sofa as him, and he kept leaning closer to her, smiling. Leah Salet turned her head to look at the young man in front of her, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Why are you so close?" She deliberately moved away slightly. Leah Salet reminded him, "Isn't this a bit too close, even for a consultation?" He was puzzled by these strange words. "With all due respect, but last time you said it was easier to hear this way." He leaned directly against Leah Salet and whispered. The corners of Leah Salet's mouth twitched. Immediately afterward, Leah Salet put a meter's distance between herself and the man. She cursed under her breath. "Even if the doctor is hands-on, this is too much." She reminded him, "I'll be mindful of keeping my distance from now on." These words left him dumbfounded. Regaining her composure, Leah Salet cleared her throat. "More importantly, I've been rather worried about my health lately." She pretended to seriously consult the young man about a few things. "I'd like to have an allergy test or a full body checkup. As a doctor, you naturally know what's best. Additional examinations may take about a day to prepare." He interrupted Leah Salet with a smile. "I don't know anything." "What?" Leah Salet exclaimed. "I don't know those things," he replied. The maids at the side also seemed a little worried, but they pretended to look around, turning a deaf ear and a blind eye. But physically, he raised his slender hand. "I know your softness very well." The man touched Leah Salet's shoulder and spoke in a seductive tone. This action made Leah Salet a little scared. "He looks no different from a pervert." Leah Salet then said something, but the room was filled with the quack's echoing voice. "Why don't you remember? Otherwise, you wouldn't let me do this. You said there was a bottom line, even when serving you in the bedchamber." To him, Leah Salitz was like a rose growing on a dangerous peak. He continued with his saccharine words, "But on your lonely throne, are you tired of being alone, my empress? I want to know you more. Please, trust me." Leah Salitz immediately brushed his restless hand off her. She interrupted him, "No, it's not like that." Leah Salitz's eyes changed, becoming much colder. What kind of royal physician doesn't understand the empress's condition? It's a miracle you're still alive. Guards, take this man away at once. As he was being dragged out by the soldiers, the quack was still screaming, "Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. If there is anything lacking, please let me correct it. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." His voice echoed, but Leah Salitz didn't care. She turned around angrily and walked inside. Looking at the things on the table, Leah Salitz sneered contemptuously, a shabby stethoscope, even covered in dust. Holding the dusty stethoscope in her hand, Leah Salitz thought, keeping someone like that as a doctor means I'll be poisoned soon, or worse. Then, she called for Lauren. "Lauren, who brought that person on board?" Lauren replied, "Your Majesty, you chose him from the candidates. You said his face made you trust him quite a bit." These words were like a bolt from the blue. Leah Salitz collapsed weakly to the floor, inwardly cursing the original owner of this body. What a useless airhead to actually choose him based on his looks. Then, Leah Salitz casually tore up the quack's medical license, a deadly smile blooming on her face. She thought, but he did graduate from medical school. Even if his grades were abysmal, a decent diploma like this can be bought. Just as she was about to tear it further, she stopped. "Wait, I feel like I've missed something." Documents submitted to the Empress are usually reviewed by lower-ranking officials first. How did someone this incompetent become a candidate? This doubt startled her. Leah Salitz's face darkened, and the half-torn piece of paper fluttered to the ground. Thinking about this, she pursed her lips slightly and murmured, "That might just be Leah's mischief, but might not be right." The entire room was filled with tension, and Leah Salitz felt uneasy. It seemed someone medically inept slipped through. It seemed someone was supporting him from the shadows. Her emotions were in turmoil. With so much happening, it wasn't surprising that Leah liked handsome men. Suddenly, Leah Salitz remembered his recent highly suspicious behavior. It seems that Doctor was also chosen for his looks. They must have bribed a handsome graduate. At this moment, it dawned on her. She understood their insidious and meticulous plot, secretly installing such a useless person. If they profited from it and the plan went smoothly, it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. It would clearly become a simple case of poisoning. It wasn't a coincidence or an accident, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Because before she knew the cause of her deteriorating health, she must have been slowly poisoned for a long time. Leah's death was more calculated than expected. Now, Leah Salitz also realized that the whole process was obscured by some invisible force, and although the Emperor's cause of death was suicide, this wasn't mentioned in the original story. She began to use all her sharp reasoning abilities to ascertain the truth. If he was willing to spend all day in that dark and dirty basement listening to screams, then it was likely related to health, not physical or mental well-being. If the Empress's personal physician was bribed, then the Emperor's health couldn't be guaranteed. Leah Salitz couldn't stand idly by and let evil fester, so she was determined to change this dirty scheme. "I will definitely stop the source of this incident." If she was weak and didn't protect herself, she would eventually be eliminated. Therefore, Leah Salitz was determined not to let this happen. "I will save myself, save the Emperor, for a peaceful future." Having made up her mind, she didn't change her decision and immediately called for her attendant, Lauren. Leah Salitz didn't want to delay any longer. She had to act immediately. "Let's go see His Majesty." Yes, before directly confronting the evil forces, there are a few things Leah Salitz needs to figure out. "I have some things to confirm." "Where is he?" Faced with her question, Lauren immediately stammered, "He's in his study." Although Chambre Mud was busy with official duties, Leah Salitz couldn't delay any longer, so she immediately set off to see him. What? Why is the Empress here? What trouble is the Empress going to cause now? This time, standing in front of Chambre Mud's study, the place was as quiet as ever, with only the guards standing watch. When they saw Leah Salitz appear, they immediately bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty." Ignoring the formalities, she gave them a bright, flowery smile and asked warmly, "Hello, is His Majesty in the room?" Although Leah Salitz then explained her request, the two soldiers were still stunned for a full 5 seconds by her words and actions. "Could you open the door for me? I have a few urgent questions for him." Did the Empress just greet us? However, they didn't dare disobey orders and could only bow awkwardly. We apologize, but His Majesty has given orders not to see anyone without a prior appointment. Hearing this, Leah Salitz didn't want to make things difficult for them, but she didn't want to leave either. I really must ask him now. Isn't that possible? We are very sorry, Your Majesty. Seeing that she didn't make a fuss, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Leah Salitz said, It seems impossible. There's nothing I can do. However, she didn't intend to leave so easily and continued, then I'll just have to go in and ask him directly. Without another word, she immediately darted past them like lightning. How are you so fast? What? Your Majesty, you can't go in. Despite being the Empress, Leah Salitz didn't care much for etiquette and barged into his room. The guards panicked at her sudden action and ran to stop her. Your Majesty, you can't do this. If you barge in suddenly now. At this moment, inside the study, Shawn was discussing matters with his ministers. She burst into the room without hesitation, not giving the servants and guards behind her time to stop her. When Shawn saw Leah Salitz's unexpected action, he simply asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this?" Upon seeing him, she offered a friendly and sweet smile, curtsying respectfully. "Good day, Your Majesty." Faced with Leah Salitz's impoliteness, Shawn immediately questioned her. "Are you unaware of protocol? Trespassers are forbidden." However, she feigned innocence and admitted her fault. "Forgive me, but there are a few things I must ask you right now." Hearing this, he became curious about what urgent matter had brought her here. "I'm curious. How important are these questions of yours?" Of course, there was nothing more important than this. However, contrary to Shawn expectations, she blurted out a completely unrelated question. "Your Majesty, have you had breakfast yet?" Faced with Leah Salitz's baffling question, he was speechless, frozen in place. At this moment, two guards, fearing Shawn wrath, quickly knelt down to apologize. The two kowtowed, hoping to appease Shawn anger. "Your Majesty, please grant us death. We have failed in our duty and were unable to stop Her Majesty the Empress." While the two prayed silently, Leah Salitz continued, "Your Majesty, you must be hungry after dealing with official business all morning. Please." She had insisted on barging into his study, only to invite him to breakfast. "If you haven't eaten yet, would you join me for a meal?" However, contrary to Leah Salitz's enthusiasm, Shawn simply replied coldly, "No." Hearing this, the two guards immediately stepped forward, gently taking her by the arm. "Your Majesty, allow us to escort you out." Fearing that Leah Salitz's continued presence would cause more trouble, they acted swiftly. "Forgive our rudeness, Your Majesty." However, she was reluctantly led out, feeling somewhat unwilling. "Wait just a moment." As soon as they left the study, Lauren anxiously asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Move aside." Was he going to keep this up? She hadn't given up yet, continuing to knock on his door and plead, "Your Majesty, please stop this and have a meal with me." Leah Salitz's words and actions stemmed from her concern for Shawn health. "You need to eat 3 meals a day on time to sleep well." She told herself she had to try harder or she wouldn't be able to salvage the situation. "The reason I have to do this isn't just because of the incompetent doctor incident. I need to get closer to him. If it's just a brief encounter like our wedding night, I won't be able to judge his condition at all." However, Leah Salitz knew the road ahead would be difficult. "But if I say that I'll be poisoned in the future and he'll commit suicide, who would believe me?" Although these actions seemed insignificant, each one was essential. Therefore, fostering their relationship through shared meals was naturally necessary. Only when both parties are willing to open their hearts to each other will things become easier. "Once we're close, I'll take good care of his diet and daily life, ensuring his physical and mental well-being." By then, Leah Salitz would be able to completely secure a peaceful future for herself and Shawn. Seeing herself being brushed off like this, she couldn't hold back any longer and decided to change her tactics. "I thought this wouldn't be easy, but now it seems easier than I imagined. He's like a prickly Black Panther. I need to remind him that I'm not someone to be trifled with." Then, Leah Salitz turned to Lauren and revealed her next plan. "Lauren, could you prepare some refreshments? I think we're going to have a tea party now and see who wins in the end." Meanwhile, Shawn had finally finished his official duties. The secretary behind him said, "Your Majesty, you've worked hard." The secretary followed closely and immediately asked, "Your Majesty, should the remaining official duties be left for tomorrow?" However, Shawn didn't seem to care. "No, it's fine." He He didn't want to make any changes. Everything would proceed as planned. We'll proceed as scheduled tomorrow. Seeing that he seemed to be about to leave, the secretary was quite surprised. Oh, Your Majesty, are you leaving now? If Leah's Salad's stubbornness was second to anyone, no one would dare claim first. She was still sitting outside the study, waiting for Shawn. The secretary was surprised to find that she had been waiting there since morning. Her Majesty's persistence truly embodied the saying, where there's a will, there's a way. Leah Salat, undeterred, continued to ask, would you be willing to join me for dinner? Shawn, seeing that she hadn't given up even after being rejected once, thought to himself, this woman is shameless. Is she trying to get my attention? Despite Leah Salat's good intentions, Shawn mistook her persistence for shamelessness. I'll see how long this shamelessness can last. However, at this moment, as he met her radiant eyes, a strange feeling suddenly swept through his heart. Leah Salat's captivating purple eyes seemed to hold a magical power, causing Shawn to become somewhat entranced, forgetting to look away for a moment. Seeing that he hadn't explicitly refused, Leah Salat took it as tacit agreement and immediately stood up. Then let's go to the dining hall. A brilliant smile spread across Leah Salat's lips, making her look like a princess from a fairy tale. Her efforts and patience had finally paid off. The two walked towards the dining hall together. Yes, Your Majesty. To keep the atmosphere from falling into an awkward silence, Leah Salat asked him a few questions. Your Majesty, what kind of food do you usually enjoy? She showed extreme concern for Shawn, adding, do you put oranges in your salad? I think tomatoes would be better. Although Shawn remained silent throughout, she didn't, simply muttering to herself, ah, I heard lettuce is good for sleep. Each dish was served with her reminders, and the almond chicken, too. After a good while, he still hadn't said anything, placing his plate back on the table. I trust the chef has taken note of that. This caused the chattering Leah Salat to pause for a few seconds. It seemed Shawn was now uncomfortable, a heavy atmosphere filling the room. What do you want? To avoid misunderstanding, she explained, I just want you to eat well. Hearing this answer, he grew more curious. Why do you care? Leah Salat had always hoped his health would be taken care of as best as possible. Well, since you're sleeping well, I thought you should eat well too. The concern she expressed was based on facts. See, even now, that fish on the table hasn't been touched. How could she not be worried? He hasn't even taken a single bite. It was precisely because of Shawn poor diet and lack of sleep that Leah Salat was so uneasy. His mind was always tense, unable to rest. However, he hadn't once been gentle with her. Instead, he'd built a wall of suspicion against her because of that absurd reason. Are you challenging an emperor who can easily snap your neck? Leah Salat, not the least bit afraid, retorted directly, causing the servants behind her to tremble. But you haven't done so, have you? His hands began to clench, showing his annoyance. What makes you think that? Leah Salat answered without hesitation, for she was a composed woman, because I'm still alive. Despite being treated casually, she believed Shawn harbored no ill will towards her. If your Majesty wanted to harm me, you would have done so last night, but you spared me. I don't think you'll change your mind so soon. Faced with her completely accurate words, he was speechless. That is why I requested to dine with you. After circling around the topic for a while, Leah Salat finally revealed her true intentions. Shawn commented, for someone willing to risk their life for a meal, your reasoning seems too selfless. Actually, there's something I'd like to request of your Majesty. She no longer hid her intentions, stating frankly, this morning, I dismissed my personal physician because I found him incompetent. Your Majesty, I think there's been some misunderstanding. If I'm being ignorant, please tell me. Then Leah Salat boldly proposed, if your Majesty permits, I would also like to be examined by the imperial physician. Seeing her so straightforward and strong, Shawn looked at her with different eyes. As expected of Duke Celeste's daughter. All of Leah Salat's efforts were acknowledged by him. I thought you only enjoyed a decadent life in the harem, unconcerned with state affairs. I didn't expect you to try to solidify your position this way. Shawn immediately hit her where it hurt. You're willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, aren't you? Hearing this, she was a little surprised. At this moment, Leah Salat hadn't expected that she was such a fiend in his eyes. Is he saying I inherited Cromwell, Celeste's wickedness? How am I like him? She naturally couldn't admit it, so she retorted to say that just because I want to share a physician is too much. I just think it would be more convenient to look after your Majesty's health this way. Since she had already started, she pressed on, asking, if you permit, I would also like to help treat your insomnia. Who would have thought he would accept without hesitation? I agree. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Oh, really? When her request was accepted, Leah Salitz was incredibly grateful, her smile radiant. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll ask the physician about how to treat insomnia. You needn't bother. However, his icy words made her heart plummet like a stone into an icy abyss, shattering on the spot. Shawn didn't linger, rising to leave. No matter how you did it last night. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave Leah Salitz with a warning. If you dare try to manipulate me with your foolish tricks again, you won't live. Seeing that she was continuously misunderstood as having ulterior motives, she explained again, I didn't mean it that way at all. He always seemed unwilling to speak much with Leah Salitz. Before she could finish, his foot had already stepped out the door. Then we shall see. Leah Salitz wouldn't accept him leaving just like that, immediately standing up. Your Majesty, don't be like this. Don't you want to have a good night's sleep tonight? You talk too much. She slowly followed behind Shawn, continuing to persuade him, I sincerely just want to help your Majesty sleep better. Though repeatedly ignored, she remained unfazed, offering, if you wish to sleep as peacefully as you did last night, you may come to my room anytime. However, all of Leah Salitz's concern ultimately earned her nothing more than a door slammed in her face. At this, her strong facade finally crumbled, her heart aching. Seeing Leah Salitz collapse, the servants rushed forward. Your Majesty, are you all right? Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Faced with her silent efforts yielding no reward, she felt a pang of sadness. Can I consider this a success? Pretending to be calm is truly exhausting. Leah Salitz, unsure of what else to do, returned to her room to read. Since I've overcome the most dangerous hurdle, it's time to prepare a thorough detoxification plan. If the imperial physician is trustworthy, I can discuss His Majesty's health with him. Though Shawn was still unwilling to open up to her, it was only a matter of time. His Majesty seems uncooperative now, but that's not a problem. More accurately, Leah Salitz was determined to make him cooperate. Even if he wants to push me away now, he won't easily forget the comfortable feeling of a good night's sleep. Just the thought of it made her heart flutter like the arrival of spring. I will definitely win his heart. I will get my revenge. Just you wait, male lead. For her plan to proceed smoothly, patience was paramount. From that day forward, she began visiting the Emperor's study every day. Leah Salitz gently pushed open the door and asked warmly, Good morning, Your Majesty. Have you had breakfast? Not only in the morning, but even at noon, she still longed to share a meal with him. Your Majesty, would you care to join me for lunch? Though Leah Salitz had her pride, at this point, she no longer cared. Who cares about my image? Please, it's not like I have nothing. According to her recollection, a week had passed since that night, which meant it seemed Leah Salitz's golden opportunity was fast approaching. He's nearing his limit. As night enveloped the space, Leah Salitz sat alone in her room, brushing her hair. Loneliness seemed to have surrounded her for too long, and her eyes couldn't help but fill with sorrow. Leah Salitz seemed to want to go somewhere to dispel her sadness, so she pushed open the door and walked out. However, as soon as the door opened, a familiar figure whom Leah Salitz had been anticipating appeared before her. Oh my, what brings you here? And that person was none other than Shawn. He had finally come to her on his own accord. Your Majesty. Faced with his sudden appearance, Leah Salitz was slightly flustered. Your Majesty. Just as she had predicted, Shawn could no longer hold back. Tonight, let me sleep well. Though slightly surprised, a second later, she gave a gentle smile and invited him in. Yes, Your Majesty. And so, throughout the night, the two of them slept very soundly together. The next morning, Shawn continued to immerse himself in his busy official duties. At this time, the secretary approached him. Your Majesty. He then announced, Her Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Hearing this, he pondered for a long while. After that night, their relationships seemed to have improved. As he rose to meet her, please wait a moment. Yes. Everyone was surprised by Shawn strange reaction today, as he no longer ignored her. Who would have thought everyone would react so strongly? Oh my, it's happening again today. Did you see that? Did you all see that? It's already the fourth day. Oh my goodness, someone pinched me. I think I'm going crazy. It seemed that Shawn was more open to Leah's salads and treated her more gently. How can His Majesty dine with the Empress? Quickly, let's go. Yes, I understand. Seeing that she had successfully changed his feelings towards her, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Instead of remaining silent, Shawn took the initiative to greet Leah's salads. How was your morning? Seeing him show such concern, she eagerly told him, I was a bit busy, read some books, and then went to the garden. There are many flowers I like there, so it was quite enjoyable. Shawn seemed to maintain his cold and taciturn CEO demeanor, saying nothing and focusing solely on his meal. Although Leah's salads was able to get close to him, it wasn't enough. He's still stagnant. He has no intention of getting along with me properly. Unable to accept the quiet atmosphere, she raised her hand, Your Majesty. Although she could reach it herself, she still hoped Shawn would hand it to her. Could you please pass me the pepper? At Leah's salad's request, he immediately handed her the pepper. She took it at once with a happy and grateful expression. Thank you. In contrast to Leah's salad's vibrancy, he maintained his indifferent expression. Thanks to you, it will be even more delicious. Seeing Shawn prepare to leave and stand up, she asked, Are you leaving soon? Leah's salads, as always, gave him a bright smile and made plans for the evening. Then, I'll see you tonight, Your Majesty. After Shawn left, she continued to enjoy her delicious breakfast. Lauren, curious, leaned in and asked, Your Majesty, how did you manage it? Leah's salads replied, what do you mean? As she gently poured tea for Leah's salads, Lauren clarified, I mean His Majesty. Apart from the wedding night, he never even set foot past your chambers. Do you see him every day now? Leah's salads didn't hide anything. Setting down her teacup, she calmly admitted yes. Seeing her composed expression, Lauren still seemed somewhat incredulous. Leah's salads continued, Should I say I tamed him? At first, I was completely ignored like an outsider. Recalling that night, she remembered attending to him diligently. Shawn said, Let me sleep. She responded softly, Of course, Your Majesty. Please lie down. She gently helped Shawn lie down and brushed her hair to the side. After all that effort, the only thing he said to me was, Let me sleep. He was unexpectedly rather endearing, helping someone with severe insomnia and dark circles fall asleep. She continued, I decided then and there, today, I shall tell you a story about a maid who used to work at my family's estate. When she worked at the tea house, she met a difficult customer. As Leah's salads told the story, she tucked Shawn in. The most remarkable thing is, he can hardly sleep without me now. Lost in thought, she mused, could it be because he enjoys the nights we've been spending together lately? Oh, Lauren, standing beside Leah's salads, blushed slightly. Leah's salads said, I do my utmost every night for His Majesty. Being able to help him sleep peacefully brought her immense satisfaction. Fortunately, he seems quite pleased. Seeing their growing intimacy, Lauren was genuinely happy for them. With such a close relationship between you and His Majesty, the Duke must be overjoyed. Leah's salads replied, Yes, he should be. After breakfast, Leah's salads moved on to her next task. Father hasn't visited since that day. Let's go. I must finish my duties before nightfall. Yes, Your Majesty. The servants bowed respectfully and continued with their work. Health had always been paramount for Leah's salads, so she next went to see the royal physician. Greetings, Your Majesty. She entered gracefully and said, I know you seem to be growing tired of seeing me so frequently. Standing before Leah's salads was Merton, the royal physician whom she had always looked down upon, a quack in the palace. She sat down gracefully and began to complain about her symptoms. Since I entrusted my initial diagnosis to you, I haven't had a single night without a splitting headache, unable to sleep. Faced with Merton's perfunctory treatment, Leah's salads felt slightly uncomfortable, but she didn't press the matter too much. Yet, instead of reflecting on your incompetence, you treat the patient as if they are feigning illness. Merton's face was filled with anxiety. I wonder what excuse you'll use to fob me off today. Despite undergoing several examinations, her health remained unchanged. In fact, Merton's diagnosis was quite accurate. I'm forcing myself to appear healthy. It hurts, it really hurts. Harassed like this by Leah's salads, Merton was on the verge of tears. In my diagnosis, Your Majesty is in perfect health, without any ailment. Less nonsense. Just give me the medicine according to my diagnosis. Everything Merton said was true, yet she humiliated her mercilessly. If someone easily loses their integrity in the face of money or power, doesn't that mean they are more easily bribed? Hurry up and bring the medicine. Your Majesty, could you describe your symptoms more clearly? I don't know. Just give me the medicine. I'm in so much pain. Leah Salitz naturally felt justified in her actions. I've been pressuring Merton for 2 weeks for this. Finally, the most crucial, the most important day has arrived. Today is the long-awaited final test. Leah Salitz sat upright before Merton and asked again, "Today, I will certainly receive an accurate diagnosis, won't I?" She didn't want any more mistakes, so she warned in advance. Your answer this time concerns your life. Think carefully before you speak. A heavy, tense atmosphere instantly filled the small examination room. Now, tell me, what is your diagnosis? Merton seemed so terrified that she could barely speak coherently. Your Majesty. Leah Salitz remained seated, patiently waiting for her to finish. You have a slight ailment. Hearing this, she didn't say a word. Only a faint smile played on her lips. Her theatrical skills, comparable to a renowned actress, were instantly on full display. Insolent. How dare you? She snapped. It seems you won't take my authority seriously unless I teach you a lesson. Merton hurriedly defended herself. Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare. At this moment, Leah Salitz pointed a sharp dagger at her. Then you should have given me an honest diagnosis. You treat me as a liar, and now you expect to keep your head. She didn't want to waste any more time and issued her final ultimatum. I'll count to 3. You better tell me the truth. This is your last chance. She began to count 1, 2. Merton was already babbling 3. Aye. Merton must have been praying silently, a look of terror on her face. After repeated questioning, the only answer Leah Salitz received was aye. I'm sorry, but as someone entrusted with the duty of protecting life, I'm not lying. Though seemingly on the verge of death, she didn't change her answer. Currently, Your Majesty, you are in perfect health. Merton, pale with fright, immediately assured her, I will continue to do my best to ensure Your Majesty's safety and well-being within the palace. Spare me. The next second, Leah Salitz's demeanor shifted completely, a friendly smile replacing her previous severity. Good, that's the answer I wanted. Her next instructions left Merton even more bewildered. If it's you, I can trust you. Since His Majesty and I are both healthy, I can trust you to take care of His Majesty. Yes. One moment she resembled the Grim Reaper with a scythe. The next an angel descended from heaven. I'll look forward to working with you, Merton. Then, releasing her, she left with Lauren. Now that the royal physician issue is resolved, has the tension eased? Lauren, have you cleared out the harem? Yes, she immediately reported to Leah Salitz. All the furniture and decorations have been cleared out, and the remaining items will be moved out today. However, there has been an unexpected delay. Someone who hasn't left is holding up the process. Hearing this, she was clearly displeased. What? I explicitly ordered those people to be removed. Lauren, too, was extremely uncomfortable with this defiance, but there was nothing she could do. Please forgive them. They insist on seeing His Majesty the Emperor before they leave. As they walked, she thought to herself, could those people also be caught up in Leah's mess, becoming another batch of trouble? But soon, Leah's methods will change everyone's fate. However, all of this will end today. The best way to deal with troublemakers is to make trouble. I'll definitely let them know that I'm the biggest troublemaker on this continent. Meanwhile, a very loud voice came from the room. The royal family must keep its promises. I could hear it from the other side. It seems they're putting up a strong resistance. Unable to ignore the noise, Leah Salitz pushed open the door and walked in. Hey, you there. If you keep this up, there will be consequences. I thought there would be a group of people, but there's only one figure. Oh, just one person. It seems simpler than I imagined. Expel him. And that person was none other than Leto Castle. He was vehemently protesting against the nobles. Wake up, wake up. I accuse the royal family of breaking their promises and abandoning the future of the entire empire. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility. Isn't this different from what was promised? Then Lauren whispered his identity in her ear. I won't do it. I'm Leto Castle. His Majesty brought me here because he said I was a charming and intelligent man. It seemed Leto Castle strongly opposed being kicked out. just like that. He insisted on not moving a single step. He promised that if I joined the harem, he would pay all my tuition fees, and now he wants me to leave. He wants to turn me into a highly educated, unemployed man, filled with anger and resentment. He took a deep breath and shouted to express his determination. I won't accept it. At this moment, Leah's silence froze for 5 seconds. I shouldn't have come in here. I made a wrong move. To temporarily appease Leto Castle and quiet him down for a few minutes, she sat down to talk with him. To prove he wasn't bluffing, he took out a piece of paper and presented it to Leah Salitz. I have a written agreement. As long as I stay in the harem for 3 years, His Majesty will pay all my tuition fees at the Imperial Academy. Without hesitation, she immediately took the paper and carefully read its contents. Fortunately, I'm not the impatient type, unlike some people, but after seeing the astronomical figure, her face immediately darkened. What? How? How much is this? Leah Salitz was stunned when she saw the mountain of money he had been promised. Over $100 million per semester. What kind of guarantee is this? To prevent the situation from escalating, she agreed to help him resolve the issue. Didn't you hear me? I need to rescreen the harem anyway. I've only been here for 2 months. I'll leave and pay your tuition. But Leto Castle's next words left her speechless. Excuse me, but the registration period is only once every 4 years, and it just passed last month. I was planning to borrow some money to register, but His Majesty promised to pay all the tuition, so that's why I'm here today. Now Leah Salitz was in a dilemma. She couldn't spend such a huge sum of money on this matter. This is a crisis. If I'm not careful, once the truth comes out, I'll end up infamous as a villain who squanders tax money. Seeing that this method was unrealistic, she proposed another plan for him. There's more than one academy, right? I'll help you find another academy, get you a special certificate, of course, somewhere more affordable. Faced with her suggestion, Leto Castle firmly disagreed, loyal only to his initial choice. No, it has to be the Imperial Academy. He had already poured his heart and soul into it, so he couldn't just give up, even if it was just a simple subject. It wasn't profitable, and even Leah Salitz couldn't help but be surprised by his determination. The special medical course is my favorite major, and only the Imperial Academy has it. Wait, medicine? That's making medicine, right? As expected, good luck couldn't be stopped. She had actually found her savior here. So this guy could make the antidote. Now, the way she looked at Leto Castle completely changed. Oh, merciful heavens. How did you send me such an important talent? Realizing that the person in front of her could help her, she excitedly asked, so you graduated top of the basic medical course and considered joining the general medical course, right? He immediately confirmed, yes, it has to do with the impracticality of medicine in reality. Knowing she intended to support him, he mentioned some obstacles in advance so she could anticipate them. The success rate is low, but the difficulty is high, and only the Imperial Academy has the general course, so you'll have to be responsible for this. Despite this, for the sake of the plan, Leah Salitz didn't hesitate to agree. Okay. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. Yes, the Leah Salitz family had nothing but money, so she would step up to fund Leto Castle. I'll invest in you. The scene transitioned to a quiet night as she lay beside Shawn and said, I like drinking hot tea on rainy days. Leah Salitz gently buried her face in the soft pillow and shared with him, the sound of raindrops hitting the glass relaxes me, and the tea warms my heart. Whenever he lay beside her, listening to her stories, he found it easier to fall asleep than ever before. Just hearing that sound makes me sleepy. I'll definitely find out what tricks she's using. The next morning, after waking up from a good night's sleep, Shawn couldn't help but wonder I didn't even notice. Although he didn't want to get involved with her, he didn't know why I was always beside him. Is my will really that weak? No matter how hard I try, I end up falling asleep next to her. Meanwhile, Shawn had another problem to deal with. Your Majesty, the big problem is we received a letter from the South requesting an expansion of maritime trade. Faced with this dilemma, Shawn couldn't solve it alone and needed her help. This matter should be discussed with Duke Celeste. He will decide how to handle the prisoner. At this moment, his thoughts began to be jumbled with various ideas. Recovery funds for the disaster area. Suddenly, as he inevitably felt a headache coming on, that familiar sweet voice rang out again. Your Majesty, have you had breakfast? Another beautiful morning, and Leah Salitz came to invite him to dine. Your Majesty, please join me for lunch. Seeing her happy and excited face, Shawn couldn't help but be surprised. The Empress, isn't she angry? So, the two walked into the dining room and ate together. They sat opposite each other, neither of them speaking, an awkward atmosphere enveloping the entire space. Leah Salitz couldn't help but immediately voice the question that had been on her mind. Why are you always silent? But she didn't know that Shawn did this entirely because of her. I just want to hear her voice more. He didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Leah Salitz. I won't casually ask the harem members why they left anymore. That's why he was always careful about what he said. I can't carelessly blurt out that stupid question. At this moment, Shawn heart was filled with mixed emotions, at a loss. At this moment, the entire space suddenly became indescribably heavy. Although he tried his best not to think about things outside, her image kept appearing in his mind. Even though I finally woke up, I still can't focus on anything. It's all because of that woman. Feeling that just sitting around wasn't the solution, he changed his approach. I think I'll just go ask her directly. Questions about Leah Salitz kept surfacing in Shawn mind. Why did she start paying attention to me? What are her true intentions? I'll stop here for today. Then he announced to his attendant, I'm going to the Empress's palace. Where's the Empress? Shawn stood before Lauren and questioned, wanting to see Leah Salitz immediately. Faced with his coldness at the moment, Lauren couldn't help but awkwardly explain, Yes, Your Majesty, Her Majesty is in the harem. The Empress said because of an urgent matter. Seeing his insistence on seeing her, Shawn felt something was amiss and changed his mind. I'm such an idiot. I'm going back. Forget all of today's arrangements. Meanwhile, Shawn asked again to confirm. The Empress said where she went. He recalled Lauren's previous answer, a little curious. The harem. Shawn, in the final stages of overthinking, began to deduce many things. After I took such meticulous care of him, she suddenly decided to visit those guys in the harem. Your Majesty, try this, have some refreshments, lie down. You must be tired today, right? Was she mocking me? Shawn was afraid he had tired her out. My body aches. He was also afraid she would seek pleasure outside the palace and forget him. This is heaven. Do you know how hard it is to please the Emperor? After a period of not seeing Leah Salitz, her image in his mind began to deteriorate. Now, in Shawn eyes, she was a scheming girl. You must not have had any expectations of me, right, Your Majesty? I didn't even dare to hope. Bermud always doubted Leah Salitz, never believing she would approach him with good intentions. If you can't make him like you, your family won't benefit either, right? As that cunning daughter of the Celeste family, there was no reason for her to be sincere with me from the beginning. What Shawn had always longed for was human connection and warmth, but his own self-doubt and unwillingness to open his heart had alienated him from everyone. No, someone like me, who once saw humans as obstacles to be eliminated. Such things, for Shawn at this moment, gradually became distant. I can't hope for those things now. Lauren was still trembling. He turned and left. I'm leaving. Forget everything that happened today. Yes, Your Majesty. But no matter how much he thought about it, he still hoped she would be honest with him. But if that's true, why does a corner of my heart ache at this moment? At this time, Leah Salitz had completed the exchange of support with Leto Castle. All right, let's do it like this. She would fund him, and in return, he would work for her for the next 2 years, privately serving as her personal pharmacist. To ensure he was a capable individual, Leah Salitz also made a suggestion. If you pass the safety stage, I will pay for your tuition at the Imperial Academy, Leto Castle. He might be bought. After conversing for a while, she also decided to trust Leto Castle completely. But from now on, I've decided to trust him. All the men I've met so far have been busy flattering me. Now, she had to face the new dangers lurking around her. Leah had always been interested in this kind of treatment. In that sense, everything would become more difficult. It was hard to imagine them having trouble preparing a new batch of assassins. Even those who plotted to poison Leah would be more aware of this. I don't know why, but from the first few minutes, Leah Salitz had a good impression of him. And this person, Leto Castle's intelligent and passionate appearance, attracted her. His eyes were too clear, without any hidden purpose. The only thing burning in them was a passion for knowledge. If he hasn't been bought, I need to recruit him first. He didn't refuse, but accepted Leah Salitz's proposal without hesitation. I will serve as your personal pharmacist. What kind of medicine do you want? Tonic. Elixir of immortality. Of course, I can't make an elixir of immortality. But her next request made him freeze, speechless. Poison. Before Leah Salitz made this request, he seemed hesitant and worried, so he didn't dare to speak. I need you to research poison. After a moment of contemplation, Leto Castle spoke. After all, he had to understand the purpose more clearly. Excuse me, may I ask what the purpose of using it is? I could clearly see what he was thinking, but in the next second after hearing the reason, he immediately changed his attitude and agreed with her. I don't know when I might be poisoned, so I want to prepare an antidote. Oh, I see. Couldn't you have not agreed so readily? The two didn't delay any longer, striking while the iron was hot, and immediately signed a mutual promise. This kind of research will definitely cause misunderstandings, so I need to guarantee my safety during this time. Of course, from now on, your survival and mine will be linked. Only then did he begin to untie the cloth tied around his forehead. Good. And Leto Castle valued his studies very much, so he subtly made a threat to Leah Salitz. If the Emperor unilaterally cancels our agreement again, I will report your instructions to research poison to the Academy and the media. You see, I have some connections in that field. Hearing this, she couldn't help but shiver at his cautiousness. He's really careful. Leah Salitz kept her word. She pressed her hand on the promise and reiterated, "All right, I won't drive you away. But you'd better not think about going anywhere else. Otherwise, forget about tuition. I'll send you straight to the dungeon for deceiving the Empress." She didn't want to be tricked either, so she gave him a few warnings. "You know how cruel I can be. Of course, from now on, I will serve you with absolute loyalty, Your Majesty." After that, everything went very smoothly. Then, I'll explain the plan now. Oh, as expected of top student, when he heard Leah Salitz's purpose, he thought of a possibility opposite to hers. The reason you hired me is to survive, of course, but is merely surviving enough for you? Leto Castle wanted her to understand that the poisons she sought weren't a cure-all. Antidotes weren't miracle cures. They could neutralize toxins in the body, but they couldn't reverse the damage already done. Poisons could cause permanent organ damage. What are you talking about? If you want to stay healthy, you need to build up your resistance. So that Leah Salitz could use poison rationally, not recklessly, he outlined what she needed to know, starting with the mild toxins of poisonous herbs. You'll feel a little tired at most. Wait, hold on. She had no intention of ingesting the stuff herself, but he was suggesting just that. Are you asking me to take poison? You need to acclimate your body so you can hold out until the antidote takes effect. Leto Castle was utterly serious, hoping Leah Salitz would follow his instructions. I will carefully assess your condition and prescribe the lowest possible dose so as not to harm your body. Don't worry, if you don't trust me, I'll test it first, although her intentions were different from what she had told him, and Leah Salitz was quite surprised by his earnestness. It would be terrible if I sent him away. Such enthusiasm, it's truly impressive. Then, Leto Castle considered where they would obtain the raw materials. If we buy poisonous herbs from the market, rumors might spread, so it's best to grow them in the Empress's palace herb garden. I have some seeds I can give you. But Leah Salitz hadn't expected him to be so invested in mere research. After all, poison and medicine were two sides of the same coin. This really could become a big problem. Faced with Leto Castle's enthusiasm, she too began to feel a headache coming on. In that case, I'll need to hire more servants, those who can keep their mouths shut. For the best results, Leah Salitz thought of a possibility. Why not use those men outside clinging to the pillars? If you promise not to send them away, they'll agree. They can't leave the harem. They look like abandoned people with nowhere to go. After a moment's consideration, she decided on this method and told him happily that's a good idea. Their salaries won't be too high for 3 people. I'll have them start tilling the land today. Through Leah Salitz's careful consideration, Leto Castle also understood. Your Majesty, are you considering the financial situation of the Empress's palace? You've become frugal in the few weeks I haven't seen you. But what he didn't expect was that she could save money by transferring him away. Oh, should I be more frugal? My goodness, your wit is truly unfathomable. The tuition at academies abroad seems cheaper. Hearing this, Leto Castle knew what to do and expressed his respect. Please forgive me for not grasping your Majesty's wisdom sooner. That's how you should answer. Be careful next time. Seeing that she had found many ways to protect herself in a single day, she raised her teacup in celebration. Today is a good day. I've gained both a loyal royal physician and a pharmacist. A toast to the safety of our lives. The scene shifts to Shawn Bermud's office early in the morning. The pen in his hand suddenly snaps in two. As he wrote, it seemed Shawn Bermud was so preoccupied with something that he kept breaking his pens. He had to keep a tray beside him. seeing him change pins one after another. The ministers in the room were too frightened to speak. This is the 12th time today. Suddenly, in that tense moment, Leah Salitz gently pushed open the door and entered. "Your Majesty, let's have breakfast." Hearing this, Shawn didn't hesitate and immediately walked towards her as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. The sound of snapping pens ceased and everything returned to calm. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed. They had been afraid they would all be swallowed alive, but now they had survived. Recently, in the face of his strange behavior, everyone's face had turned as green as a banana leaf. Wasn't he doing better for a while? Why has he suddenly become so sensitive again? Really, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. And at this moment, they also realized one thing. Strangely enough, after getting close to the Empress, the number of times he's gotten angry has decreased. That's right. People began to speculate about what had happened between the Emperor and Empress, but they still dined together every day. Everyone started to feel uneasy. Their hearts were burning like fire. Living in such a tense atmosphere, they couldn't relax and were always worried. "I'm afraid that one day my neck will be snapped like his pens. I've been having nightmares every night lately." But all they could do was comfort each other to get through these days. Whatever the reason, I hope His Majesty cheers up and isn't so stiff. For their sake, as Leah Salitz wished. Shawn now couldn't stay calm without her. The Empress's voice rang out again, her gentle, sweet voice captivating him. I unconsciously followed her voice. He simply followed Leah Salitz unconsciously, listening to her gentle voice once more. This has happened too many times. I couldn't sit still, so I ended up following her out. Walking behind Leah Salitz, he suddenly recalled the various scenes from that time. Every night was the same. She greeted Shawn with a smile, and as if bewitched, he lay beside Leah Salitz each night, listening to her stories until he drifted off to sleep. Unconsciously, he found himself in the Empress's palace, only gradually becoming aware of his surroundings. Shawn was becoming more open, no longer shy or uncomfortable in her presence. Since when had this become so natural? He couldn't help but wonder. Unless she was playing a trick on me, how could this be? She also noticed his inability to tear his gaze away. He's staring at me again. It feels like he's trying to bore a hole in the back of my head. Despite the progress in their relationship, she felt uneasy. We've been getting along for a while now. So what's going on this time? Sitting across from each other at the dining table, Shawn remained silent, not uttering a word. I thought we were finally getting closer, but now he's back to being quiet. Although outwardly cold, deep down Shawn was warm and cared for her. And absurdly, he still diligently prepared meals and ensured she got enough sleep. But in the next moment, Leah Salitz reminded herself, no, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. If it were that easy, everything would have gone according to the original plot. She understood what Shawn had been through and didn't want to push him too hard. He had suppressed his emotions for too long, making it even more difficult for him to express them verbally. Leah Salitz understood that he didn't want to, or rather, was too shy to speak, so she took the initiative. There's no other way. I have to keep making the first move. This time, she didn't ask Shawn to immediately voice his troubles, instead choosing to listen when he needed it. If I've done anything to upset you, please tell me. I want us to understand each other better. Shawn was a closed-off person, so he didn't seem willing to share anything. Nothing. Leah Salitz couldn't help but immediately express her discomfort. But Your Majesty, you keep staring at me. To sway him, Leah Salitz feigned weakness. If you keep doing that, I'll be scared. But in Shawn mind, she was a girl with quite the personality. Scared. For someone who claims to be scared, she's quite brave to sit across from me. Seeing that she had been chattering away while he remained silent, she tentatively asked, "Are you angry with me?" Angry? No. Leah Salitz hoped Shawn would feel comfortable around her, so she said softly, "If not, then relax. Soften your expression. You look much gentler that way." Seeing Leah Salitz's gentle and delicate face before him, a strange feeling welled up in his heart again. Of course, this wasn't the first time Shawn had felt this way. This feeling. But his next reply shattered her girlish heart. Mind your own business. I thought my efforts would make Shawn open up more, but nothing has changed. I thought those words would convince him. This was an unexpected reaction. Seeing Leah Salitz's melancholic face, like a wilting flower, he began to wonder, is she playing me? Why is she so sad now? When Shawn saw her sincerity, he began to re-examine everything. What if all this is my misunderstanding? misunderstanding? What if the Empress has been honest with me all along? Although Shawn had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts about her, he now began to doubt his own assumptions. That's right. Her saying she went to inspect the harem doesn't mean she met other men. She must have cleared out the remaining members and dealt with the aftermath. What a miraculous change of heart. Now, he finally realized he had been overthinking and too suspicious. Firstly, inspecting the closed harem can hardly be considered a taunt. I don't need to overcomplicate such a simple matter. Not wanting the atmosphere to become gloomy, Leah Salitz forced a smile, hoping to cheer him up. I'm even happier to see your relaxed expression. I don't know what changed, but he doesn't seem angry anymore. Her method had indeed worked. Shawn dropped his cold CEO demeanor, and a smile appeared on his face. He also realized the importance of sufficient sleep. With a clear head, I can see things more clearly. Although my father-in-law, Duke Celeste, seems scheming and ill-intentioned, not wanting me in a good mental state, the girl sitting in front of me genuinely wishes me well. The truth is, the Empress is very concerned about my health and sleep, which goes against the Duke's wishes. But it was this contradiction that left a huge question in his mind. Then, Empress, why are you so concerned about me? They were in the middle of their meal when Lauren requested entry from outside. Your Majesty, this is head maid Lauren. Enter. At this moment, Shawn asked about the task he had given her. Have you found an excuse to tell the Empress? She immediately confirmed, yes, I left under the pretense of training the servants. Hearing this, he was very satisfied. Good, get straight to the point. Since Lauren is Empress Leah Salitz's personal maid, perhaps the person who understands the Empress best, he was somewhat curious. The Empress has been diligently attending to me lately. Do you know why? Based on her observations from the sidelines, Lauren reported, Her Majesty is a fickle person. It seems she's found new amusement in cleaning up the harem. Perhaps Leah Salitz had become so diligent in their eyes because she enjoyed it, so managing my health is her hobby. Whatever, let's continue. After listening, Shawn didn't ask anything further, only instructing Lauren, I understand. From now on, make sure she loses interest in the harem. Yes, Your Majesty. Suddenly, she remembered something and reported, actually, Her Majesty has been engrossed in gardening these days. She had the men remaining in the harem till the land. But upon hearing this, he acted as if deaf, immediately asking again, what did you just say? Hearing that another man was involved, Shawn could no longer remain composed. Is that harem man still in the Empress's palace? On the other side, the three of them were resting after their hard work. Oh my muscles are so sore. The auburn-haired girl was Haid, and the boy holding the cup was Taylor. Though their work was arduous, they still felt fortunate. Hey, Haid, you should be grateful. Hee, you should be grateful. We almost ended up in a brothel, but now we're in the Empress's palace. Sam was also quite content with what they currently had. That's right. Aside from my looks and writing skills, I don't have any other talents. So, having a stable, paying job during these tough economic times is truly a blessing. Under Leah Salitz's protection, the three of them ate and slept well in this harem, all wearing bright smiles. That's right. I initially joined the harem for the money, but earning it through honest labor seems much better. Just as the three of them were quietly sharing their feelings, a looming figure appeared. By the way, has the Empress really changed recently? She's been so kind, right? She's even quit drinking. The door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, startling everyone inside. When Leto Castle said he wanted to study, she let him stay in the Empress's palace. The three of them thought the Grim Reaper had come for them, so each of their faces turned white and they hugged each other. Who is it? This is the Empress's palace. The person walked in slowly with a murderous aura, as if about to devour them alive. And that person was none other than Shawn. He walked in with an extremely frightening expression. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The three of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly, hastily bowing respectfully. Long live Your Majesty. It turned out he came here wanting to learn something from them. It seems I've been remiss in introducing myself to the palace servants. While we're here, I'd like to ask you a few things. Shawn gaze focused on the three of them as he asked, which of you serves the Empress? The three of them froze for 5 seconds, each somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to answer. Can we answer? They didn't dare to utter a single word because Leah Salitz had instructed them not to speak. It won't do you any good if you reveal your identities or gossip in the palace. From now on, you are forbidden from divulging personal information. The Empress ordered, so we're not allowed to say anything else. They were now caught in a dilemma, unable to speak and unable to remain silent. Does this count as personal information too? So we should remain silent. But this is the Emperor's order. What if we say something that angers the Empress? A terrifying thought immediately struck them. Confessing to Her Majesty's husband, the Emperor, is also a death sentence, right? Seeing their determination to remain silent, Shawn drew his sword, pointing it at each of them. If you continue to remain silent, I will execute you one by one, starting from the left. All his curiosities revolved around Leah Salitz, and he had to hear it no matter what. What exactly did the Empress whisper to you? Tell me everything, word for word. Who could understand this agony? The three of them now only knew to pray in their hearts. What should I do? Save us, Your Majesty. Shawn still hadn't given up, waiting for their answer. What did you hear from the Empress? Tell me everything you heard. Seeing that they were about to die by a Shawn sword, Hade also took a gamble. I don't know anymore. Let's just find a way to survive first. She told us to be independent. Then they no longer concealed anything, immediately revealing the truth. Those who don't work, don't eat. Because we were too dependent in the past. Now we should become independent through labor. At this moment, Lauren stood behind, not daring to say a word, afraid he would lay a hand on them. But Shawn, on the contrary, didn't threaten them further, only continuing to ask, do you know the Empress's sleeping habits? Although they weren't Leah Salitz's husband, the three of them seemed to understand her quite well. She always frowns and scolds people, and yawns. But there was one thing Shawn was completely unaware of. People, dulled by fear, had grown quite comfortable around Leah. An unexpected incident had occurred by chance, but they had never truly served her. She'd said she would give the winner a chance to be the chief guard, but it was more accurate to say it was when the opportunity presented itself. But life isn't a dream. No, scratch that, cancel it. Fortunately, thanks to someone's interference, it was thwarted. Leah Salitz had another side that Shawn had never seen because she didn't want him to. I've seen her drunk, but she often locked herself in her room. Give it to me, all the beer. Am I going to die for lying? After questioning the three of them for a while, his suspicions subsided somewhat. Where was their boisterousness? Why were they so quiet now? It seemed they had lied. These three weren't her guards. There was nothing more to ask, so Shawn sheathed his sword. No longer bothering them, Shawn turned and left. Get back to work. The first thing he did after leaving was to look for Leah Salitz. Where's the Empress? Your Majesty, Her Majesty must be in her office. I'll take you there. Meanwhile, the three of them were embracing each other excitedly. We're saved. After hearing their side of the story, the next thing Shawn wanted to hear was hers. I don't think those three left a good impression on her. In that case, Leah, you'd better explain yourself to me. Although he hadn't explicitly asked her yet, he'd already told himself, if you pass this test, I'll turn a blind eye to your misdeeds. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the room ahead. You have to try it first. If it doesn't work, don't expect to smell the fragrance. Who would have thought that the two of them would be caught red-handed by Shawn while they were chatting so happily? I'm absolutely certain I'd bet my degree on it. It was a man's voice. When he saw Leto Castle, he felt unfamiliar and didn't recognize him. He looked like he belonged to the harem. Even as an outsider, Shawn could sense the intimacy between them. Unlike those bastards before, this man seemed quite close to her. What was going on? The two inside were laughing and talking about their next plans. Great. Then what should I wear? I think you should wear long sleeves and pants, covering your arms and legs. Hearing this conversation, his heart skipped a beat. He was even picking out clothes for her. Just then, she turned around and noticed his presence. Your Majesty, what are you doing here at this hour? Shawn seemed to be getting jealous. Without a word, he pointed his sword at him. Your Majesty. He didn't want to see Leah Salitz close to any man he didn't know, so he questioned the other person's identity. Leto Castle didn't panic, but calmly bowed. Your Majesty, I am Leto Castle of the Empress's harem. At this moment, Shawn was very displeased by his sudden appearance. Explain why someone from the Empress's harem entered the Empress's chambers without notice. Seeing the tense situation, she couldn't stand idly by, so she spoke up to defuse the situation. I apologize, Your Majesty. I didn't think it was a problem, as choosing my own subordinates is entirely within my purview. Hearing Leah Salitz respond with such a gentle attitude, he became even more furious. She still maintained that sweet voice. It wasn't that Shawn wasn't used to her tone, but that he didn't want to see her defending anyone other than him. Why are you using that sweet voice to defend another man? What if I have an objection to this? His paranoia continued. I can't rule out the possibility that you secretly brought this man in to threaten me. Leah Salitz couldn't let herself be accused like this, so she retorted, What? Why would I do that? What's with this intense reaction? I can kill him if necessary. Shawn Bermud's attention then shifted to what she was holding. What's that in your hand? It's actually massage oil. Leah Salitz was lying, but if she told the truth, everything would be over. It was actually a poison that could enhance endurance, but if he knew, it would all be over. To dispel Shawn Bermud's suspicions, she appeased him with sweet words. I plan to use it with your majesty tonight, because your majesty said that if I gently massage your skin, you'll be able to sleep. Finally, after much talking, she saved Leto Castle from his sharp sword. Then why did he give you this? He majors in potion making, so he's very good at it. I often ask him to make things for me. Without letting Shawn Bermud voice any further doubts, she stopped him there. Your majesty, I think you've misunderstood. But in the next second, he rudely snatched the bottle from her hand. Then Shawn Bermud mercilessly dismissed him. If you need someone specializing in potion making, I can hire another one for you. Before leaving, he didn't forget to point his sword at Leto Castle, glaring at him with bullet-like eyes. He didn't want Leto Castle lingering around Leah Salitz any longer, so he intended to drive him out. I'm firing this guy. You don't object, do you? The guards standing around were also surprised by his behavior, but didn't dare to speak. He was out again. He'd been unusually calm these days. Everyone was worried Leah Salitz would refuse to listen and make a scene. If the Empress cried and caused a fuss, His Majesty would surely fly into a rage. But contrary to everyone's expectations, she accepted easily. All right, to test Leah Salitz's feelings, he asked, Don't you care if he dies? Without objection, she completely obeyed Shawn Bermud's decision. No, since your majesty has said so, I have nothing to complain about. Suddenly, he stopped interrogating them, ceased his intimidation, and sheathed his sword. She was surprised by his abrupt change in demeanor. Your majesty, as everyone watched with wide eyes, Shawn Bermud complained to her, I think I have a headache. What? Leah Salitz felt it was inappropriate to retire to bed at that hour, so she thought of something else they could do together. Well, I think it's too early to sleep now. I have some excellent calming tea. Would you like to enjoy it with me? Not wanting to keep Shawn Bermud waiting, she immediately took action. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Let's go to the tea room. All right. As they left, they also addressed the matter of Leto Castle. Then what should I do with that person? As you wish. Leah Salitz didn't dare defend Leto Castle in front of Shawn Bermud, so as she left, she discreetly said to him from a distance, Go quickly. If I protect you, you'll die, understand. Leto Castle didn't seem to care much about that. At that moment, all he needed was money. Give me the money. She quickly signaled her agreement from behind him. All right. As the two sat together, enjoying tea outside the Imperial Garden, Leah Salitz expressed her concern. If you have a headache, you should have told me sooner. Shawn Bermud didn't dare tell her the real reason behind everything. I thought you were angry. She then asked him solicitously, You must have been suffering these past few days, haven't you? To ease Shawn Bermud's headache, Leah Salitz poured him a cup of tea. Please have some. It will make you feel better. He sat leisurely in his chair, enjoying the tea Leah Salitz had just poured for him. His gentle behavior toward her left those around them wondering. It feels like His Majesty has become a bit strange. The surrounding servants began to gather and whisper amongst themselves. I heard His Majesty almost chopped off the heads of those men in the harem. It's fortunate that no blood was shed. Truly a blessing. Goodness, why did he spare their lives? He's no longer acting as cold and ruthless as he used to be. I don't know. It was Her Majesty who told him to kill them, though. No one could understand what was truly happening between them. Perhaps His Majesty is testing Her Majesty. Speculations began to spread, because the matters of the harem have brought shame to the royal family. Maybe His Majesty wants to confirm whether Her Majesty has truly changed. No, in my opinion, the maids also realized something from his behavior. His Majesty is jealous of that man. What? Some of them couldn't believe that someone as cold and indifferent as Shawn Bermud could have such a day. Impossible. Listen to me. But the next moment, one of them explained how it was possible. Haven't they become closer recently? Didn't His Majesty even ask the men in the harem about Her Majesty's sleeping habits? Those guys have already noticed His Majesty Shawn Bermud's affection for Her Majesty Leah Salitz. There's no doubt he was angry at those men who knew his wife better than he did. But then he discovered that those men hadn't been chosen as personal attendants, and His Majesty thought, Only I know you best, and that's why he felt relieved and spared their lives. After observing their relationship these past few days, it's more than obvious. If this isn't jealousy, then what is it? But we're talking about His Majesty. He must have other political considerations, right? Two other maids, seeing her overly romantic view, tried to reason with her, but she didn't change her mind in the slightest. Stop reading those novels. You'll understand I'm right someday. At this moment, everyone could see Shawn Bermud's deep affection for his young wife. His Majesty must have always loved the Empress. Meanwhile, Leah Salitz was in her small garden, enjoying the cool air. This entire garden was the fruit of her labor. This is my little garden. It has a very special scent. This is the place I've cultivated for collecting reliable poisonous herbs. Leah Salitz stroked a small branch in the garden. Perhaps because they're poisonous, my fingertips are tingling a bit. Recalling the events of the previous day, she felt uneasy. That guy Lido, could he be seeking revenge because I told him to kill himself last time? Everything had been meticulously planned by her, but he had somehow ruined it. Step 1. Prevent the poisoning. To carry out this plan, Lido brought the poison. They were discussing the possible effects of the poison. There might be side effects like a rash. Then what should I wear? Wear long sleeves. Just then, Shawn Bermud barged in and demanded, "Is this how a superior acts?" Why did Shawn barge in at that moment? Fortunately, Leah Salitz found a way out of the predicament, or things would have gotten much worse. Thankfully, my excuse worked, and I'll let it slide this time. I thought I was done for, but now everything is in place so she can breathe a little easier. Anyway, thanks to that incident, Linda became an official maid in the Empress's palace, and everything was going smoothly when suddenly, just then, her father, Cromwell, approached Leah Salitz, Her Majesty, the Empress. She was a little startled by his sudden appearance. Duke Cromwell Salitz. Although she wasn't the real Leah Salitz, she tried to act as normal as possible so as not to arouse suspicion. Father, she thought, even if I don't want to, I can speak naturally. This body has memorized Leah's speech and behavior. Really? How can this be? Cromwell wanted to speak with her privately, so he dismissed the others. I have something important to discuss with my daughter. Then you may all leave. Seeing their concern, Leah Salitz reassured them, I'm fine. Go on. Hearing this, the two didn't linger, bowing and excusing themselves. I don't know why Cromwell came today, but he first expressed his concern for her. I was worried you might be unwell after refusing my request, but thankfully you seem to be doing well. Despite the unease in her heart, Leah Salitz pretended to be nonchalant and replied, I broke the agreement right after the meeting because I felt uneasy. Yes, thank you for your concern, Father. Suddenly, Cromwell's tone turned serious, and he looked at her with wary eyes. Empress, Leah Salitz didn't know if he was implying something or trying to stir up trouble, only that he had become so serious. Why did I make you Empress? Hearing this, Leah Salitz felt something was amiss. Cromwell continued, have you forgotten? Every time she saw him, Leah felt more uncomfortable. Your Majesty, I don't ask much of you. Meeting once a month is enough. Leah thought, why is this happening? My chest hurts. He, Cromwell, was very dissatisfied with her current reaction. We kept our agreement, and I told you not to do that. So the purpose of his visit today was to reprimand Leah Salitz. And I, all this time, have turned a blind eye to all the luxury and comfort you enjoy, and now you're really going to break your promise. But she wasn't like Cromwell. She wasn't as scheming as him and only wished to live as she pleased. This forced marriage seemed to be solely for maintaining a relationship with the royal family. Was the expectation simply to bear an heir, not develop any feelings, and instead be free and unrestrained, doing as she pleased? Although Leah Salitz strongly opposed his manipulation at this moment, on the surface, she still played the role of the obedient daughter. How ridiculous. I don't intend to get close to you either. Rest assured, I won't do anything that would cost me my position as Empress. Father, you can leave now. She then turned to leave, but his next words stopped Leah Salitz in her tracks. But do you really think he will love you? Although everyone has the right to love and be loved, Cromwell didn't want to see this in his daughter. Pathetic thing. You can't even sit still and be loved like a doll. At best, you can only answer me. Are you that desperate for attention? Faced with Cromwell's heartless words, she now partially understood what the original owner of this body had gone through. No, what kind of talk is this? Is it really okay to say such things to your own daughter? I think I understand why Leah's personality became so twisted. At this moment, Leah Salitz only wanted to live peacefully and didn't want to hear another word from him. She thought, how can I make him shut up? Suddenly, she was still perfectly normal, but the next second, Leah Salitz burst into tears for no apparent reason. But that wasn't all. The next second, she felt something tighten around her neck, suffocating her. Tears tears suddenly. What is this? Are these also traces of Leah? I can't breathe. Cromwell was using cruel methods to restrain his own daughter, truly behaving like a beast. See, you should just listen to me quietly. Because Leah Salitz hadn't completed the task Cromwell had given her, this was the punishment she had to endure. Cromwell said, "The Emperor has been handling state affairs very well recently, which has disrupted my plans. I want you to be a thorn in Shawn Bermud's side, not a docile and obedient Empress. Do as you did before, and stop using those useless acts to attract my attention. Like usual, get drunk and yell at the Emperor, understand?" But Leah Salitz couldn't stand by and let him control her like a puppet, so she snatched the medicine bottle from his hand. Faced with Cromwell's wicked and despicable actions toward his own daughter, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with him. She thought, I can breathe again. It really is this medicine. Ignoring your daughter's suffering and instead using it as a tool to control her. Are you really a father? But Cromwell snatched the bottle back and warned Leah Salitz, even though he was the one in the wrong. Now you know what to do. I trust that from now on, you won't break your promise to your father because of your bad habits, Empress. Now pay the price for your actions. She couldn't accept living under his control for the rest of her life, so she took action. He said he would back down, and it was true, but Duke Cromwell was certainly not an easy opponent. He grabbed her hand in a flash. As expected of Leah Salitz, she wasn't one to be trifled with either. She immediately struggled, as if trying to break free from his grasp with her own strength. If you want my attention, hurry up and give birth to an heir. In his eyes, she was no different from a golden goose laying eggs for his benefit. That's her only value. But in an instant, it seemed someone attacked Duke Cromwell from behind, causing him to lose his balance. At that moment, Leah Salitz's hand was also released. Having lost her support, she fell backward. But in this critical moment, Shawn Bermud appeared and caught her. It seemed that this time, he was the one who saved her from the darkness. Shawn Bermud showed no joy at Duke Cromwell's appearance, only issuing a warning. Duke, this is not the place to reveal your true nature. Despite Duke Cromwell's inhumane behavior just now, he calmly bowed before Shawn Bermud. Your Majesty. Shawn Bermud questioned without hesitation. I know you came to the palace to discuss a deal. Why are you here? Duke Cromwell explained without beating around the bush. Forgive me, Your Majesty. It has been a while since I've seen my daughter. Shawn Bermud was truly impressive. His next words left Duke Cromwell speechless. Not your daughter. The Empress. Seeing the tension escalate, Duke Cromwell had no intention of staying any longer. I've overstepped. I beg Your Majesty and Her Majesty's forgiveness. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. At this moment, Leah Salitz felt a sense of relief. All her efforts to appease him had finally received a response. She was deeply moved and grateful for Shawn Bermud's rescue. Thank you, Your Majesty. But his next action surprised her even more. In an instant, Shawn Bermud swept Leah Salitz in his arms. Empress, be quiet. Even though she shrieked in mortified embarrassment, he showed no sign of putting her down. This is so embarrassing. Put me down. Leah Salitz was truly pampered. She was carried all the way back to her bedchamber, where servants changed her clothes. Not only that, but Shawn Bermud also showed concern for her, pouring her a glass of water. Drink. At this moment, he treated Leah Salitz like a baby. Lie down. Why are you treating me like a patient? Seeing Shawn Bermud's worry, she reassured him. Your Majesty, I'm fine. It didn't affect me at all. But he didn't know that she hadn't taken her father's words to heart, nor was she hurt by them. I'm not the real Leah, so the Duke's words don't affect me. After meticulously caring for Leah Salitz, Shawn Bermud joined her in bed. Sleep. It's still early, and you talk too much. Although he seemed difficult to please today, she decided to let it slide for now. Nagging again, Leah Salitz pulled up the covers, preparing to sleep beside him. But I'll forgive you since you protected me today. After a long and tiring day, she no longer had the energy to tell him stories. Maybe it was too unexpected, but I think I'm sleepy. The entire room was unusually quiet, perhaps because of the absence of her chatter. Shawn Bermud was still awake, lying on his side and observing Leah Salitz. His constant staring made it difficult for her to fall asleep, so she spoke up to reassure him. Your Majesty. I'm fine. But this time, Shawn Bermud didn't believe her words. You're lying. Because exhaustion and worry were clearly written on Leah Salitz's small face, no one could deny it. Seeing her discomfort, he gently lifted her and embraced her. Frowning again, is it a sleeping habit or are you having a nightmare? All night long, Shawn Bermud worried about Leah Salitz's condition, making it difficult for him to sleep. Only I know. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, she hurried to find Martin to check on her condition. After seeing Duke Cromwell yesterday, my body felt strange. When I first arrived, I underwent many detailed examinations. Before I changed doctors and hired an alchemist, I had already made thorough preparations for all possible scenarios. Because Cromwell controlled her, she couldn't just sit idly by. She had to take action against him, thoroughly investigating everything the Duke could exploit from her. But when Leah Salitz held the diagnosis results, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. This is strange. She also showed the results to Leto Castle, but he still couldn't find anything suspicious. There's still no reaction after the blood test. You weren't poisoned. Recalling the moment that felt like suffocating, she couldn't explain the reason. There was no illness, so where did that pain come from when she stood before her father? But with Leto Castle's extensive experience, perhaps he could give Leah Salitz a satisfactory answer. In this situation, there's usually only one explanation. What's causing her day-to-day pain isn't any poison, but alchemy. But Leah Salitz's knowledge wasn't as extensive as his, so she only understood the basics. Isn't alchemy that thing about turning lead into gold? What era are you talking about? Seeing Leah Salitz like a startled golden fawn, he enlightened her. Modern alchemy is a vast field, encompassing metallurgy, manufacturing technology, astronomy, and magic. If you get complacent, your funding will be cut. His previous speculations about her condition were wrong, so now there was only one possibility. I suspect it's magic-related alchemy. That's my specialty, so I know a thing or two. Moreover, alchemy is a field that transcends logic. It was once called magic, a law that cannot be explained by scientific reasoning. Leto Castle gradually clarified the concept. The origin of magic is a substance called mana. However, since mana has disappeared from nature, magic was created to replace it. Simply put, magic is the act of making a wish. Of course, the use of alchemy is not easy. Not everyone can do it. However, there must be a living being as a medium for communication, a medium that makes the wish strong and specific. Hearing this, Leah Salitz gradually understood what he meant. So, you're saying magic is related to my symptoms. Leto Castle seemed quite certain her ailment was related to this. In cases where your condition cannot be diagnosed through medicine or pharmacology, that's usually the case. If the use of magic was real, then she loathed Cromwell Salitz even more. He was truly vile. A political marriage was one thing, but to actually use magic. Leah Salitz immediately raised a question, but then refuted it herself. Was he trying to kill me? Based on what Leto Castle knew, that didn't seem to be the case. He added, the creature used as a medium is susceptible to various diseases. If the communication medium is damaged, the magic will fail. Conversely, it must be treated with care. He was in her shoes, so he didn't believe Cromwell Salitz would take such a cruel action. Not all magic is harmful, and what parent would want to hurt their own child? While Leah Salitz didn't expect normal affection from him, she knew everything Cromwell Salitz did was for his own benefit. He wanted me to have a child with the Emperor, so at least he doesn't intend to kill me. After Leto Castle's careful explanation and analysis, she seemed to start believing him. If what you're saying is true, despite the harsh truth, Leah Salitz still had to accept it. Then, it's certain that my father used magic on me. But to prevent things from getting worse, they had to learn more. Yes, the top priority is to find out what kind of magic it is. Leah Salitz suddenly remembered the vial and tentatively asked him, then, the vial the Duke gave me was to lessen the effects of the magic, right? Can you determine the ingredients of the medicine based on my blood? But this seemed a bit difficult for Leto Castle. Unless it's after ingestion, it's indeed difficult. The next second, he was rebuked by Leah Salitz. Then what kind of expert are you? Although Leto Castle was quite angry, he didn't dare argue with the Empress. So, we just said, as I explained before, this isn't basic knowledge. Well, it seems you still know nothing about this. Leto Castle spoke with a slight threat, and she quickly changed her tune. If I'm unreliable, I suppose you no longer need this expert's antidote, right? I apologize. It's just that this expert is so beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Of course, Leto Castle wasn't doing all this for nothing, so he suddenly asked Leah Salitz for something. As the saying goes, affection is best expressed with gifts, so give me something valuable. Despite her complaints, she eventually agreed to give him a pearl necklace. Because you don't trust me, you kept such emergency funds, right? Such a hassle. You really know me well. After waiting for so long, he finally succeeded in creating what she anticipated most. This is the complete antidote. Worried that it wouldn't work or would have side effects, Leah Salas demanded, "You try it first." Unafraid, he did as she asked. As I said before, then Leto Castle swallowed the liquid directly. The initial toxin is very mild. When continuing to add ingredients, you need to use it regularly. After trying it, everything seemed fine. He was still safe and sound. From now on, I'll use mine. Yours. What do you mean? I must not have explained clearly. The key ingredient of the complete antidote is, if Leah Salets really wanted to know, then Leto Castle would, right here, reveal it was human hair. Hearing his next words, she couldn't help but freeze for 5 seconds. Your Majesty, I tried it first. At this moment, Leah Salets was still looking at the vial, lacking the courage to try it. So you can rest assured, I just extracted the toxins from the hair and used them. To reassure her, Leto Castle clearly explained his production process. Hair stores the toxins expelled by the body. I store the toxins accumulated through research in my hair, and I can extract them from there. All stages are carefully handled by me. The complete antidote requires a large number of toxin samples, and it's very difficult to obtain them solely from cultivation. Although this extraction method reduces the toxins, it's safer than directly searching for raw materials. After gaining Leah Salet's trust, Leto Castle requested, "We need as much hair as possible." I understand. How much do we need? She was hesitant to give her own hair, so she asked, "Can we gather enough by taking hair from the palace servants?" Hearing this, he immediately explained, because the palace servants all live in the same environment, the toxins in their bodies are likely to overlap. What he seeks is the purity and uniqueness in your hair. It's best to use the hair of nobles. Their living environments are more diverse, and many have been trained to resist toxins since childhood. But the next second, she posed a significant question to him. How do you plan to get the noble's hair? Leto Castle didn't intend to answer, instead leaving her to figure it out herself. That's for your Majesty to figure out. After thinking for a moment, Leah Salets finally agreed to pick up the vial and drink it, considering the long term. I can't handle strong toxins right now. We'll gradually collect hair and increase the dosage bit by bit. All right, let's start with the first step. Although it wasn't juice, its taste surprised her. It's quite good, sweet. Everything has its price. They stood in front of the mirror as if waiting for something. The side effects will appear now. Suddenly, just then, blood flowed from his mouth, making her panic. No, Leto, your blood. Leah Salets began to fear that she would become like Leto Castle. Is it because of the antidote you drank earlier? He comforted her. Don't worry. He tried to explain, letting her understand that his reaction just now was nothing to worry about. The complete antidote still relies on toxins, so coughing up blood afterward is normal and won't harm your health. This document serves as proof. All right, I understand. Leah Salets was no exception. The next second, blood also appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although the feeling was a bit strange, she wasn't as panicked as before. It's like I'm injured. To prevent anyone from accidentally seeing and misunderstanding, Leah Salets picked up a towel and wiped away the bloodstains. Anyone would think I'm terminally ill. To avoid disturbing those around her, she told herself to be as careful as possible. From now on, I'd better use this antidote when I'm alone. Elsewhere, Cromwell had returned to his residence at this moment and was reprimanded by his superior. Too slow. Although he had tried his best, he couldn't change much. I apologize. An unexpected problem occurred. The red orb seemed very dissatisfied with Cromwell's work attitude. Is that all you have to say to make up for your past shortcomings and failures? He declared, I will revise the plan and execute it swiftly. That will help. The red orb decided to give Cromwell another chance to make amends. I believe in you. To ensure Cromwell would carry it out wholeheartedly, it reminded him, remember, if you want to receive the promised reward, only by giving his last breath to try can he get what he wants. You must also accomplish your objective. After saying what needed to be said, the red orb vanished in a thin air. Cromwell couldn't hesitate any longer, so he took out another magic orb and began to act. After losing one, He was now trying another trick. Cromwell was preparing a new scheme. It seems you need to act. Its limit is gradually disappearing. The demonic orb obeyed and complied. Yes, Duke. Thus, at this moment, both dark forces began to cooperate with each other to carry out their sinister plans. What can I do for you? Leah Salet's current situation couldn't help but feel pitiful. The Bermuda Empire, a symbol of power and authority, had at its heart a poor empress tormented by sorrow. After settling accounts with Leto Castle, she now began to collect everyone's hair. This hair business is driving me crazy. My reputation is so bad that no one comes to see the performances here anymore. I have to comb everyone's hair. The Marquis's second daughter, the Count's third daughter, come here. But in this way, Leah Salet's didn't collect much hair, so she planned to change her method. But I can't summon all the servants with the reasons I've come up with. But this is the Empress's secret, Hagen. I'm taking special care of you. Why are you doing this to us? Despite her working day and night to collect everyone's hair, Leto Castle was still dissatisfied with the amount. That's all. I still need more. Hearing this, Leah Salet's wanted to strangle Leto Castle. Does he think this is easy? Do you think this is easy? But she had no other choice. Then Leto Castle suggested to her, in that case, why don't you ask His Majesty for help? Leah Salet's became bewildered at this moment, unsure of how to handle these problems. Then they began to talk about irrelevant things like this. Of course, before thinking of taking Chambermud's hair, she would rather pull out her own. Which sane person would ask the Emperor to collect hair? Wait, but amidst the difficulty, she came up with a brilliant idea. That's right. I don't need to explain in detail, right? I just need him to set up a stage for me, hold a banquet to create the scene. The next day, Leah Salet's no longer hesitated and immediately went to find him. Your Majesty, how? Now the two were sitting closer, no longer so distant. She picked up a small piece of broccoli and fed it to him. You should eat some vegetables too. A cold man like Chambermud was obedient as a baby in front of her, listening to everything she said. Then Leah Salet's continued, smiling as she called him, Your Majesty. What is it now? While feeding Chambermud the next piece of food, she slowly probed, Do you like banquets? But contrary to her expectations, Chambermud showed no interest. I hate banquets. Despite his dislike, Leah Salet suggested, Then let's have a ball. As if afraid she hadn't heard him clearly, he immediately repeated, I just said I hate banquets. Still, she persisted, That's precisely why we should hold one. Leah Salet didn't give up, enthusiastically persuading him. When you start to like something you hate, you'll discover how interesting it is. Let's celebrate our wedding anniversary here, shall we? But a man like him, unversed in romance, didn't care about such things. Does anyone celebrate a wedding anniversary after only 3 months? Seeing this tactic wasn't working, Leah Salet immediately changed the subject. I should have prepared for this, Your Majesty. So, do you like to gamble? Hearing this, Chambermud curiously asked, Gamble on what? Because Leah Salet had already prepared everything thoroughly, so after he finished asking, she simply clapped her hands, and the maids pushed in carts laden with wine and cake. The fresh red wine looked incredibly delicious, waiting for them to enjoy. One bottle was taken from an ice bucket, ensuring it was still chilled when it reached the drinker. Leah Salet picked up the bottle, intending to drink with Chambermud, and the game she wanted to play with him was revealed. A drinking game wager. Without giving him time to think, Leah Salet had the wine poured into glasses. Whoever gets drunk first has to listen to the other. What do you think? He had to give her some credit. Of all things to gamble on, she chose drinking. Leah was rumored to drink like a fish. Her tolerance was no joke. If he agreed, perhaps this time she could witness him drinking. On the other hand, I've never seen the Emperor drink. But Chambermud's expression at this moment stunned her for a few seconds. His face is really calm. He must be panicking because he can't drink. Seeing him make no move, she provoked him with a few words. Are you not confident? This wine is very delicious, but you wouldn't know that, would you, Your Majesty? She kept adding fuel to the fire, forcing Chambermud to raise his glass. Of course, because you can't drink. Who would have thought her method would actually work? Chambermud finally fell into the trap. Oh my, Your Majesty, you're pushing yourself too hard. She was very pleased with herself for leading him into the snare. No, it's fine. After Shawn accepted her challenge, she would accompany him to the end, not letting him down. 1 hour. I'll finish this within an hour. It's time to show all my accumulated experience. No, my alcohol tolerance. And Leah Salitz was doing all of this for new hair samples. But life wasn't a drama. Who would have thought that she would be the first to fall? Your Majesty, I'm not drunk at all. Although Leah Salitz was already too drunk to find her way back, he still looked very sober. Drink more. Why should I? Faced with Shawn terrifying alcohol tolerance, she had to admit defeat. Unbelievable. He's really amazing. Does being the protagonist make him invincible? His liver must be made of iron. Life is so unfair. But Leah Salitz hadn't achieved her goal, so she couldn't give up. But I can't give up, Leah Salitz. She turned to him with a drunken face and asked, Your Majesty, aren't you sleepy? I bet you must be very sleepy. But the one who was truly unsteady on her feet was her, while Shawn remained perfectly sober. No, because she had drunk too much, her head was spinning. Leah Salitz could no longer hear what Shawn was saying. What was he saying now? Everything around her became blurry. I don't know. No, I can't just give up. Even though Leah Salitz was about to collapse, she still didn't give up. Give me another chance, and then I'll only be 5 glasses behind you. Why should I care about that? Then, after only a few sips of the newly poured wine, she put it down. It's so unfair. Perhaps at this point, Leah Salitz could no longer control her actions and leaned against him. Come on. Then she brought her face close to Shawn ear and whispered something. Your Majesty, do you know? Shawn patiently sat, waiting to hear what she wanted. I have something to tell you. But what Leah Salitz said next in bed, even though she hadn't finished speaking, made him blush crimson with embarrassment. He covered her mouth. What are you saying? Shawn tried to stop Leah Salitz from speaking, but she wouldn't be quiet. Why? What's wrong? You know, when we were together tonight. Shut up. The matter was somewhat private, and Shawn was embarrassed, not wanting the nearby servants to hear. Every night, watching you sleep soundly lying in bed. Leah Salitz looked at him with affectionate eyes. I was thinking. The word she uttered next made Shawn eyes widen in surprise. After a long night of drinking, Leah Salitz finally woke up on a bright and sunny morning. Because she had drunk too much last night, she couldn't remember anything today. Leah Salitz couldn't help but worry, wondering if she had done anything foolish. What did I do yesterday? A luxurious and magnificent mansion, a beautiful and elegant fountain outside, and the sky was filled with golden light. The servants were massaging her shoulders and neck, and Leah sighed comfortably. Now I should calm down and try to remember. So, I must have been drinking with the Emperor yesterday, right? She recalled some things. When did the glass tip over? Every night, lying in bed. Leah was immersed in their affectionate moment. Whenever I watch you sleep soundly, I think about you. She held Shawn's hand, which was pinching her chubby cheek, and said softly, You know, sometimes you don't look very serious, even when you're sleeping. She laughed with amusement, leaving him frozen with a silly expression. It's so funny, ha ha ha. Shawn held his head in his hands and muttered, She thinks it's funny. She's laughing so hard she's crying now. Leah waved her hand, signaling the servants to leave. Shawn's face darkened as he held a bottle opener in his hand. Why should I be happy? There's still a little wine left. Leah reached for the bottle, pleading with Shawn, Come on, please, let me have a little more. He told her to go back to her room. Leah pouted and whined, Are you ignoring me now? Shawn poked her forehead lightly and scolded, Little girl, you're already drunk, and you still have the nerve to say that. Leah, drunk and hazy-eyed, asked, But why do you call me that? She still clung tightly to the bottle, rubbing her head against his shoulder. Can't you start calling me by my name? Leah's gaze at Shawn grew increasingly tender. I really like it when you call me Leah. Okay, Shawn. He stared at Leah with wide, bewildered eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Shawn snatched the bottle from her hand. He finished the bottle by himself, goosebumps rising all over his body. Stop talking nonsense. Leah collapsed onto the table, still dizzy from the lingering effects of the alcohol, murmuring, Can we have a ball, please? Shawn's face darkened, and he said coldly to the drunken Leah, If I won the bet, why should I grant your wish? Unfazed and fueled by the remaining alcohol in her system, Leah ran around, earnestly pleading with Shawn, Otherwise, I won't let you sleep at all, or I'll never give you snacks again. Shawn, are you really not going to hold the ball? Unable to grab Shawn's arm, Leah instead spoke softly. Can you? She leaned in so close to Shawn that his eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? Leah wrapped her arms around his neck, her forehead against his, pleading, please. Just stop for 5 seconds. Wait, what's going on? Time is going backward. Rewind. Leah clutched her head, realizing the moment, and shouted, why can't I remember that scene? She stood up abruptly, bumping her head against the maid's chin. What happened yesterday? Leah had a large bump on her head, and she felt sorry for the maid. I'm sorry. Sit down and rest for a while. The maid stood there, clutching her chin. I'm fine. I don't dare. Leah insisted that the maid sit down. I'm really sorry. Sit down and rest for a bit. Finally, the maid agreed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A tear rolled down Sarah's left eye as she held her swollen chin. Leah thought, this girl's name is Sarah. It seems she suffered a lot because of me. So, she blurted out, Sarah, I'm guessing you've been working a lot of night shifts lately. Sarah immediately replied with a puzzled tone, yes. How did Your Majesty know? You even know my name. Resting her head on one hand, she said casually, I see you every day. How could I not know? Sarah's voice trembled. I'm very sorry to have worried you. It's just that things have been rather busy lately. Then Leah took out a small blue pill box and handed it to her. Because of my reputation, we're short-staffed, right? It's my fault. Take this. I heard it's very effective for relieving fatigue. Share it with the other servants who need it. Sarah was stunned, covering her face. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leah lifted her small face and examined it carefully. Oh my, your bruise is worse. I'll bring you some ointment and a restorative potion later. Sarah said shyly yes. Sarah looked at Leah with a different expression, the warmth making her heart pound. Although I've only been a palace maid for 2 weeks, Her Majesty the Empress is truly different from the rumors. It's said that in the imperial palace, becoming a maid is usually considered an honor for the upper nobility. So for her, this is already a great fortune. For someone like me, from a poor, quasi-baronet family, this opportunity is a pipe dream. In life, sometimes many things take such unexpected turns. On the other hand, Sarah had also heard quite a few of those various rumors. Several maids had already been dismissed or run away, forcing the royal family to recruit lower-ranking nobles. And among the most prevalent rumors, I'm afraid, were those about Leah. Despite the Empress's notoriety, Sarah could be said to have sacrificed everything for the sake of the bigger picture. I'm determined to endure everything for my family. However, at this moment, she was moved to tears of happiness. But Her Majesty is so frail. Leah was completely different from what she had heard, a stark contrast to the image portrayed in the rumors. Then Leah scratched her cheek and asked Sarah a question. Hey, Sarah, how do you feel when someone you hate suddenly becomes kind to you? She was still worried about her servants. Would you feel burdened? Sarah felt overjoyed. No, I will be very happy, She rubbed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. At first, because of those rumors, I was very afraid of Your Majesty. But you've always been so considerate of us. Sarah held Leah's hand, offering her service. The maid standing beside her nodded. We will do our best to serve you. You could trust us. Thank you all. Actually, Leah had another plan. I was hoping to get some clues about yesterday, but it seems the maids have misunderstood something. She quickly put the matter aside. Anyway, it's fine this way for now. Well, it's always good to have allies. Let's call this fortunate. Leah was still worried. Should I have asked a different question? Then she asked everyone, if I want something from His Majesty, what should I do? Sarah happily encouraged her. Is it because of yesterday's bet? If so, you should keep trying. Leah felt even more excited. Really? Should I keep bothering him? The maids all cheered, of course. As the saying goes, keep swinging your hoe and you'll eventually break through the wall. Even the sturdiest tree will fall after being chopped 10 times. This filled Leah with hope and excitement. She's right. Living means persevering. Just as she made up her mind, Shawn passed by. Let's go. Oh, it's His Majesty, she said. A friendly greeting. Good morning, Your Majesty. Just a friendly wave. He turned and walked in another direction. What's going on? Where is he going? Leah remembered Shawn's actions and asked, Do you do that to everyone? She twitched as if an electric current had passed through her body. Huh. Her face turned pale. She scratched her head. What was that memory just now? What did I do? Leah worried that she might reveal a secret. I didn't accidentally blurt out that we're both going to die in 2 years, did I? She thought of hundreds of things that could have happened. Will he think I'm crazy and avoid me? Oh my God. Leah lamented sadly to the servants. Did I say anything strange to His Majesty last night when I was drunk? She blamed herself. I'm already a troublemaker, actually a stalker. What if rumors spread because I was being vague? The maid beside her encouraged her. Impossible. If something something like that happened, we would never stand idly by. They really liked Leah's personality. You're really adorable, so it's okay. So, did I say something silly or not? She thought happily, it's so great that everyone is on my side. Leah smiled amiably. Well, you all have to stand up for me, okay? A while later, the maids left in high spirits. While Leah was having a pleasant chat with the maids, Eloise appeared. You can't order us to do that, Your Majesty. Giving such an order will only make everyone think you're turning them into allies. According to your plan. Her face was full of worry. Please reconsider. Leah wondered who this person was. Eloise tried her best to stop her actions. You can't do that, Your Majesty. If you give such an order, the maids will misunderstand it as harassment. Leah thought, this person must be. She pleaded earnestly. So please withdraw your order. Leah was guessing. Eloise. Leah began to search her memories, analyzing the family tree. My father, Cromwell Celeste, is the eldest son of the Duke's family. He has a younger brother named Louis. She remembered all the positions in the family. After the previous Duke passed away, my father inherited the title, and Louis received the title of Count Appenzell, one of the secondary titles passed down through the Duke's family. And standing before Leah was Louis's daughter, Appenzell, Eloise Appenzell. Leah and Eloise are related by blood, so she's my cousin. The blonde woman appeared in her mind. That was Eloise's mother, the Countess. It was said that she was a descendant of the rare, extinct siren race, and she died during childbirth. Both of them, Eloise's mother and my mother, the Duchess Celeste, gave birth to girls on the same day. As a result, Leah and Eloise were born on the same day. So Eloise and I are the same age, with the same birthday. Moreover, as cousins, we look so much alike that we could be mistaken for sisters. The circumstances are also very similar. Born on the same day, both lost our mothers. We're like twins. Leah stared at her, feeling like it was a twist of fate, although I don't have many memories of her. Leah said gently, Eloise, sit here. Eloise obediently complied. Your Majesty, she clasped her hands, showing endless anxiety. I feel so sorry for you when people call you a rebel, a stalker, a witch. Leah froze at these words. Wait, when did the title of witch come about? At this rate, she'd have a whole collection of derogatory nicknames. Leah replied blankly, that I don't really like that one, which is a bit too much. Eloise showed great sympathy, I understand. So I'm here to help you. Leah asked curiously, oh, how? She took Leah's hand and made a suggestion that sounded less than benevolent. You should publicly declare repentance for the mistakes you've made in the past. To increase credibility, Eloise also mentioned the benefits of doing so. Furthermore, if you serve in the temple, your image will greatly improve. Then Leah said, Eloise. Leah was sharp. She spoke frankly. First of all, I didn't manipulate the maids to make things difficult for anyone. This stunned Eloise. What? Leah continued to express. This means if false rumors about me spread, the people on my side will stand up for me. It seems Leah felt disgusted with this person, that you've misunderstood the loyalty of my maids. It's truly disappointing. Her words were firm and resolute, but Leah's expression remained very relaxed. Moreover, if I take your advice, it would be tantamount to publicly admitting that the queen of this country is a failure. Hearing this, Eloise's hands trembled. She suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. Leah was a little surprised and waved her hand in comfort. It's okay, I know you meant well. Leah sensed something was amiss. It was strange for her to cry like this over such a small matter. At this moment, another person entered. Eloise's father, Louis, appeared. Eloise, father. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty the Queen. Louis Appenzell, my uncle. Leah was quite surprised by Louis. He was so different from her own father that it was hard to believe they were brothers. But facing the father and daughter, Leah was also quite perplexed. But this is quite an awkward situation, isn't it? Standing before Eloise's innocent act, she realized that anyone would see me, the villain, as the one who made my kind cousin cry. At this moment, Louis said, I believe Eloise must have caused you some concern. His words stunned Leah. I've been deeply disturbed by the recent rumors about your Majesty. Louis's demeanor was elegant, gentle, and sincere. He apologized. Although I may have said something inappropriate, I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I am truly sorry for adding to your troubles, knowing full well that your Majesty has also had to endure those rumors. I'm sorry to have caused you further worry. Leah dismissed this. It's all right. It's good to see you again after so long. But she felt something was amiss. I thought he would immediately suspect me, but he's surprisingly gentle. As the Duke's younger brother, doesn't he have any other intentions? Or is there some underlying meaning I'm not understanding? Leah gazed deeply into his eyes, but his gaze was so clear. Then she excused herself. I have to go. I still have some official business to attend to. Please attend to your affairs. Lewis remained silent, lost in thought. He bid Leah farewell. Then, I shall see you again next time, Your Majesty. Leah strode away, her soft hair flowing behind her. In that instant, Lewis's eyes subtly changed. However, after leaving, Leah felt a pang of envy. I'm so jealous Eloise actually has such a warm father. Leah immediately consoled herself. It's okay, but I have the Black Panther. That's enough. She took a deep breath. Leah then noticed the time. I'm gonna be late. A sly smile appeared on her face, and a bad idea popped up. Shouldn't I go hunt that runaway Black Panther somewhere else? In a luxurious office, Shawn was alone in the large room. Suddenly, the locked door moved, as if someone was trying to open it from the outside. Shawn's face darkened, and he growled, "Who is it?" Leah pulled out a golden key. A predatory look appeared on her face. "I've been waiting for you, Your Majesty." Shawn's eyes instantly froze. Shawn immediately backed away warily, even wanting to jump out the window. Leah shouted from above, "Your Majesty, why are you avoiding me? We're on the 3rd floor." Shawn feigned indifference. "I don't know what you're talking about." Leah asked, somewhat exasperated. "You were avoiding me in the garden earlier, and now you're doing it again." Shawn argued, "I only opened the window because it was hot." Leah's hair fluttered in the wind, and her words left Shawn speechless. "But it's autumn now. It'll be cold after sunset." Leah took his arm and said softly, "All right, come here. Don't go anywhere. Have you had dinner yet?" Leah picked up the wine bottle and pleaded, "Have a drink with me." Shawn snatched the wine glass from the table, covering the opening. "You shouldn't drink." Leah asked curiously why. "Did I cause you any trouble yesterday?" "I don't remember much." He asked seriously, "What do you remember?" She struggled to recall. I'm not sure." Leah brightened, remembering something. "I remember you said you'd reconsider holding a ball." Shawn snatched the wine bottle as well. "You only remember the parts that are beneficial to you, don't you?" He opened the bottle and slowly poured the wine into the glass. "Your Majesty, so you really will hold a party, right?" Shawn slowly brought the glass to his lips, reproaching her. "You remember the ball, but you seem to have forgotten my name." Leah looked bewildered. What name?" He subtly hinted about last night. "Didn't you ask me to call your name?" Leah still seemed clueless. "Oh, right. Then call my name, Your Majesty." But she couldn't break protocol. "What about you? How can I call you Majesty by name?" Shawn said, "Last night you called my name naturally, but now." Leah said softly, "All right, Shawn." He looked at the girl in front of him. Then she sweetly asked, "Shawn, then tell me why you don't like parties. I need to know the reason to understand." His voice was low. "Because I don't have many good memories." Shawn lifted the glass in his hand. "Perhaps it's because my experiences from childhood haven't been pleasant." Shawn thought of something distant, unpleasant memories suddenly surfacing. "Shawn, why, how could you do that, Your Majesty?" He suddenly voiced the sorrow in his heart. "Growing up, I didn't have any special memories." The memory replayed. "Why, how could you do that, Your Majesty?" Leah's eyes widened as she looked at him, starting to recall something. "Speaking of which, the last ball was at the coronation ceremony. I don't remember the details very well." She leaned closer to him, whispering, "Can't you tell me what happened? I can help." Shawn uttered a startling sentence. "You must have seen it at the coronation ceremony." She scratched her head sheepishly. "I was so drunk then, so I have partial amnesia." Shawn pressed down on the rim of Leah's glass. "When will this kind of thing stop happening?" Then he instructed, "You should take care of your own body, not me." She gently pushed his hand away from her glass. Shawn felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity, a little bewildered. "Leah, you're the one who should take care of your body." She smiled and listened obediently. "Yes, Shawn. I'll eat my broccoli too." He asked curiously, "Broccoli?" It was Leah's turn to ask curiously why. "Is there something wrong with it?" He continued pouring wine into his glass, finding it difficult to speak. Shawn stared into the air, his words laced with sorrow. "No one ever taught me how to understand emotions. Joy, sadness, all of that. There was a rumor an emperor with emotions would ruin the fate of the empire." Shawn sadly recounted his unpleasant childhood. "My father believed that prophecy and raised me with strict discipline because of it." Ascending to the throne was never something Shawn wanted. For a beast like me, war and the arena are more suitable than human activities like balls. Greetings echoed through the hall. "Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." The banquet had dancers and a band, lights flashing, beginning, the noisy coronation party as it always was. Then came the various introductions and meetings. He disliked these things. The overwhelming noise gave him a splitting headache. Shawn uncomfortably tried to endure it. Amidst the calls of Your Majesty, he made his escape. Just as Shawn was about to leave, something unexpected happened. But someone grabbed my hand, saying I couldn't leave. Dizzy from the headache, he lost his sense of direction. It resulted in unnecessary excessive behavior. I overreacted while trying to shake them off. Accusations and words of hatred followed. Why? Why did His Majesty try to kill that child? I just shook them off. More and more such words surrounded him. How could His Majesty do that? I heard you spend your childhood on the battlefield. Shawn's hands clenched tighter, veins bulging. Everyone be careful, or if His Majesty gets angry, you might die at his hands. The murmurs grew louder, reaching a new level. He's a tyrant, a terrifying tyrant. He's clearly bloodthirsty. Countless words poured in. He recalled, people said he'd been on the battlefield so long he couldn't live without blood. His perpetually expressionless face was because he was suppressing his desire to kill. A striking word surfaced in his mind, tyrant. Shawn closed his eyes. Once that label stuck, no one would bother me anymore. That's why I don't hold balls. Leah scoffed dismissively, offering comfort. It's okay. She took Shawn's hand. I'm here with you now, Shawn. Leah caressed his cold hand. If you can't feel the emotions of those around you, or if you find it hard to understand them, she placed his hand against her cheek, speaking softly to Shawn. I'll teach you. Leah told him the coronation ball was an accident. She said softly it wasn't anyone's fault. Their hands intertwined, Leah conveying warmth to Shawn. I'll help you, Shawn, so you won't get hurt anymore and you won't make any more mistakes. At that moment, Shawn remained silent. I'm definitely not drunk, he thought, but wondered about a strange thing. Why does my stomach feel so uncomfortable? Leah's eyes pleaded with Shawn. You'll hold a ball for me, right? Shawn flatly refused, but before he could finish, Leah kissed him, making him freeze. No matter what you say, I won't hold a ball. Having finished the sweet kiss, she nuzzled her nose against Shawn's chin. You will, won't you? Thank you so much. He touched his chin, feeling truly strange. Shawn felt doomed. Oh no, the memories of last night returned vividly, those sweet yet embarrassing memories replaying with startling realism. Shawn, can't we have a ball? She had been so drunk she could barely stand. That voice still echoed in his ears with vivid clarity. Please, Shawn, or I won't let you sleep from now on. Shawn found the girl quite amusing. It was entertaining to watch her talk. Even with Leah's sweet tone, he made up his mind. Then I'll just respond every time. Shawn's eyes widened. What are you doing now? Leah gave him an enthusiastic peck. Shoo, she whined, please. I'm begging you. This made his face stiffen. Shawn asked, do you do this to everyone? Leah quickly denied it. No, not at all. Leah's smile was as sweet as sugar. Only because you're cute. Back in the present, she called his name. Shawn. She asked gently, are you leaving? Shawn started to say something. You. He rubbed his head in frustration. Shawn reminded her sternly, fix your drinking habits. The night was quiet, faint starlight sneaking in through the window. The two lay in a large bed, the love between a man and a woman. Leah, half leaning, confided in Shawn about her girlhood days before sleep, her full lips chattering nonstop. He lay still, listening to her stories, but still doubting in his mind. She doesn't remember the kiss, right? He was lost in thought, or maybe it's not that important. Leah suddenly called his name. Shawn. Then she thought, it's strange. I've been staying up late recently. I should try a new method. Naturally, Leah was startled and remembered. Right, I'll try it now. She called his name again. Shawn. She lay down completely and asked, can't you sleep? Shawn didn't hide it. A little. Leah brought her face closer to his. Lifting her head, she then had a unique idea. Should I brush your hair? Leah said sweetly. Gently massaging the scalp can help you sleep better. Leah thought mischievously, then I can get his hair for the antidote. Shawn was still hesitant. Will it really help me sleep better? She confirmed immediately, lest she reveal any cracks. Of course. Sit down quickly. With a comb in her hand, she was ready. It seems he can't sleep because he's too focused on talking, right? Meanwhile, Shawn kept gazing at Leah's full lips. She gently combed his hair, while his gaze didn't waver. If this keeps up, I'll probably keep staring at her lips. Leah added a condition in a coquettish tone. If you allow me to attend the ball, I'll show you something new starting today. Shawn finally acquiesced. Well, if I can fall asleep sooner, I'll do anything. He agreed. I accept your request. Leah hesitated slightly. Really? Then her eyes lit up with interest. Really? You won't go back on your word? He replied, As she spoke, she turned Shawn around. Thank you. It'll be so much fun. I'll brush your hair from behind. So, turn around too. She breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved. After hearing about Shawn's story, I was worried when I couldn't remember clearly, but it seems I didn't make any mistakes. Leah felt a little smug. She had brilliantly achieved her wish and completed her mission. I got Shawn's hair, and everything is going smoothly. The antidote bottle was right before her eyes. This is the Emperor's hair bottle, she thought to herself. I wonder what kind of poison will be found inside. A single hair can actually carry an Emperor's memories. Of course, thinking about the hardships he must have gone through, it's truly unfortunate. Leah asked softly with concern, how does it feel with me brushing like this? Is it all right? She also showed him the comb. This is new, but I liked it after using it, so I naturally bought it when I thought of you, Shawn. Shawn asked, you thought of me. Leah didn't deny it, even adding with a hint of affection, yes. I do these things only because it's you, Shawn. The comb glided through Shawn's thick black hair. Shawn pondered for a moment. This is certainly a strange procedure. Then he said to Leah, never mind, let's hear something interesting. Leah began to lead him into the story step by step. So, Shawn, do you know the smell of winter? That scent appears when autumn turns to winter. As she combed, she expressed, that's my favorite time of the year. Shawn remained silent, listening intently, especially after I finished speaking. A while later, Leah slumped over the table, lamenting the preparations for the ball in 2 weeks. What a pain. Leto double-checked the documents in his hand, but the attendee list was optimistic, showing high efficiency. He emphasized that the foreign ambassador, in particular, would definitely be coming. Leah, being the Empress, knew that the more diverse the attendees, the more valuable the event. I understand. Leah reviewed the list of attendees. It's fortunate that Duke Cromwell isn't attending, anyway. He probably doesn't like me, she said dejectedly. I even thought he'd come to check on the situation first. Leah must survive first. Once I escape this predicament, I'll get a divorce and leave the Imperial Palace. I don't enjoy these events at all. Leah huddled in a chair in the corner, holding the list. This is the only way to survive for now. There's one more thing she needs to do. Now, I should focus on finding the antidote. Leah spoke seriously to Leto. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? He obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty, everything is prepared. The two linked pinkies. Excellent. The banquet is ready, and the ball is about to begin. Top-shelf luxury wines have been poured. The room is decorated cleanly and luxuriously, and naturally, royal-level cuisine is a must. The main hall, resplendent in gold, meticulously crafted for the eternal glory of Bermuda, is breathtakingly beautiful. The attendees thronged the hall, creating a lively atmosphere. Leo walked side by side with Emperor Shawn, and the two came out to greet the distinguished guests. The invited guests came one by one to greet Leah and Shawn. She clung to Shawn's arm sweetly and coquettishly, showing no shyness at all. The surrounding people gossiped, each with their own opinions. My goodness, look at the two of them. So, the rumors about the tyrannical couple are false. During the coronation, they did act like tyrants themselves. After all, there's nothing good to say about either of them. This might just be an act. Come on, would the emperor tolerate something he dislikes? But some disagreed. Now, for the past 2 days, they've been like a newlywed couple. Yes, she was very satisfied with the current situation. Good, just as I expected. She raised her holy comb. Now, I should take the basic step, right? Leah relaxed, combing her smooth hair. Suddenly, 2 people approached and asked, Your Majesty. Before they could finish, Leah quickly explained, I'm just a little worried about the ball after the wedding. This comb has a calming effect. She invited everyone to try the comb. I didn't expect such a comb to have such an effect. Leah, like a brand manager, would you like to try it? The girl also approached Leah and picked up the comb to brush her hair. After the experience, the girl was refreshed, as if reborn. Oh, I feel my mind has been purified, and my whole body feels very comfortable. The girl then asked, Your Majesty, where did you get this comb? Others, seeing this, also gathered around. Can we try it? Leah agreed, and thousands of combs were brought out. Of course, she introduced it amiably. Use it naturally and leave your feelings after using it. I will give each of you a new comb afterward. With everyone's evaluations and feelings, the artisans can make even better combs. So at the party, everyone held a comb. This is the purpose of this item. Each time it's used, a fragrance emanates from the teeth of the comb. This comb has a very magical effect, and that fragrance has a significant effect on treating insomnia and regulating the body and mind. The comb aroused people's curiosity. Combined naturally with hair, This item is meant to enhance relationships and the royal reputation. Through this feedback, we can improve the fragrance for Shawn, benefiting both sides. Just as Leah was happily promoting, the Emperor, sitting above, exuded a strange, magical aura. He clenched his fists tightly. Just then, Leto handed over something. "Your Majesty, this is the new antidote." He also carefully instructed, "It would be very dangerous to drink it all at once, so you can only drink one bottle a day." She looked at the several bottles of antidote in her hand and smiled with interest. My efforts at the banquet were worth it. Promoting the comb brought her many benefits. Thanks to running around, I made a lot of money at once. I did very well. She suddenly remembered Shawn and turned towards the door. But Shawn was already gone, too late. Leah recalled what had just happened. He left directly after the dance. He turned and left without a word. What's wrong with Shawn today? Did something happen? She pushed open the door and asked the maid, Lorraine, "Where's His Majesty?" Lorraine respectfully replied, "He is practicing swordsmanship." Leah was puzzled at this hour. She rested her chin in her hand and pondered for a moment. Did something really happen? I should go check on him just in case. Besides, I've prepared a new ASMR, and I really want him to experience it soon. At the swordsmanship training grounds, Shawn had given orders to his subordinate, who later returned to report. "With all due respect, Your Majesty has commanded that no one is permitted to enter." Leah was astonished, pointing to herself. "What? Not even me?" The subordinate said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, the Empress is specifically forbidden." She grew increasingly perplexed. Why was he acting like this so suddenly? Night fell, and darkness enveloped the entire imperial palace. Shawn continued to diligently practice his swordsmanship, breathing heavily. He was displeased by what had happened today. She had gone and combed other people's hair. It made him jealous. "You said you would only do that for me." Shawn resolutely sheathed his sword. Preposterous. He angrily slashed at the training dummy. Nothing but empty flattery. He asked himself, why is this happening? Shawn couldn't understand his own heart. It was a burning rage. Outside, Leah remained steadfastly waiting. Lorraine softly reminded her, "Your Majesty, the night is deep and cold. You should return to your chambers." Leah sighed sadly, thinking with a headache, "It seems he really doesn't intend to see me tonight. I should give up and try again another day." Another thought struck her. Next time, I'll have to use ASMR. Heeding Lorraine's words, Leah turned to leave. "Since things have turned out this way, I'll just drink one bottle of the antidote." After consuming the potion, she slowly picked up a towel and wiped her mouth, feeling exhausted. "I'm so dizzy, perhaps because I collected too much hair. This poison is stronger." Leah looked at the mirror. I looked terrible. There were still traces of blood on the sink, more than before. Leah sighed wearily again. What kind of endurance is this? Standing firmly on the floor, she calculated in her mind, but there isn't much time left, so I must endure. She counted on her fingers. At this rate, probably only 2 years left. No, only one. Suddenly, Shawn flung the door open. Leah looked up and stammered, "Say, Shawn, you came." He demanded, "Why did you do that?" "Why?" Shawn felt incredibly jealous. "You combed other people's hair at the banquet, just like you do for me." Shawn's voice was laced with suspicion, envious of those whose hair Leah had combed. "You acted as if you only did that for me. Was it all just to appease me?" She was stunned, unsure of what was happening. What is he suddenly talking about? Clutching her skirt, she said, "Shawn, I think there's been a misunderstanding." His tone grew darker. "A misunderstanding? Then explain." Shawn's face darkened as he reproached her. "What am I to you? Just someone insignificant, as long as you flatter me." Leah grew increasingly confused by his nonsensical accusations. Feeling unwell, she said, I'm too dizzy to think straight." She composed herself, slowly analyzing the situation. "I need to calm down and think about why he's angry." Shawn angrily continued his interrogation. "You combed other people's hair at the banquet, just like you do for me. You acted as if you only did that for me. Was it all just to appease me?" His expression grew increasingly grim. "What am I to you?" Jealousy reached its peak. "Just someone insignificant, as long as you naturally flatter me. Is that it?" Leah covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. At this moment, in Leah's mind, Shawn was like a kitten needing to be coaxed by its owner. "So now, because I combed other people's hair too, he thinks he's not special to me." She found it amusing, but also endearing that he thought this way. Leah peeked at Shawn with a smile. He was still angry. "Are you laughing at me?" She quickly explained, but suddenly stumbled. "Not laughing. I just wanted to say you're cute." She coughed up blood. Leah felt she was done for. I'm done for. It seems she had overdosed. I think I'm feeling the side effects of the antidote I drank earlier. Leah was now in dire straits. This is... Shawn's voice trembled. Impossible. He blurted out, making her eyes widen. You're terminally ill. Leah was dazed by his words. Shawn's voice was filled with a series of deductions. Suddenly changing doctors, dismissing the entire harem, even starting to be nice to me. Grasping her hand, he demanded, is all of this because you don't have much time left? His voice grew weaker. Do you really only have a year left to live? He couldn't believe it. Impossible. Shawn had been standing outside, listening earlier. At this rate, probably only 2 years left. No, only 1. She wanted to explain, but Leah's body reacted strangely. Oh no, it's nothing. Say I am. Shawn cried out as she collapsed into his arms. Lying there, Leah said in a trembling voice, Shawn, I'll tell you everything. He spoke to her gently. You must be in so much pain. Don't say anything. Clenching his jaw, Shawn blamed himself. I didn't even know any of this, and I said such unreasonable things. He tenderly wiped the blood from her lips. Don't do anything. Just lie still. He became gentle and sweet. I'll accept everything. Leah's voice still trembled slightly. Wow, what do you mean? Shawn continued, everything you want. He spoke to her tenderly and considerately. Please move aside a little. Leah put her hand on her chest as if to push him away. No, there must be some misunderstanding, and there are always exceptions. Except for that, Shawn said firmly, I'll do everything in my power to save you. He gently lifted Leah's head and declared, as if making an important proclamation, don't leave me. Chamber Mud embraced Leah's sallets, stroking her cheek. Don't leave me. Then, Chamber Mud lifted Leah's sallets into his arms. She clung to his neck, a troubled expression on her face. Shawn, wait, this isn't right. Ignoring her, Chamber Mud carried her away, his expression unchanged. The Empress's palace will be temporarily closed until you recover. Leah's sallets, eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, confusion written all over her face. She was placed in a bath, her expression still bewildered. Oh no, I'm fine. Leah's sallets was completely puzzled as she saw 3 maidservants standing beside her, ready to attend to her. She felt dizzy as she was washed and bathed by the 3 maids. In the evening, Leah's sallets lay in bed resting, her hands clasped over her chest, her expression vacant. Suddenly, she was startled to find Chamber Mud in bed with her. She turned to Chamber Mud and asked, Shawn, can we talk? Why did you suddenly order this place closed? He replied coldly, if you say another word, I'll lock you in this bedroom and you'll never leave. Leah's sallets paled and froze at his words. She thought, what? Chamber Mud suddenly turned to her. Close your eyes. He growled, enough, go to sleep. You look terrible. Leah's sallets grumbled inwardly. How rude. No matter my condition, how can he say that about someone's face? Leah's sallets' face flushed as she drifted off to sleep. Well, my body is tired. The bed is really warm. It's easy to fall asleep. No, I have to protect everyone. Her gaze at Chamber Mud grew hazy, then closed. And I also need to play the ASMR I prepared. Leah's sallets murmured, Shawn, you should sleep too. Hearing this, Chamber Mud urged, don't be stubborn. I'll wake you tomorrow. There's a lot of work to do. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, a warmth spreading through her. Has he always been this sweet? Every day, he lulls me to sleep with that voice. I fall asleep instantly listening to Shawn's voice. That day arrived. Early morning, the sun had already risen. A voice called out, the Empress has opened her eyes. Someone hurried closer, asking anxiously, has she regained consciousness? Leah's sallets pulled the blanket over her bewildered face and whispered, what's going on? What is all this medical equipment? Seeing her panicked state, someone explained, we were ordered by His Majesty to remain in the Empress's palace until you have fully recovered. No one is permitted to leave beforehand. Hearing this, she sat up and screamed. What? The person beside her asked tentatively. So, can you tell us what's wrong now? Leah's sallets cowered slightly and stammered. And no, there's nothing wrong with me. The 2 medical officers attending to Leah quickly spoke up. As we expected, it's difficult for the patient to detect the symptoms themselves in the early stages. Please trust us. We guarantee your recovery. The doctor beside her pushed up his glasses, a hint of excitement in his voice. Then, Your Majesty, let's begin the examination. Terror filled her face, sweat dripping down her brow. She wanted to avoid it, thinking, no, I told you I'm not sick. Ugh, what in the world is going on? After 2 weeks of continuous examinations and treatments, Leah Sallet sighed, lamenting, 2 weeks straight. 2 weeks. Under Leto Castle's gaze, she turned her face away in exasperation. At this rate, I think I'll be better than forever. Leto Castle shrugged, offering comfort. Since things have come to this, just think of it as recuperating. She recalled the past days and sighed. I can't even walk. How is this recuperating? You can't walk, Your Majesty. I'll take you. Leto Castle offered. At least they still allow you to stroll in the garden. Leto Castle continued. There are nutritious meals and rare medicinal herbs. They'll bring you anything you want, so you lack nothing. All sorts of fruits are beautifully arranged. Leah Salitz clutched her head in frustration. But I told them there's nothing wrong with me. Even when I say I'm healthy, they don't believe me. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her, and she covered her mouth. Could be the coughing of blood that shocked them so much. To think they're treating me like a critically ill patient. Shawn, having been on the battlefield for so long, is probably sensitive to blood. Leah Salitz calmed down and sighed, a melancholic expression on her face. Well, that makes sense. Seeing her downcast mood, Leto Castle approached and offered a medicine jar. Anyway, since things are like this, it's best to keep your body in optimal condition to utilize the antidote. Otherwise, His Majesty might become suspicious later. Here, drink it all in one go. Sharing a bed is also forbidden until your illness is diagnosed and cured. Shawn Bermud lay down and gently closed his eyes. He stroked his chin with a smug look. It's a mystery that no one has been able to solve. Leah Salitz looked at him triumphantly, thinking, of course, because there's no illness at all. Shawn Bermud approached and gently caressed her cheek. Leah Salitz was a little surprised when he said, "Sleep. If I see you coughing up blood again, I don't know what I'll do." As he spoke, Shawn Bermud touched Leah Salitz's chin, making her blush shyly. It took a moment for Leah Salitz to realize her cheeks were flushed. Startled, she buried her entire body under the blanket, hiding her blushing face. "But Shawn, you'll get a headache if you don't sleep well." Shawn Bermud looked at her and replied, "I can sleep." Leah Salitz slowly revealed her amethyst-like eyes, lying there. Shawn Bermud didn't deny it, simply replying calmly, "Yes, I can't sleep without you, right?" He slowly moved closer to her. "So about that new sound I've been preparing." Shawn Bermud embraced Leah Salitz and fell asleep, causing her jewel-like eyes to widen in surprise. Leah Salitz muttered softly, "Sleep? How?" She curled up, thinking timidly, "How am I supposed to sleep like this? His hand is so warm, and this blanket, why is it so thin?" In the dark night, the gentle moonlight crept in through the window of their room. In the warm bed, Shawn Bermud held Leah Salitz as he slept. She gently lifted her head to look at his sleeping face and softly asked, "Shawn, are you asleep?" Seeing that Shawn Bermud was still asleep and didn't answer, Leah Salitz thought to herself, "He's asleep. Has he really gotten used to sleeping without ASMR these days? Or is he just pretending?" She started to feel drowsy herself. "Well, I'm going to sleep too. You don't understand anything." Ugh, 2 weeks of confinement is long enough. Leah Salitz was sitting and drinking tea when she suddenly sneezed. Eloise, seeing her sneeze, quickly handed her a handkerchief and asked worriedly, "Oh my, Your Majesty, are you all right?" Hearing this, Leah Salitz asked in a flustered tone, "What did you just say?" Eloise placed her hands at her sides, tilted her head, and stammered, Well, since you haven't left the Empress's palace for 2 weeks, and even the medical officers have been attending to you day and night, rumors have spread." She beamed with excitement. "Congratulations on your pregnancy, Your Majesty." Leah Salitz's jaw nearly dropped to the floor in astonishment. "Pregnant? What is she talking about?" Eloise rested her chin on her hand, excitedly saying, "I've been hoping for a prince or princess to be born." Leah Salitz stammered, "Wait, that's impossible. I need to figure out what's going on." Eloise placed a hand on her chest. "My father and uncle have also heard the rumors and are very curious. But because it's still early, they were advised to be cautious, so His Majesty only allowed me to visit." Leah Salitz lowered her head, biting her handkerchief and weeping silently. Shawn even made up such a lie. "I can't tell them that I'm locked up because they mistakenly think I'm seriously ill. And if my father hears about my supposed illness and comes, it'll be troublesome. If that unknown curse is triggered, I can't control it. Wait, could it be that Shawn is using this pregnancy rumor because of my father? He might not know the specifics of the curse, but he's been more wary of my father's actions since that incident." A thoughtful expression appeared on Leah Salitz's face. "Just pregnant. This lie is my shield. From now on, I have to play along too. Eloise continued excitedly. So, is it a little prince or a little princess? Leah Salitz averted her gaze, her expression troubled. Oh, well, it's still. Hearing this, Eloise clapped her hands. Of course. I heard it takes a while to know the baby's gender. Your Majesty, as a congratulatory gift for the future prince or princess, may I sing a lullaby? Leah Salitz hummed, replying, lullaby. She thought to herself, sorry, it's nothing, but I just ate a strawberry cake. Eloise, recalling her mother's pregnancy, began, when I was still in my mother's womb, she always sang this song, because she was very close to the Duchess. I'm sure His Majesty must have heard this song often when he was in his mother's womb. Leah Salitz said a little shyly, I understand. Then please begin. Eloise began to hum in her sweet voice. Listening to her singing, Leah Salitz was surprised and entranced. She clapped her hands in praise. What a beautiful song. It's so comforting just listening to it. Hearing Leah Salitz's praise, Eloise happily covered her mouth. Really? She cheerfully suggested. Then I'll write down the music for you. Please sing it to the baby, Your Majesty. I'm sure they'll love it. Someone, bring paper and pen. Eloise wrote down the musical notes on the paper. It's done. Eloise picked it up happily and, looking at Leah Salitz, asked, would you like to practice now? Leah Salitz took a sip of tea and evaded, I'll practice later. Try singing it. I'm not a good singer. Hearing this, Eloise looked a little disappointed. Oh, don't say that. I just wanted to sing my future grandchild a lullaby their mother used to sing. Leah Salitz recalled the past, thinking, no, I really can't sing. There was a karaoke owner who came to offer his services, but as soon as he heard me sing, he pretended not to see me and left immediately. Eloise leaned closer excitedly. You can sing it when His Majesty is here. They say the more memories a child shares with their parents, the better. Leah Salitz put down her teacup, thinking, why is she so insistent? Was the previous Leah a good singer? But I have no recollection of that. Usually, I can remember most of Leah's habits. She suddenly asked seriously, startling Eloise, Eloise, why are you so eager for me to sing? Eloise lowered her head, tears gently sliding down. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I just wanted to do this for my future grandchild. Seeing Eloise cry, Leah Salitz thought, she's so sensitive. Leah Salitz put on a bright smile. Thank you for thinking of me. After the baby is born, I'll practice singing if I have the ability to turn this cake into a child, that is. Eloise wiped her tears with her hand. Please do sing. Leah Salitz changed the subject, asking something else. By the way, the dress you're wearing today looks very elegant. It suits you. Which dress shop did you go to? Still oblivious, she replied happily, oh, this dress. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, the priest has arrived. Eloise looked at Lauren, who was walking in. Oh dear, it's time. Then, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Leah Salitz replied happily. All right, thank you for visiting. Sebit stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, it's an honor to meet you for the first time. I am Sebit, the priest in charge of blessings at the main temple. He turned to the servants standing nearby. As the blessing process requires utmost piety, please step back. Seeing this, Leah Salitz sighed, thinking, one treatment wasn't enough, and now a blessing. When will this misunderstanding be cleared up? She replied, thank you for your trouble, priest. After receiving her consent, Sebit began to clasp his hands in prayer. Then I shall begin. Suddenly, his pause made Leah Salitz wonder, what's wrong? Did something go wrong? He bowed and explained, I apologize. When I try to bless the Empress's soul, for some reason, the energy keeps rebounding back to me. Hearing him say this, Leah Salitz's expression turned serious. He said the blessing rebounded from my soul. Could it be because of the curse the Duke cast on me? Leah Salitz said softly, that's impossible. I received a normal baptism. Could it be alchemy or magic? Could it be? Priest Sebit, hearing her words, became extremely panicked. Why you can't say such terrifying things? Ever since the alchemist's prophecy 26 years ago, he anxiously covered his mouth with his hand. The previous emperor had forbidden everything related to alchemy. That prophecy said that if Shawn gained emotions, he would destroy the entire empire. It seems the previous emperor was very afraid of the prophecy being revealed. But I have to find out what kind of curse the Duke put on me. Otherwise, who knows if I'll get sick for some unknown reason. Leah Salitz imagined herself having a seizure, trembling incessantly. She placed her hand on her chest and asked worriedly, Priest, please tell me. My reputation is already bad enough. If word gets out that there's something wrong with my soul, that won't do. Sebit trembled, stammering, But, seeing this, Leah Salitz snorted softly. As expected, it won't be easy. She put on a pitiful expression and wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand. Is there really no way to help me? If I can't receive this blessing, His Majesty will go mad. Can't you just bless me? Sebit was startled and screamed. Sebit recoiled in fear, trembling. I know, all the alchemists were killed, and their books were burned. I heard a rumor that if you're lucky, there's a related treatise still in the royal archives. Leah Salitz suddenly suggested, oh my, if we read it, wouldn't we know why the blessing can't reach my soul? Sebit, frantically objected, no, your majesty. Anyone who comes into contact with alchemy will be punished. Even if that book really exists, you'll be in danger. Looking at Sebit, who had collapsed and fallen asleep on the floor, Leah Salitz thought, did he fall asleep listening to my lullaby? What's going on? He's sleeping so soundly. At this rate, do I really have a talent for hypnosis? Leah Salitz stood, stroking her chin, pondering her lullaby skill. A thought suddenly struck her. Oh, wait, then I should hurry and sneak into the royal library. While I still can. Leah Salitz hurriedly left. Great, there's no one around to bother me. I can't miss this golden opportunity. Sleep a little longer, Sebit. She furtively looked around. Leah Salitz moved cautiously, arriving at the entrance of the royal library. Leah Salitz walked in, holding up a finger for silence, startling the maidservant. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? If there's a book you need, I can fetch it for you. She made a hushing gesture. I want to choose myself. The library isn't a dangerous place. Hearing this, the maidservant hurriedly said, then allow me to select a book for you, your majesty. Leah Salitz turned around. No, I'll do it myself. I want to browse in peace. But in her mind, she thought, this girl is so conspicuous wherever she goes. Ugh, I should just hurry inside, it'll be fine. Leah Salitz walked away quickly. I'll just take a quick look and be right back. The maidservant anxiously reached out. Your majesty, you only have an hour. Then, standing before the neatly arranged, dazzling stacks of books, she stared blankly. How am I supposed to find anything in here? If it's a forbidden book, I should start looking in the more secluded areas. Leah Salitz walked to a bookshelf. The Origin of Ancient Races. Not this one. A History of Tax Reform. Not this one either. Leah Salitz thought, there's so many books. Where's the alchemy book? After looking for a while, she started to feel hot, constantly fanning herself with her hand. Could just be a rumor. It's not easy to find anyway. I only have 30 minutes left. I can't possibly go through all of these. Just then, she gave up and stood up. It can't be helped. I'll give up for today. Well, I should investigate that rumor more thoroughly later and have Lindo handle it. Even so, it's a little disappointing to go back empty-handed. Maybe I should grab a novel to read on the way. Leah Salitz suddenly noticed a rather eye-catching book. Oh, the title of this book is really intriguing. As she opened it to read, she saw the contents, and her face flushed crimson. Oh my goodness, how can such a wicked book exist? This kind of book deserves to be read and condemned. Suddenly, blood dripped from a wound on Leah Salitz's finger. Oh no, my finger stuck to the page. She hurriedly wiped it off. Damn it, I can't let them find out I damaged it. The book suddenly floated up and glowed. Leah Salitz stared, dumbfounded. What is this? Why is it suddenly glowing? The book, did it just repair itself? Leah Salitz quickly closed the book. What in the world is this thing? Generalization and pure nonsense. Seeing the title on the cover, she was startled. The title changed too. Leah Salitz kept flipping through the pages. Wait, the contents have changed too. She froze in bewilderment. To those who swear not to misuse the knowledge contained within, the right to read this book is granted. May you learn and master the knowledge of alchemy and bring many benefits to the world. Leah Salitz was secretly thrilled. The knowledge of alchemy. There's no doubt this is definitely what I've been looking for. This is an alchemy book. She hugged the book tightly and raised it in delight. In the distance, a maidservant and a knight walked in. Your Majesty, an hour has passed. Leah Salitz quickly grabbed the book and ran. Seeing her run, the maidservant worriedly called out, Your Majesty. She turned around and pointed, shouting, Don't follow me. If you follow me, I'll throw you all into the new harem. The two stopped in their tracks, terrified at the prospect of being thrown into the new harem by Leah Salitz. Leah Salitz hurried down the hallway, running past the meticulously cared-for potted plants in the soft sunlight. After a while, she stopped and looked around. I've lost them, haven't I? Leah Salitz took the book out again to examine it. Let's see. To those who desire the knowledge of alchemy, make a vow. She flipped to the blank pages, puzzled. What is this? Why is there nothing after that? Leah Salitz looked around suspiciously. Who else but the Book of Alchemy would play tricks like this? I should have realized it when it was disguised as a red-covered book. She remembered the blood that had dripped onto the book. A vow. The book glowed when I dripped blood on it earlier. So, maybe if I drip blood on it again. Leah Salitz saw a thorny flower nearby. This thorn shouldn't hurt too much. She did it again, dripping blood onto the page. Words immediately appeared on the blank page. My master, what do you wish to know? Seeing this, Leah Salitz was satisfied. I knew it. This was the right way. She brought the book closer. Oh, hello. I have a question. Do you know anything about curses? The page remained unresponsive. It's the same as before. Well, since it's a book, maybe I should try writing it down. Leah Salitz wrote in the book with a pen, I've been cursed. I suddenly can't breathe, and it's very painful. The cause is unknown. Can you tell me what this curse is? The book immediately answered her question. It is a curse cast within a day of your birth. It uses blood as a medium and is tied to fate. Leah Salitz was startled. Fate? If it was cast within a day of my birth, when I was still a baby, then the culprit must be the Duke. She immediately asked another question. Is this a curse meant to kill me? The book replied, no. Currently, your soul is bound to the person closest to you. Normally, the target would be a blood relative, but this is not the case in your situation, my master. Hearing this, Leah Salitz thought, if it's the person closest to me, but not a blood relative, that's Shawn. What happens after souls are bound? In most novels, if one person dies, the other dies too. She wore an incredulous expression. No way, right? Leah Salitz wrote another question. What happens to the person whose soul is bound to mine if I die? The answer appeared again. If one soul is completely extinguished, the other soul will also be damaged, and over time, it will become more tightly bound by the curse. Ultimately, they will walk the same path of fate. Seeing the answer, Leah Salitz asked, then in the original story, when Shawn went mad and died, was it because Leah, whose soul was bound to his, died first? Leah Salitz's eyes were ice cold. That's impossible. If one side weakens, the other side weakens too. Lauren stood in front of Leah Salitz's room, thinking, why is the door open? Is the blessing over? She went inside and softly said, Your Majesty, Priest Sebit, is the blessing over? Seeing Sebit lying motionless on the floor, Lauren panicked. Is Her Majesty gone? She, in the night, approached Sebit and hurriedly tried to wake him. Priest Sebit, please wake up. Priest Sebit. The knight beside her, seeing that Sebit was still dazed, said, This reaction, it seems he was drugged. Hearing this, Lauren was startled. Drugged? Could it be? Everyone around was terrified, thinking someone had kidnapped the Empress. Lauren immediately urged, Quickly, we need to inform His Majesty. Meanwhile, Leah Salitz was lost in thought. Did the murderer who killed Leah know about the fact that Shawn and I are soulbound? Killing Shawn directly would be rebellion, but the Empress's tragic death only caused a brief commotion. By killing Leah, it seems they were also able to easily get rid of Shawn. She imagined the scene of the two being killed. Because of the curse, Leah Salitz bit her lip tightly. So the culprit is... She held her head in frustration. This is too complicated, and the curse placed on Leah's soul is still in effect, which is also a headache. It's given me such a headache. Let's first sort out the things we know for sure. In other words, if Shawn is healthy, then I'm healthy, and if I'm healthy, then Shawn is healthy. Taking care of Shawn's health is actually very helpful for me too. Leah Salitz realized with horror, wait, does this mean I have to continue to endure being tied to Shawn? She regained her composure and said, let's put that aside for now and focus on other things. The writing on the page suddenly disappeared. It feels a little worn out again. Leah Salitz dripped her blood again, complaining, is it? I knew it. The more questions I ask, the weaker the effect of the blood. I'll have to replenish it regularly when using it. She immediately continued writing with the pen. Okay, let's quickly move on to the next question. Why does the curse cause pain? The book immediately answered her. It is because the two forcibly bound souls are rejecting each other. They need to be fused together so that they will no longer feel any discord. Leah Salitz exclaimed in surprise. Can't the curse be broken unless one of the two souls is extinguished? She excitedly wrote, but wouldn't that mean the other soul would also be affected? The book didn't refute, answering, that's right. When the curse is broken, the other soul will also be destroyed. Hearing this, Leah Salitz was exhausted. What is this? It's like an endless loop. She sighed deeply. Ugh, I guess I have no choice but to ask how to fuse them. My finger really hurts. Leah Salitz asked another question. How are the two souls fused? The book immediately answered. Emotion, physical connection, and contact. Leah Salitz wore a puzzled expression. Emotion, physical connection, and contact. Then what should I do? It replied, I will give you the fastest method. The choice is yours, my master. She exclaimed, what? She angrily shook the book repeatedly. You can't just leave it at that. Explain clearly before you go. Leah Salitz grabbed the thorn branch stained with her blood. Okay, I need more blood. This one can't be used anymore. Lindo will nag me if I pick any more herbs. She looked at the scissors in front of her. Scissors are too scary. Leah Salitz tremblingly put her finger to her mouth. If I bite it with my teeth. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Found you. A tall man appeared before Leah Salitz. Startled, she bit her finger hard. Shawn quickly grabbed Leah Salitz's bleeding hand. He growled angrily. Are you crazy, Leah? After Sebet fainted, I thought you had been kidnapped. Did you run away? Do you hate me that much? Leah Salitz was shocked. What? He grabbed her shoulders, rebuking her. Do you hate being tied to me so much that you would hurt yourself? Leah Salitz hurriedly explained. Shawn, it's not like that. There's a reason. Shawn said silently. What reason? Are you going to make excuses and say you just wanted to read a book in peace? Leah Salitz nodded. Well, yes. He was about to scold her. There are books to read in the Empress's palace, and you actually knocked Sebet unconscious and ran away. She cried silently, thinking I might be executed for reading forbidden books. Shawn asked with a terrifying expression, how amazing is the book you're reading? Suddenly, words appeared on the book. Chapter 7, The Lady and the Knight's Endless Night. Leah Salitz hurriedly pushed the book with her foot, wondering why it had opened to that page. He looked at her like that and sighed. If you want to read it, just say so, Shawn said. He groaned inwardly. No, I'm really not that kind of person. Seeing her silence, he continued, I'll get you anything you want. Leah Salitz breathed a sigh of relief. No, I don't read those kinds of things. It's a misunderstanding. She was startled when she heard Shawn say, if you're that angry, stab me, just stab me. But if you hurt yourself again without my permission, I'll never forgive you. Leah Salitz looked at him with a touch of warmth. She placed her hand on Shawn. Shawn, Leah Salitz leaned towards him. You're worried about me getting hurt. Does it hurt here too? Do you want to feel the pain for me? Shawn was stunned. What? She continued. This is just worry and disappointment. You might be angry too, but at times like these, Leah Salitz suddenly gave a beautiful smile, looking at Shawn. Please say, I'm upset that you're hurt. Be careful not to get hurt again. I didn't really hurt myself. I just bit myself by accident because I was startled. He had a sorrowful expression. If I upset you, then I'm sorry. She gave Shawn a bright smile. Shawn, you're not a tyrant. You're a warm person. I told you that, didn't I? Leah Salitz slowly raised her beautiful hand. An emperor with feelings will ruin the fate of the empire. Those words don't mean anything at all. She stroked his head. See, the empire hasn't collapsed, has it? Shawn angrily grabbed the hand, stroking his head. So you think I'll let you run away, huh? Leah Salitz struggled as he hoisted her over his shoulder. What is this? Isn't it supposed to be a princess carry? Shawn held her tightly, being carried like luggage. You're so demanding, you troublemaker. And you're not a princess. You're the empress. He yelled towards the book still on the floor. That. We have to take that. Please pick it up. Holding the book, Leah Salitz was delighted. Thank you. Seeing her happy expression, Shawn said, I don't know how I've put up with this until now. This startled her. What? What do you mean? He immediately said something that left her dumbfounded. When you said you were going to abolish the harem, I should have expected withdrawal symptoms. Leah Salitz blushed crimson and struggled. Withdrawal symptoms. You haven't misunderstood something strange, have you? Shawn held her tightly. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. So from now on, read as much as you want. She shouted, her face red. No, I don't. Please put me down. Back with Sebet, he apologized. Your Majesties, I sincerely apologize. I fainted during the blessing ceremony because I was too worried. Leah Salitz, seeing him bow anxiously, calmly replied, that sort of thing happens. Don't worry. How are you feeling now? Sebet said, overflowing with gratitude. I feel your boundless grace and am completely healthy now. So I'll perform the blessing ceremony again immediately. Shawn, standing beside her, added, then let's get it over with quickly. Hearing this, she panicked. What do I do? If they find out the blessing didn't work, the alchemy magic, how am I going to explain this? If it's exposed, I'll be executed. Please wait. Suddenly, Leah Salitz felt the blessing, and she was startled. Sebet continued to pray, in the name of God, I bestow upon Empress Leah Salitz the power of blessing, protecting her body and mind." Leah Salitz put on a bright smile and pretended to say, "Ah, it seems it didn't work well earlier because you were too worried, but after resting, you succeeded brilliantly." He still replied worriedly, "Really? I must apologize. I barely remember what happened before I fainted." Leah Salitz was a little surprised. What? So he forgot everything we talked about regarding alchemy and souls. Earlier, she wearily held her head, thinking, "I thought he fell asleep because of my lullaby, but could it be that he fainted because he used up too much power?" Sigh, I'm not a witch. How could I put someone to sleep with a song? Sebit bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I will go back and continue to refine myself." Leah Salitz replied tiredly, "You did well, Sebit." Shawn said angrily beside her, "I'll lift the house arrest, but you must have regular checkups. If you neglect your health again, I'll confine you again." She pointed at him firmly. "I understand, but in exchange, Shawn must also have regular checkups. It's unfair if it's only me." Seeing her pointing at him, Shawn Bermud said, perplexed, "What's unfair about it? You were so sick, and you're still making excuses like this." Leah Salitz puffed out her cheeks cutely. "Is that all you see? Shawn might look fine, but he could also have health problems. He kept saying it needed to be checked, and also, please deal with the pregnancy rumors. I was so shocked when I heard it from Eloise, you know, right?" Leah Salitz pouted, speculating that the rumor must have helped stall the Duke for a while. She imagined a stone pressing down on her paranoia. Which stalker? Damn it, it's so unfair. Shawn Bermud stood with his arms crossed. If it wasn't exposed, it would have eventually disappeared on its own. Why bother with the extra effort? Leah Salitz suddenly looked confused. What? What about my reputation? He continued, "I should have hidden that book and kept quiet." Hearing this, Leah Salitz grabbed the book and said, "Hurry up and deny it. If you don't deny it, I really won't let you sleep." Shawn Bermud looked at her coldly and replied, "We'll see how you behave." She waved her hands and shouted, "You're so mean." Suddenly, she looked at the table in front of her. "By the way, have you seen the sheet music on the table?" Leah Salitz asked. He replied, "No, I haven't. Maybe it got lost while cleaning." "Is it important?" She shook her head slightly regretfully. "It's not that important, but it was a gift from Eloise. I feel a little bad if it's lost." Shawn Bermud gently placed her on the bed and said softly, "If it's just a small matter, don't worry about it anymore. Go to sleep." Leah Salitz closed her eyes to sleep, but still felt a little sad. But I still feel a little bad. I'll send Eloise a gift to thank her." The next morning, Leah Salitz coughed softly. The book clearly states that our souls haven't merged yet, but when Sebit gave the blessing again, it worked perfectly without any resistance. Lindo Carson, sitting next to her, asked in confusion, "You said it was about emotions, physical connection, and touch, right? Perhaps the Emperor's emotions have begun to influence his soul as well." She wore a thoughtful expression. "So, if we continue like this, I won't get sick from the curse anymore. I just need to continue seeing Shawn and exchanging emotions, right?" Lindo Carson picked up the book, gazing at it suspiciously. "But why would that priest Sebit forget everything that happened with the Empress?" Leah Salitz speculated, "Who knows? Maybe he really forgot. After fainting," she sighed, "it's to our advantage. If he talked about alchemy, the book might have been discovered. I even tried it with Lindo out of curiosity, and the book only reacts to my blood. As long as we don't talk about alchemy, the risk of discovery is low." Leah Salitz looked at the book sadly. Although it's a little embarrassing to disguise it as a red book, it's better than exposing it as an alchemy book. "But why do I feel like I've forgotten something important?" A man's shadowy figure spoke. "Do you think they suspect anything?" A girl's shadowy figure brought a bottle of wine and replied, "If they suspected, some of us would be dead by now." She poured the wine and continued, "But we really haven't made any progress. If the situation remains the same at the next incident, punishment will come." The man's shadow slowly sipped the wine. "If the Empress can't be swayed, they'll turn to the Emperor. Just because things are temporarily calm doesn't mean their nature has changed. Blood debts must be paid in blood." Under the sky outside, the grass and trees were lush and green, the air fresh and pleasant, a scene of auspiciousness. A piece of gray cloth streaked across the beautiful scene. Leah Salitz was thrilled. "Ah, the air is so fresh. Leaving the palace, I feel so energized." Today was the day of the grand hunting competition. She remembered pleading with Shawn Bermud to let her go. Of course, Shawn tried to stop her, saying it was too dangerous, but I kept begging, saying it would be safer by Shawn's side. Leah Salitz wore a triumphant expression, having been allowed to go in the end. She took Shawn Bermud's arm and said, "You think it was a good idea to bring me, right, Shawn?" He asked suspiciously, "Why are you so excited?" Leah Salitz beamed, replying happily, "Just everything. To be honest, I'm quite simple, optimistic, and I love peace, you know." Hearing her say this, he glanced at her. Shawn suddenly asked, "Did you see the list of participants I sent to the palace a few days ago?" Leah Salitz replied unexpectedly, "Oh yes, of course I saw it." She smiled, thinking, "Actually, I vomited blood yesterday after taking the universal antidote and was busy covering it up, so I barely remember anything." Leah Salitz looked at Shawn with concern. "But Shawn, why are you so nervous today?" A person stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the heir to the Sylvester Duchy, Cedric Sylvester, greets you." Leah thought, Cedric Sylvester, that name sounds familiar. Shawn said with some displeasure. "So he's here. Is this why you're so happy, Leah? Your unwed fiancé?" Leah Salitz looked blankly, not understanding what he meant. Leah Salitz looked suspiciously at the man in front of her. She raised her hand in greeting, confused, thinking, "This person is the fiancé I was betrothed to before I was born." Looking closely, she suddenly realized, right, I remember. This handsome man in front of me is the heir to the neighboring Sylvester Duchy, the fiancé I was betrothed to, Cedric Sylvester. Before Leah Salitz was born, Duke Celeste, hoping for a son, planned to betroth his future heir to the daughter of Duke Sylvester, who had amassed a considerable fortune through maritime trade. So, as soon as Duchess Celeste became pregnant, they arranged a marriage with the child of Queen Sylvester, who was also pregnant at the time. However, House Celeste, intended to produce Leah as the future queen, gave birth to a baby girl, while Duke Sylvester had a son, so the planned marriage was forgotten. In any case, if it was a girl, they planned to make her queen. Leah Salitz pursed her lips, thinking, how long has gender identification technology been around? 10 years. If that technology had existed 21 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't have a fiancé chosen for me before I was even born. A flood of memories surged through her mind. Even so, we were quite close when we were little. Cedric often came to my house. The little girl had demanded, "Why do you keep coming to my house?" And the boy had pathetically explained, "Because I'm your fiancé." Little Leah Salitz wasn't so easily fooled. "Don't lie to me. I'm going to be queen." There was even another girl vying for his attention. "No, Cedric is my fiancé. Cedric, marry me." The childhood memories made Leah Salitz laugh. It felt like a childhood friendship. She then greeted him. "Long time no see, Cedric, eldest son of Duke Sylvester." Cedric placed his hand on his chest and bowed formally. "Indeed, I've been busy with duchy affairs and haven't been able to visit for years. How have you been?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. As you can see, I'm perfectly healthy." Shawn, standing beside her, mimicked her tone with displeasure. "Healthy, of course." Shawn stepped forward, attempting to intimidate his former rival. "Participating in the hunt before tomorrow's negotiations shows your country's commitment to our friendship, I must admit." Cedric gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, it's been a while since I've returned here, and thinking of the past, I wanted to participate." He didn't forget to add respectfully, "Thank you for your Majesty's generosity in allowing me to do so." Leah Salitz exclaimed, "Wow, aren't you tired after 2 consecutive days?" Shawn quipped unconcernedly, "If you don't even have this much stamina, how can you lead a country?" Cedric didn't take it as a challenge. "You're absolutely right. I hope you can give me some pointers today." "Your Majesty." Shawn grabbed Leah Salitz, coldly refusing. "Apologies, I'm busy attending to the Empress. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Enjoy yourself." Then he abruptly turned her around, causing her to gasp. Leah Salitz asked suspiciously, "What's this? Are you attending to me, Shawn?" He replied firmly, "That's right." Even though she was already mounted on her horse, she continued to ponder, "You don't like Cedric." Shawn didn't answer, instead retorting, "Why do you ask?" Leah Salitz seemed to know him well. "Then why did you interrupt the conversation and make excuses to leave?" Shawn suddenly became jealous. "What? Are you disappointed? Because you wanted to stay with your fiancé?" She turned around to deny it. "What fiancé? That engagement was called off when we were babies." Shawn urged his horse closer, provoking her. "I wasn't aware that the Celeste family had a tradition of frequently meeting with ex-fiancés whose engagements have been broken off." Leah Salitz hurriedly explained. "That was before the wedding, when we were little." Looking directly at him, she emphasized, "And I'm not close to Cedric at all. It's just that our families are close, you understand." "So annoying." Shawn remained stubborn. He calls you by your name, and you say you're not close. Isn't that a little strange? Leah Salitz said with certainty. Oh no. She widened her eyes, defending her point. He hasn't had any news of me for years, and now that we've finally met again, do you think we seem close? Shawn, of course, had other concerns. That looked still. Suddenly, a horn sounded, interrupting their argument. Leah Salitz was startled and gasped. She called out behind him, Shawn, it seems like it's starting. Let's go, we have to leave now. Shawn sighed, his brief anger subsiding, while Leah Salitz continued to urge him, let's go, Shawn. In the dense forest, a sick deer stood dazed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto a small pond, making the surrounding greenery appear as if covered in a shimmering veil. The two rode into the forest side by side, watching out for each other. The scenery was picturesque, but Leah Salitz lamented, breaking the mood. Shawn, my back hurts so much. I've never ridden a horse for this long. Shawn didn't comfort her, instead reproaching her. What did I tell you? I told you to stay in the palace. That being said, he ordered the soldiers behind him, set up camp, let the Empress rest. They immediately replied, yes, Your Majesty. The tent was quickly set up at the edge of the forest. Leah Salitz waved goodbye to her husband. Thank you, Shawn. I'll rest. You should go. I can't be a burden to you. Shawn paused and instructed, I'll be back soon. Rest well. She obediently replied, yes, be careful. The sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight grew more intense. Leah Salitz sat comfortably in a reclining chair, enjoying the moment. At least resting for a while made her feel much better. After a while, she opened her eyes, thinking to herself, I wonder how Shawn is doing. The attendant next to her quickly offered, Your Majesty, if you're feeling lonely, I can catch a rabbit for you. Leah Salitz's interest was piqued. Oh, can you bring it here without killing it? He agreed without hesitation. If you request it, I will bring it, Your Majesty. She exclaimed, wow, that would be lovely. While waiting for the rabbit, Leah Salitz rejoiced inwardly. Everyone is gradually becoming friendlier towards me. It feels good to see my image improving after all that has happened. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed from the forest. So, there's something else besides rabbits. Leah Salitz stood up excitedly. That's the signal for the first catch, right? But the scene before them froze everyone in their tracks. A huge beast was slowly walking towards them. Leah Salitz frantically guessed, what is that? What is that? The attendant shuffled his feet, drawing his sword and shielding her. It's a chimera, Your Majesty. Please step back. But before the attendant could react, the chimera fiercely swatted his sword away. Leah Salitz screamed in terror. It opened its hideous maw and savagely bit at the person in front of it. In an instant, a soldier was flung far away. He crashed heavily against a tree. The ferocious chimera panted heavily. The soldiers shouted in panic, quick, fire the signal. Let them know this is an emergency. Request reinforcements. A yellow flare immediately shot into the air. Hearing the loud explosion, the chimera became even more ferocious. Leah Salitz trembled as she questioned, why would this monster appear in the hunting grounds? The attendant cowered, saying, I don't know. These chimeras have been banned for over a decade after they were created for battle. The chimera suddenly roared, startling the two even more. It charged straight into the encirclement, repelling all the surrounding soldiers. Leah Salitz stood there, facing the enormous beast, constantly reassuring herself, no, am I going to die like this? She fearfully covered her face, crying out, Shawn, Shawn. Shawn appeared just in time and subdued the beast. Leah Salitz rushed over. Shawn, are you all right? He asked coldly, what happened? Someone kept warning, dangerous, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Cedric Sylvester suddenly appeared from nowhere, shielding Leah Salitz. Step back. Your Majesty is out of control. Step back. Your Majesty is out of control. She stammered, what? Cedric raised his sword, fighting the chimera while explaining, I'm injured, and His Majesty attacked me too. Leah Salitz couldn't believe it, looking at the man in the distance. Shawn attacked. Impossible. The intense killing intent emanating from Shawn made her doubt. Cedric loudly warned, don't provoke him. It seems that seeing blood has awakened his bloodthirsty instincts. He emphasized that it was the ruthless instinct to slay enemies on the battlefield. Leah Salitz still hadn't recovered from the shock. He's saying, Shawn's instincts have awakened. Impossible. She tried to find a reason to justify it. Even if he's stressed, this is too unreasonable. The current Shawn wouldn't lose control in this situation. It was the same before. Even when he saw my blood, he was perfectly normal. Leah Salet's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if something had disappeared. She rushed in front of Cedric, stopping his actions. Stop. His Majesty isn't that kind of person. I'll try talking to him. Cedric remained stubborn. Your Majesty, I am a friend of the Bermuda royal family. Cedric turned to Leah Salet and said, as long as the marriage contract with the Celeste Duchy is still valid, I still have a responsibility to protect you. She asked, confused. What? He suddenly changed his tone. Eloise will be very heartbroken if you can't attend the wedding. Leah Salet was full of questions. What is he talking about? I'm supposed to marry Eloise. Why is the Celeste Duchy involved? She hesitated to speak, but something sliced through the air, interrupting her, replaced by a terrified scream. Cedric turned his head and shouted, Your Majesty. Leah Salet touched the wound on her face and asked, an arrow. Where did it suddenly come from? She paused as she thought. Wait, there's a smell. Like a feeling of instability made Leah Salet dizzy. Impossible. A poisoned arrow. A peculiar scent. When it grazed my skin, she rummaged through her memories. I remember, this is the poison I was preparing to use against. The blue Lindo poison vial is clearly visible. It's a mild poison, but symptoms are difficult to detect. Without immediate treatment, it can lead to serious, even fatal consequences. Gasping and clutching her mouth, she complained, who would use a poisoned arrow in a hunting competition? Even if I'm careful, internal damage is inevitable. Blood welled up in Leah Salet's mouth. Shawn Bermud, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, had the veins in his face bulging. He swung his sword directly at Cedric. Cedric tried to resist, advising, Your Majesty, please escape quickly. She didn't listen, reacting instead to something else, the scent of Alcida grass. A chill ran down Leah Salet's spine. Why is that smell coming from Cedric? He doesn't look poisoned. Shawn Bermud continued his relentless attack on Cedric. The sharp tip of his spear aimed directly at his neck as he lunged forward. Even as Cedric tilted his head to dodge, the spear blade grazed his cheek, the shaft slamming heavily against his shoulder. The two remained locked in a standoff, weapons pointed at each other. Leah Salet cried out, Shawn. Looking at his mental state, she thought, this is strange. Someone must have taken advantage of the situation and made him lose consciousness. Leah Salet bit her lip in anger. I will never forgive whoever did this. Look how I've been taking care of him. Memories of her time with Shawn Bermud, like a revolving lantern, flooded her mind. The hearty meals and the quality sleep. Leah Salet burned with rage. I just tamed him. I have to stop this immediately. She urged herself on. Think, what should I do? What should I do? She remembered the book she had read, Emotions, Physical Contact. That red book taught me about soul connections. Leah Salet decided to take a gamble. I'm not sure if this will work, but there's no time to hesitate. Watching the two men fight furiously, she chanted in her heart, please, please. Leah Salet rushed straight towards Cedric. Move. He recoiled in alarm. Your Majesty. Leah Salet's heels left the ground, and then, by some strange twist of fate, she kissed Shawn Bermud on the lips. His eyes widened at the sudden, unexpected contact. The two remained silent under the sunlight, frozen in this awkward position. Shawn Bermud dropped his spear. Taking the initiative, he deepened the kiss. Now, it was Leah Salet's turn to panic. Wait, what? Shawn Bermud tightened his arm around her waist. It all happened so suddenly. Soldiers appeared in the distance, asking with concern, Your Majesty. Your Highness, are you all right? Leah Salet reminded herself amidst the chaos. In front of everyone, she struggled desperately. Stop, no. If this continues, Leah Salet clutched tightly at Shawn Bermud's coat. She frantically signaled to him. Everyone will think he's a pervert. Finally, the kiss, which felt like it had lasted a century, ended, leaving the surrounding onlookers stunned. Then Shawn Bermud suddenly collapsed. Leah Salet trembled all over, crying pathetically, Hey, why did you faint? You caused all this, and now you're leaving me to clean up the mess. She whispered, Shawn. The attendant, after recovering from the shock, called out, You immediately check on His Majesty and Her Highness. The forest remained bathed in sunlight, as if nothing had happened. The attendant knelt down and asked with concern, Your Highness, His Majesty is all right, just slightly injured. It seems he just fainted. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Leah Salet forced a smile and said, I'm fine. But inside, her thoughts were in turmoil. Actually, I'm not fine at all. Looking at the sleeping man before her, she thought, anyway, Shawn's rage has stopped. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. What in the world happened? How did things turn out like this? Leah Salitz turned her head, looking for Commander Robert. What happened at the hunting grounds? He hesitated. Finally, Robert had to tell the truth. His Majesty was hunting with Duke Sylvester, his voice even. Suddenly, the monster chimera attacked, causing a massacre. Robert struggled to recall the scene. In the chaos, Duke Cedric was also injured. A stray arrow shot by the Duke ricocheted off a tree. It turns out, Cedric caused the subsequent incident. Unfortunately, that arrow grazed His Majesty's arm, causing him to bleed. At that moment, His Majesty suddenly lost control. Robert seemed agitated. Due to the long-term effects of the war, His Majesty has become extremely sensitive to blood. It's such a shame he was injured so directly. Leah Salitz turned her attention back to Shawn Bermud. Wait, something's bothering me. She remembered what Cedric had said earlier while fighting the Chimera. I was injured, and then His Majesty suddenly changed and started attacking me. Leah Salitz turned to him and questioned, you said earlier that His Majesty suddenly attacked you when you were injured, right? Watching his stiff expression, a thought immediately flashed through her mind. Someone here was lying. Cedric hurriedly approached Leah Salitz, changing the subject. Speaking of which, weren't you almost hit by an arrow that flew out of nowhere? You seem a bit dizzy from the impact. I'll take you to my personal physician right away. Leah Salitz sneered inwardly. Now he wants me to believe my memory is faulty. She found it unbelievable that he could continue acting without blinking an eye, almost fooling even her. Leah Salitz touched her wound and said in a low voice, speaking of the arrow you just mentioned. She dropped a bombshell, causing Cedric to freeze. It was a poisoned arrow. Leah Salitz turned to the group of soldiers and said, I smell a strange odor, and the wound has a burning sensation. They all exclaimed, what? Cedric seemed to have found a lifeline. I understand now. No wonder your memory of the events is so strange. It must be a nerve-affecting poison. Captain of the Knights, please quickly take Her Majesty to see a physician. Leah Salitz interrupted him. There's no need to keep up the act, she announced loudly. As everyone knows, thanks to His Majesty, I have recently been adhering to a very strict diet and taking special medicine daily to eliminate toxins from my body. Then she concluded confidently, therefore, such a small amount of poison won't affect me. But the truth Leah Salitz wouldn't reveal was, actually, I haven't been taking those things thanks to Lindo's universal antidote. She stared at him and said, each word precise, so I wouldn't suddenly faint from a poisoned arrow. Cedric felt he could no longer argue. I was too panicked and spoke nonsense. The Captain of the Knights is right. He frantically explained, but didn't Your Majesty also see? Your Majesty pointed a sword at me for no reason. Leah Salitz stamped her foot. Of course I saw. She grabbed his hand and scolded. It wasn't for no reason. In fact, I should correct that to suspicious. Leah Salitz squeezed his wrist tightly. Suspicious, sir. She smelled the scent on Cedric's wrist and asked again, should I call you the culprit? Leah Salitz suddenly felt dizzy and unexpectedly coughed up blood. The surrounding soldiers cried out in alarm, Your Majesty. Leah Salitz pointed directly at Cedric and commanded, judging by this reaction, it seems the gloves are poisoned. Arrest him immediately. With a chorus of yes, he was pinned to the ground. Cedric tried to defend himself. Your Majesty, please give me a chance to explain. The substance on my gloves is just a common item widely used in our duchy. Leah Salitz gave him a disdainful glance. He's still acting, right up to the very end. From this moment on, the scent of oxytocin filled the air. She turned away coldly. There's no need to hear any more. Take him away. Mixed with the sounds of yes was Cedric's desperate cry, wait. Leah Salitz breathed a sigh of relief. The matter had finally calmed down somewhat. Suddenly, she moved her lips slightly, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, Leah Salitz remained silent. Looking at the blood-stained handkerchief, this matter, I'm certain Cedric didn't plan this himself. The person who shot the poison arrow while I was with him must be his accomplice. She pieced together what had just happened. I understand the situation somewhat. First, they bribed a chimera to create a false battlefield to make Shawn more sensitive. Then, perhaps they deliberately shot an arrow at Shawn. They knew Shawn would lose control at the sight of blood. Afterward, he came to me and lied, claiming Shawn attacked him first, so I would be too afraid to approach Shawn. At that time, The person hiding shot a poison arrow at me. If I had died there, they would have fabricated a story about Shawn losing control and killing me. If I had truly died, the soul-binding curse would have activated, and Shawn might have completely lost his mind, just like in the original plot. I don't know if Cedric knew about that curse, but regardless, I need to find out what's making Shawn react this way to blood. The incident at the inauguration ceremony was similar. And look at the way he handled the aftermath of the war. Leah Salitz suddenly realized he seems to dislike blood or killing. She lowered her head in thought. Actually, he seems to abhor it. Is this a reaction caused by psychological trauma? But in any case, it's strange that he becomes more aggressive at the sight of blood. Leah Salitz made up her mind. After returning, I need to investigate this more thoroughly. Robert approached her to report the situation. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The hunting competition has been immediately canceled. Please quickly return to the Imperial Palace for treatment and to begin the investigation. Leah Salitz had no reason to refuse. Yes, as soon as His Majesty wakes up, immediately. But she stumbled, causing him to cry out in alarm. Your Majesty. Robert looked bewildered at Leah Salitz, who had collapsed into his arms. Your Majesty. Fear gripped her, cold sweat drenching her skin. She felt terribly unwell. Damn it, could it be because I was directly poisoned twice? My body. Panic spread through the crowd. Help Her Majesty into the carriage. Quickly. Hurry. Leah Salitz grew increasingly drowsy. Oh God, my consciousness is fading. Looking at the person lying quietly beside her, she whispered, Shawn. Shawn Bermud's face was peaceful, as if he were merely asleep. Even so, I'm glad he's all right. It's nothing serious. Although he had opened his eyes, Leah Salitz continued to ponder. I've taken care of everything. Why is he only opening his eyes now? She smiled contentedly. As expected, it takes a lot of effort to deal with a Black Panther. She murmured a single word. You're delirious. Leah Salitz seemed to see Shawn Bermud shaking her awake. Were you calling my name? Indeed, he had been calling her name. Leah. Salitz lost consciousness after that call. Yes, my name. She remained unconscious upon arrival at the Imperial Palace. Shawn Bermud held his head in his hands, blaming himself. Damn it, how could this happen? He grabbed Lindo Carson and demanded. I heard Her Majesty took the antidote, but was the poison in the hunting grounds neutralized? He stammered in reply. Yes, Your Majesty, it has been neutralized. Lindo Carson tried to comfort him. It was just a sudden shock that disrupted her nervous system. She'll recover with sufficient rest. Shawn Bermud posed a question. Compare the components of the Duke's arrow and gloves with the poisoned arrow. Lindo Carson knelt and confirmed. They match. It's the same poison. Shawn Bermud looked utterly distraught. No wonder I felt uneasy from the start. He dared to touch the Empress. He turned around irritably, throwing out a command. Make sure not a single hair on Her Majesty's head is harmed. Lindo Carson respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Shawn Bermud cursed incessantly. Damn it. He strode towards the prison. I don't remember anything after the arrow grazed me. It's insane. I heard Leah stop me and handle the situation. But the more Shawn Bermud thought about it, the angrier he became. It's outrageous that I lost consciousness and left the vulnerable Empress to handle everything alone. Cedric was tightly bound to a chair like a criminal. Shawn Bermud grimly ordered, Bring everyone involved here. The sounds of footsteps and the clatter of torture instruments immediately echoed through the prison. Shawn Bermud radiated a dark aura. Speak. What was your purpose? He promised himself, I won't let Leah wake up in this damn situation. Earlier, a lengthy letter had been read. I deeply apologize for this incident. If you hand over the Crown Prince, I will sentence him to life imprisonment in a remote tower where he must reflect on his life. The messenger further clarified, this is Mr. Sylvester's stance. He swiftly accused his own son of involvement in funding the illegal modification of chimeras and trafficking poison, attempting to assassinate members of the royal family. Shawn Bermud's sharp gaze swept over the messenger. Didn't you hear? He immediately knelt and, as a gesture of goodwill, offered the North Sea. He also said he would cancel the Crown Prince's engagement with the Appenzell family. Shawn Bermud asked with interest, have undersea fuel resources been discovered in the North Sea? The messenger confirmed, Yes, Your Majesty. It's also a crucial location for maritime transport. Shawn Bermud tore the apology letter in his hand, scoffing. How absurd to go to such lengths to save his spineless son. He spoke decisively in the darkness. From this day forward, the North Sea will be renamed in the Empress's name. Shawn Bermud raised his sword in warning. no excuses. Carried out immediately. An attendant suddenly burst through the door, interrupting, "Your Majesty." Her Majesty. Upon hearing the words "Her Majesty has regained consciousness," Shawn froze, as if petrified. Then he abruptly stood up. The messenger asked in confusion, "Then, when will the execution be carried out?" Shawn threw out the words, "Handle it quickly and give me the final report," then rushed out. His heart leaped with joy. She's finally awake. Thinking of Leah Salitz lying quietly in bed, rage surged through him once more. They said her condition was stable, so why was she unconscious for 3 days? Shawn ran straight through the long corridor. "Leah, while waiting for you to wake up, I investigated everything related to this day and night." Back then, he had asked Cedric, "What were you planning to do with those illegal chimeras?" Cedric, gazing at the sky, stated directly, "I plan to resell them throughout the continent through Bermuda." Shawn continued to question, "You chose a trade route through the hunting reserve." Cedric, feigned understanding, "You know, that place is too vast." Cedric casually narrated the entire process. But fortunately, due to a minister's blunder, one of them escaped. He had already calculated everything carefully. If it had continued like that, everything would have been exposed. So I used your image to cover it up. A twisted smile spread across Cedric's face, and that's precisely what Leah saw through. Shawn furiously gripped Cedric's neck. "How dare your filthy mouth utter the Empress's name?" As if remembering something, he released his grip. "Now, that Leah is hurt, of course you." Shawn issued a blunt threat. "The Sylvester Duchy won't escape unscathed either." Veins bulged on his fists, his heart seething with rage. "You dare to involve the Empress. You'll spend the rest of your life paying for your crimes." Finally reaching Leah's door, Shawn paused. While seeing her face ease my mind. An attendant knocked and announced, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is here." But a deathly silence persisted from within. Shawn rushed to the door. "Leah." 2 words finally came from inside. "Go away." Shawn startled, froze, and blurted out what? He rattled the door, frantically pleading, "Open the door, Leah." Leah Salitz remained stubbornly defiant, shouting, "Go away. I'm too mortified to live." She shrieked, throwing a tantrum. "How could you do that in front of everyone? You pervert." Shawn seemed to recall something, covering his mouth in horror. Leah Salitz continued her accusations. "I know you did it on purpose." Shawn unwilling to take the blame, retorted, "No, I didn't. It wasn't like that." Leah immediately cried out in shame. Everyone saw it. He remembered impatiently pounding on the door. "Leah, wait, open the door." Doctors and attendants rushed over to stop him. "Your Majesty, if you continue like this, it will be detrimental to the Empress's health. Please leave for today." Despite Shawn trembling pleas, "Leah," the doctor held his ground, arms spread wide, blocking the door. Attendants anxiously inquired, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Leah Salitz remained hidden under the blankets like an ostrich. "I don't know. How can I ever show my face again?" Burying her face in her pillow, she lamented, "I tried so hard to escape the ruined fate of an empress, and now everything is over." Tears still glimmered in Leah Salitz's eyes. "Even if we are married, he shouldn't have done that in front of so many people." Blushing, she thought, "That kind of thing should only happen when we're alone." Feeling her thoughts straying too far, Leah Salitz shifted uncomfortably. "What am I thinking? No, stop it. Stop thinking about it," she cried, clutching her head. "Go away, you lecherous demon. It's all because of that damned red book." Shawn appearing seemingly out of nowhere, asked, "Aren't you going to eat lunch?" Leah Salitz flinched, hiding in his embrace. "Be careful. I haven't fully recovered yet." Shawn looked at her with concern. "Shall I carry you to your room?" Leah Salitz quickly pushed him away. "No, thank you. I don't need that book." He anxiously explained, "No, it's just, please come with me." Taking advantage of his distraction, Leah Salitz ran off. "Then I'll be going." Returning to her room, she slammed the door shut, guarding it as if against a thief. Leaning against the door, breathless, Leah Salitz thought, "What should I do?" Then she slowly slid to the floor. Mortified, she covered her face. "I can't face Shawn." Lindo Carson's sudden, concerned voice startled her. "Why are you suddenly avoiding His Majesty?" Leah Salitz's face paled. "You scared me to death." She stood up, demanding an explanation. She asked, "Why are you here?" Lindo Carson answered truthfully, "His Majesty just summoned you to hear your investigation report." Leah Salitz rolled her eyes, remembering. "Oh, right, I think he mentioned something about that." Lindo Carson persisted with the original question. "So, why are you avoiding him?" Resting her chin on her hand, she asked him in distress, Could you interact normally with someone who kissed you publicly in front of everyone? Lindo Carson offered sincere advice. It's not impossible, especially since you're already married. She grimaced in response. You really are someone who came from the harem. How magnanimous of you. Lindo Carson retorted angrily. I think the person who established the harem has no right to say such things. Besides, I'm still a virgin. The two bickered back and forth. Leah said, anyway, I never thought His Majesty would be ashamed of it. Do you think I'm shameless? Lindo Carson looked her up and down, then answered honestly, actually a little. Imagining the palace gossip, Leah Salitz felt herself on the verge of madness. The punishment of the crown prince must be kept secret, but in the end, everyone will only remember the kissing scene. They'll mock us relentlessly. Oh my, I heard His Majesty and the Empress are getting along very well. His Majesty loves the Empress so much, he doesn't care about anyone else's opinion. It seems a bit strange for a political marriage to result in pregnancy so quickly. She lunged forward, grabbing Lindo Carson's collar. I even announced that I'm not pregnant, but they still don't believe me. Lindo Carson was speechless. What's wrong with rumors about your wonderful romance? Lindo Carson sighed, straightening their collar, then revealed the truth. It seems to me that your embarrassment is just an excuse. The reason you're avoiding His Majesty is more likely because you can't stop thinking about him, not because you actually want to ignore your feelings. Leah Salitz shot to her feet, fuming. It's not like that. Lindo reminded her, Bermuda's first anniversary celebration is coming up. You'll both have to attend in a few days. What are you going to do? Leah Salitz immediately deflated. What am I supposed to do? She spiraled back into self-doubt. How am I going to face Shawn at the event? Everyone will be talking about it. Leah Salitz poked her index fingers together, hesitant, and the rumors have already been blown way out of proportion. My plan to get divorced and enjoy a peaceful life within the next 2 years is completely ruined. Lindo Carson looked at her, also feeling frustrated. I don't want to hear about His Majesty's romantic escapades on the day of the anniversary celebration. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with white clouds, and the sunlight was golden. The palace gates opened wide, and a shower of flower petals rained down. Shawn Bermud offered a sincere apology. I told you it was my fault. Leah Salitz stammered, what exactly did you do wrong? He suddenly hesitated. I don't quite remember. She also didn't want to bring up the embarrassing incident. If you don't remember, then don't apologize. Leah Salitz covered her face and complained, why do you keep bringing it up and embarrassing me? Shawn Bermud was completely confused, thinking, what did I do to embarrass you? Finally, she blurted out, you kissed me in public and humiliated me. Shawn Bermud frankly corrected her. If you consider the context, you started it. Leah Salitz immediately changed her tune. I did that to get a reaction out of you. I never meant for it to be so intense. He suddenly became serious. Are you that embarrassed? Leah Salitz confessed, of course. On top of that, the person who put me in that situation doesn't even fully remember it, so I'm the only one who feels embarrassed. The real reason she didn't want to say, and what mortified her even more, was that was my first kiss. Noises from outside sounded as if they were urging them on. Leah Salitz frankly concluded, so from now on, don't cross the line. Shawn Bermud grabbed her hand and made a suggestion. Then, revenge is an option. He leaned closer, confirming, you said you hated me. Then he whispered in Leah Salitz's ear, I'll make it up to you. The two figures nestled against the doorframe, further exciting the crowd below. Leah Salitz blushed, reminding him, wait, what are you doing? Shawn Bermud, maintaining the same posture, replied, if that incident embarrassed you so much, he took her hand and pointed to his face. Then this time, it's my turn to be embarrassed. Leah Salitz lightly touched his cheek, thinking, does he want me to hit him? Her guest became bolder. Is he planning to pretend to kiss me in public, so I can slap him and humiliate him? Leah Salitz looked blankly at the person in front of her. He's really willing to be slapped to appease me. What man would do that? She changed her mind, reaching out a finger to lift Shawn Bermud's chin teasingly. Do you think this is enough? Leah Salitz scratched his smooth chin, then triumphantly switched to stroking his head. This scene was clearly visible to the public. The crowd, showered with this display of affection, shouted, look, His Majesty can't resist the Queen. Leah Salitz also found this quite amusing. Who would have thought His Majesty would be like this? She secretly admired his obedient acceptance of the punishment, finding it quite cute. Shawn Bermud suddenly spoke, do you feel better? Leah Salitz lowered her head slightly, pretending to think for a moment. Then she replied radiantly, yes, Shawn. Together, they walked to the balcony and waved to their people. An attendant respectfully reminded Leah Salitz, Your Majesty, your next engagement is afternoon tea. She simply replied, "All right," then walked away, grumbling, "It's just a gathering of nobles to commemorate this occasion." She muttered to herself, "Shawn is busy with state affairs." At that moment, a girl interrupted her. "Greetings, your majesty." Leah Salitz recognized her and greeted her. "Oh, Eloise. How have you been lately?" Eloise shyly covered her cheeks. "Yes, your majesty. Thank you for your concern." She sighed happily to herself. "It's really great that I don't have to marry that man who dared to hurt me. It turns out I hate him so much." Leah Salitz walked alongside Eloise, comforting her. "Eloise, that's a wise decision. There are many better things in this world." Eloise agreed. "You're right. Actually, I've been interested in someone lately." Leah became very excited. "Really? Who is it?" Eloise dreamily hugged her arm. "It's the Duchess of Hill." Leah Salitz froze. "Huh," she thought. Has Bermuda suddenly become open-minded? Eloise elaborated. "I mean Princess Ruby of the Hill Kingdom. She married the Duke of Hill last month." Now Leah was doubly shocked. "And she's already married." Eloise, still lost in her fantasy, said, "The Duchess of Hill and I have common interests. I want to be friends with her." Leah Salitz sighed in relief. "Oh, is that so?" Eloise turned to Leah pleadingly. "Then can you arrange for me to sit next to her?" Leah Salitz hesitated for a moment before replying, "No problem, I'll handle it." Together, they entered the lavish and magnificent banquet hall. Eloise enthusiastically approached the object of her admiration, the Duchess of Hill. "This is my favorite lemon cake. Would you like to try some? It's really fragrant and fluffy." Though slightly puzzled, Princess Ruby politely replied, "Thank you, Mississippi." She tasted the cake and complimented, "It's really delicious." Eloise's eyes crinkled with a smile. "I'm so glad you like it." Leah Salitz gazed at the beautiful redhead before her. "So she's the Duchess of Hill." Eloise continued to offer new pastries. "Please try this scone too. The buttery flavor is wonderful." Seeing Princess Ruby accept without refusal, Leah Salitz couldn't help but worry for her. But is it really okay for her to eat so many flour-based things? It seems a bit much. She thought to herself, well, it's none of my business. She can probably handle it herself. Someone greeted cheerfully, "Duchess, it's been a while." Princess Ruby reminded with a bright smile, "Haha, Your Highness, I just spoke with you a moment ago." As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth, prompting Eloise to ask worriedly, "Duchess, are you all right?" A nearby lady echoed her concern, "Oh dear. Duchess of Hill, are you feeling unwell?" Princess Ruby dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and explained, it's nothing serious. I just feel a little uncomfortable." Eloise quickly pulled out a bottle of medicine. "I've had some indigestion lately, so I always carry medicine with me." "Duchess, please try this." A lady in a blue dress praised loudly, "Oh, Miss Appenzell is so thoughtful." Princess Ruby took the medicine and said with a bright smile, "Thank you for your concern." Leah Salitz breathed a sigh of relief and set down her teacup. "I knew it. It's a good thing Eloise brought medicine. Now that we've chatted for a while, shouldn't we talk about business?" She started the conversation. "By the way, it's wonderful to be here with everyone. I hope more people can join us next time." A girl in an orange dress suggested, "How about we hold a tea party at the villa outside the capital? I heard the royal villa is very beautiful, and I'd love to see it." Leah Salitz happily agreed. "Really? Then I'll ask His Majesty for permission." A chorus of girls clapped their hands in response. How exciting. But someone reminded, if it's at the royal villa, those picky noble ladies will come too. Leah Salitz nodded inwardly. "That's right." She pondered, "My image among the young people is still improving. But if I build relationships with influential ladies, I can collect more hair to make the panacea. I can also gather important information and prepare a secret fund." Leah Salitz giggled, secretly pleased with herself. Killing two birds with one stone. "I'd definitely get close to them." Princess Ruby suddenly spoke. "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." The girl next to her immediately replied, "Yes, please go ahead." Leah Salitz wondered, why does she suddenly need to go to the restroom? Looking at her, Leah Salitz felt worried. Her face looks very pale. Could it be that the digestive medicine didn't work? Despite Princess Ruby's departure, Eloise didn't seem to notice. I guess Eloise was too busy talking to notice. Leah Salitz stroked her chin, curious about Princess Ruby. She seems like the type to endure things silently. There's not much I can do, but should I help her? Acting on her thought, Leah Salitz walked to the restroom door and called, Duchess of Hill. Princess Ruby abruptly stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, Leah Salitz asked with concern, you don't look well. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Standing beside Princess Ruby, she suggested, should I call the royal physician now? Please sit down. Princess Ruby hurriedly refused. No, Your Majesty, I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be fine. Leah Salitz remained very enthusiastic. I know a very effective folk remedy. Would you like to try it? Princess Ruby looked extremely surprised. Really? Yes. Leah Salitz turned and whispered something to Lauren. She returned a moment later. Your Majesty, I brought what you asked for. She held a sharp needle in her hand and asked again, is it sterilized? Lauren respectfully confirmed, yes. Princess Ruby screamed in terror, Your Majesty. Leah Salitz blinked, signaling for her to relax. Shoo, trust me. Princess Ruby trembled like a leaf in disbelief. But how could this possibly work? Leah Salitz ignored her doubt. Some say there's no medical basis for it, but for indigestion, this method is the most effective. She grasped Princess Ruby's finger and instructed, close your eyes for a moment. As Leah Salitz pricked her finger, she asked, how does it feel? It doesn't hurt too much, does it? Princess Ruby stared at the drop of black blood that oozed out, retched, and cried, why is it so dark? She hurriedly covered her mouth and ran away. A while later, Princess Ruby returned, her spirits revived. Your Majesty, thank you so much. I feel much better. She took Leah Salitz's arm admiringly. It was like magic. How'd you do it? Leah Salitz covered her mouth with a chuckle. Oh, it's nothing special, really. Just a family secret, I suppose. Leah Salitz concluded, in the end, wise advice is still the best. The two returned to the banquet hall together, chatting pleasantly. Eloise looked remorseful. I am sorry, Duchess. I think I offered you too much to eat. Princess Ruby, still focused on Leah Salitz, ignored her. Your Majesty, I'm so grateful to you. Leah Salitz cheerfully suggested. In return, I'd like to invite you to my home. What do you think? Princess Ruby eagerly agreed. Yes, if I have the opportunity, I would be very honored. Eloise timidly tried to interject again. By the way. Eloise silently watched the two women, blissful in their own world. She angrily clenched her skirt. Late at night, Leah Salitz continued to discuss the dilemma. You know, I think I need to resolve the trouble between Shawn and me. Lindo Carson asked in return, is it because of what happened in the hunting grounds? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, I knew Shawn is sensitive to blood, but I didn't know he would lose control like that. Leah Salitz touched the red leather book. He didn't have any problems when he smelled the blood. I spilled to use this. Then she spoke about Cedric's attack. But in the hunting grounds, when he smelled someone else's blood and then saw his own, he lost control. Leah Salitz boldly voiced her speculation. It seems these two things are related. She searched her memory. The prophecy said that if Shawn felt emotions, he would destroy the Empire's future. If he lost control because of anger, it fits perfectly. Lindo Carson reminded her, why don't you ask the red leather book? It helped His Majesty calm down when he lost control, right? He held out his hand in invitation. Shall I prick your finger for blood? Leah Salitz sarcastically withdrew her hand. You're so enthusiastic, even though it's none of your business. No, it's fine. I'll do it myself. She dripped a bit of blood from her fingertip onto the page. Words immediately appeared on the book. What do you wish to know, my lady? Leah Salitz quickly wrote down the question. The one bound to my soul loses control at the sight of blood. Please teach me how to solve this problem. The book immediately replied, as we have done so far. Tame him with your power. Some improper thoughts flashed through Leah Salitz's mind. Tame him? What does that mean? Not what I'm thinking, right? How am I supposed to tame him? Please explain in more detail. The book answered, usually if you carry a certain kind of energy like you did today, your power can help him calm down. She turned to Lindo Carson and asked, what did I carry today? But I already took a bath. He answered honestly, I don't know. She grew impatient. Why does this book always speak in riddles? Leah Salitz endured the pain and pricked out some more blood. This time, the drops seemed large, plopping onto the paper. Looking at the result, Leah Salitz was a bit perplexed. The Duchess of Hill's necklace. Lindo Carson spoke with an air of knowledgeable authority. I've heard that it's a Hill kingdom heirloom. For many years, the Dukes of Hill have intermarried with the princesses of Helios, and that necklace is a jewel passed down through the generations to the duchesses. Leah Salitz searched her memory. Now that I think about it, she was indeed wearing a ruby necklace at the afternoon reception. She turned to him and asked, "So, all I need to do is get that necklace. But planning and execution are two different things. How can I get someone else's treasure? Aren't there any other powerful items besides that necklace?" The thoughtful book replied, "Gems that enhance the holder's power usually come in sets. If there's one, there are usually other matching pieces." She closed the book and made her decision. "Since I've been invited, I'll go to the Duke of Hill's residence first. If the ruby necklace doesn't work, I'll take other gems." Lindo Carson agreed with her. "That sounds good." While preparing the medicine, he offered another suggestion. "By the way, until you rule out the possibility of it being a fatal condition, it's best to sleep separately from the Emperor and stay away from him." Leah Salitz suspiciously uttered, whom Lindo Carson explained in more detail. "The toxins can accumulate, causing the amount of blood he vomits to increase, and it will also become abnormal." He placed the box on the table and finished. "If you sleep together, he might see that bloody scene again. Take this new antidote." Leah Salitz imagined herself turning into a mummy and shuddered. "Oh, if I really did that, he'd be even more protective of me." Finally, she grasped the main point. "I understand. I'll try to act as naturally as possible." A tea party was underway. At that moment, in Shawn's office, a red-haired man respectfully introduced himself. "Your Imperial Majesty, I am Kybel Helios. I wish to see you." Kybel Helios, the second prince of the Helios Kingdom, a kingdom established by a distant branch of the Bermuda imperial family. Shawn Bermud pondered uneasily. He came today as well. Then he bluntly probed, "Aren't you here to see your sister? I told you, you didn't have to come greet me specifically." Kybel Helios poured himself a cup of tea uninvited and replied leisurely, "Cousin, shouldn't you be happy to see me after so long? Even so, I still wanted to congratulate you on your recent marriage." Shawn Bermud inwardly scoffed. This guy was as shameless as ever. The more he looked at that face, the angrier he became. "Although we're only cousins, we played together often as children." His carefree attitude always irritated me. Even now, he just shows up because we're relatives. How annoying. Shawn Bermud ordered him to leave. "If you're done with your congratulations, then leave quickly." Kybel Helios remained unfazed. "Ruby is probably at the Empress's tea party. We'll leave together after it's over." He added enthusiastically, "The Hill Duchy isn't far from the capital. This is a good opportunity for Ruby to get close to the Empress." Shawn Bermud curtly dismissed the idea. "If you're planning to win over the Empress through your sister, forget it." Kybel Helios drawled sarcastically, Your Majesty is too strict with me. But the Empress is still family." He smiled brightly and remarked, "Living in the palace must be lonely. It's always good to have friends." Then Kybel Helios grew increasingly excited. "If my sister isn't suitable, I wouldn't mind trying to become friends with the Empress myself." Hearing this, Shawn Bermud snapped the pen in his hand. He stated, each word precise, "The Empress doesn't need friends to dispel her loneliness." Kybel Helios covered his mouth, laughing gleefully. "So, the rumors that the Empress is enjoying a sweet newlywed life are true." Shawn Bermud's ears turned red. Why did the topic change to this? Kybel Helios acted as if he had discovered a great secret. "But look what we found." He immediately pressed, "Or are those just baseless rumors?" Shawn Bermud's face turned green, and he waved him away. "It's none of your business." Kybel Helios said nothing, only giggling behind his hand. He stood up, no longer teasing. "Yes, I know the tea party is almost over. I'll take my leave now." But before he had taken more than a few steps, he looked back and promised, "It would be nice to see the Empress with your Majesty next time." The door slammed shut in front of Shawn Bermud. Kybel Helios leaned against the door, shaking with laughter. Then, unable to contain himself, he burst into loud guffaws, startling the maids nearby. Wiping away his tears of laughter, Kybel Helios plotted mischievously, "Oh, so that icy guy can react like that too. If I use this, I'll have material to tease him with for the rest of my life." He whistled cheerfully as he left. "I should find some amusement." A rose tucked into the door made Leah Salitz let out a soft "oh." She turned to ask the others, "Where did this flower come from? Did Shawn leave it?" The attendant explained while opening the door, "This is a gift from a guest of the Helios Kingdom, Your Majesty. They said it's a rose unique to that region." Leah Salitz sincerely admired, "Oh, really? It's beautiful." She felt quite pleased. "I don't know who sent it, but they have good taste." Then she handed the flower to Lauren, her maid. "Please put it in a vase." As for the potion, she locked herself in the closet and stored the antidote safely. Leah Salitz stretched inside. I'm so tired. Lauren bowed her head and offered, You've worked hard today, Your Majesty. She bowed to Leah Salitz. I'll excuse myself now. Please rest. She had nothing else to do. All right, Lauren, you've worked hard too. Leah Salitz climbed into bed, murmuring, I wonder when Shawn will come. I want to watch him fall asleep first. As soon as she finished speaking, she started nodding off, drooling slightly. A large hand reached out and supported her head. Leah Salitz squinted and asked softly, Shawn. She yawned, puzzled. When did you come in? I didn't hear the door open. Shawn Bermud reminded her, if you're tired, then sleep first. Leah Salitz lay on her pillow, stubbornly trying to keep her mouth closed. I'm fine. Shawn Bermud soothed her. I just wanted to watch you fall asleep first. She squinted. Really? After hearing him hum in affirmation, Leah Salitz gently suggested. Then from now on, she said, let's sleep separately 4 days a week. This made Shawn Bermud exclaim, Huh? He immediately asked, why so suddenly? Leah Salitz explained logically, since Shawn is sleeping soundly now, there's no need to sleep together every night. She continued smoothly, also, I want to make sure you can really sleep well on your own, okay? The lack of a response made Leah Salitz bristle. Why aren't you saying anything? You lied to me about sleeping well, didn't you? Hearing this, Shawn Bermud weakly replied, It's not like that. He sighed. For days. Suddenly, Shawn Bermud's gaze focused on the flower. What's this? Leah Salitz let out a bewildered ah. He asked pointedly, That rose, it looks like it's from the Helios Kingdom. Why is it here? Leah Salitz said casually, they said it was a gift from a guest of the Helios Kingdom. She shared excitedly, It's really beautiful. Leah Salitz grew more and more excited. It's truly beautiful, isn't it? I've never seen such a beautiful rose. Shawn Bermud gently stroked her hair, inwardly cursing that bastard Kybell. He clutched his head in frustration. He's starting to get on my nerves. A new day began with the greetings of Good morning, Your Majesty. Princess Ruby, cheerful as a songbird, took Leah Salitz's hand. Thank you for coming. Leah politely replied, Not at all. I should be thanking you for the invitation. Searching for a topic of conversation, Leah Salitz said, I've heard the gardens of the ducal estate are quite beautiful. Is that right? Ruby smiled proudly. Of course. In fact, I've already prepared tea in the garden. Ruby continued excitedly. Thank you again for your kindness yesterday. If it weren't for you, our reputation would have been ruined. Leah Salitz felt the other woman was being overly polite. It was nothing. If you encounter any difficulties, please let me know. Ruby blushed deeply. Your Majesty, you are too generous. I don't know how to repay you. Is there anything I can do for you? Leah Salitz seemed truly unconcerned. Oh, that's not necessary. But Leah was inwardly delighted. Now was the perfect time, an excellent opportunity to mention the necklace. So she hesitantly said, If you insist. Just then, someone suddenly interrupted her. Your Majesty, this way please. Immediately after, a pair of feet suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Leah Salitz was startled and softly called out the other person's name, Eloise. Inwardly, she screamed, Why would she appear at a time like this?